here to talk about them. And two people that know a lot about mistakes are Stumpy and Cole. So I brought them to my round table. Welcome, you guys. You know, funny fact, I actually didn't plan that last line.
It's just natural. It's not natural to
EWC planned that intro.
They did.
As soon as I saw it, I was like, I have to say,
we're a joke to them, clearly.
It's fine. It's fine. We're over it.
That's our first mistake, was EWC writing that line. No. But in all seriousness, welcome to the round table, you guys. We are going to be talking about what we think are some of like the top 5 biggest mistakes in Rocket League history. That can be a crazy overarching umbrella of a million things. It could be a missed shot. It could be a roster move, whatever you think on Earth. If you want me to go first or y'all want to go first.
You know, you've prepared all of this.
I didn't prepare. I have ideas in my brain, but I guess this one could open it up to like a multitude of situations. I can think of like 2 off the top of my head that fall under this, but times where players have been told they're gonna get kicked, but then don't, and then have to continue to play.
Yes. Okay.
And the one, 2 come to mind, but the first one that comes to mind was the peak of Dignitas after they had taken, did the roster move with Yukio, and they took him to Madrid, and then like he finds out at Madrid that they're gonna like take him out after this like crazy season, but then he has to still play Season X because Scrub didn't go.
Yeah, I think like, when it's moments like that, I think teams at these events have got so many moments where they're like, okay, this is the future of our team. You've got, as you say, you've got it all locked in, Scrub's gonna move over, and then just one domino just doesn't fall, and it's like, oh, we're happy to have you.
You wanna come back? Like, in my brain, I feel like that completely changed the trajectory of what that Dignitas roster could have looked like. I feel like it could have been very different, especially because that Season X.
Well, they won the first event together, right? They won the DreamHack, I believe it was, and everything looked like it was going great. And then something tweaks, something changes, and I think at this level of esports, if there's anything on your mind at all, it just isn't going to work. You have to be 100% locked in. So certainly
especially
that era.
Especially for like an emotional player. You say that to the wrong person.
Yeah, and there was of course when they were in Madrid, they got to the semi-finals versus Vitality. And then there was the incredible series, the best overtime, at least up till that point, like, phenomenal. And then I remember the comms during that series, where I think it was Astral who was then saying, when Violent Panda and Yuko popped off, he went, guys, calm down.
You guys sit down, sit down.
Yeah, sit down, calm down.
Sit down.
So clearly the vibes are off a little bit.
Yeah, it's just different emotions with a team like that. But I always wonder, like, I know that like that's not even like the first time that it happened. Like we've seen it like a million times.
Well, Rise was going to go to North America, wasn't he? Who was it?
Version 1.
Yeah, version 1, that's right. Was it Com who thought he was going to be kicked and then ended up staying on the team?
Yeah.
I'm racking my brain here. By design, I've not sort of looked into this ahead of time. I'm trying to do it off the top of my head. So Rise was going to go to North America. Version 1 were going to replace him publicly, but Com, to his credit, he stayed on and performed valiantly that whole season. So it doesn't make our list, but I think it's an interesting side point.
It is. No, and like I said, there's like that has happened so many times, and it honestly doesn't get talked about a lot. And I love talking about the mental side of the game, but there is the physical side. I know you both have a couple plays that you consider top 5 biggest mistakes.
I'm so relieved because you mentioned one that I don't actually know what you're getting at in a bit.
He has one that we have no idea.
Exactly. I'm so curious. I'm looking forward to it. The one that I wanted to bring to the table, I'm curious when you guys will know what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Season 5. Grand finals.
That's before my time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's just been the Justin moment. We go into overtime, right? So next goal takes it all. And then what happens? Fireburner. He does a rotation into his pal Garrett G. They meet in the middle. They bump. I'm sure they've blamed each other over the years. And then, of course, there's the winning goal.
A Turbo takes literally, in that moment, the weakest shot. Like, he hits it from the sidewalk.
Quite strong for a Turbo.
Yeah, true, yeah. I think it bounces like once or twice. But then all you see on the camera, I remember, is just it like panning back, and then you Garrett G and Fireburn just dunk off each other. And then the ball just goes dunk, dunk, and rolls in, and then they win the most iconic World Championship we've ever seen. Yeah, that is a very big mistake. So if they then save that, do we then see the the season 6 that happened with Cloud9 taking down Dignitas and their incredibly dominant season from that point? Because they went they went unbeaten from the season 5 grand final up until the season 6 grand final. But then they got double bracket reset by Cloud9. Would that team have broken up earlier? Would we have then seen one of these?
That's where I entered the chat and everything changed.
Oh, you were a season 5,
yeah,
season 6?
I'm a season 6 girly. Vegas was my first LAN.
Have you seen the season 5 sort of final game?
I haven't.
Do you know what happened in season 5
No,
grand final?
No, it's before my time. I don't need to know what happened before then.
Have you sort of seen it in
look to
full?
the future.
Because it's such an interesting game of Rocket League in its own right, even to watch
Honestly,
back.
I need to rewatch that. But I'm sure at like some point in time, I had people sit me down and say, "We're gonna watch this together."
Exactly.
But
I think where the mistake, because you're talking about season 6, but even in season 5, you know, Justin gets his 0-second goal, which everyone talks about, the greatest goal in Rocket League history. They lose the overtime.
Yeah, but no one talks
There's
Rocket
a
League history
pattern of
would be
this.
better. Maybe arguably NRG win that overtime, and the goal is even more impressive because they go on to win. So
Is it also in
Fireburner and Garrett.
Justin's rookie season too?
how many matches has this happened where there's like this super iconic OT goal and then the team goes on to lose?
Not many. Not many at all.
Because we've got 2.
Yeah, true. But yeah, I think that's definitely one of those moments where, like you say, it's that domino effect of what's going to happen. And I've got a play that's similar to that.
Okay,
I've been ready for this
I've been
so
waiting.
long. This better be good.
Cast your minds back to San Diego. It's a major, happens at a DreamHack, great event. I was there, it was wonderful. And it was in the grand final. It was FaZe Clan versus Carmine Corps. On the backboard. And I don't think it wasn't an overtime, there's like 10 seconds left or so. It just gets hit generally towards the backboard, and first killer goes, "I'll have." And just hits it straight back into the middle and goes down. And I can't remember who scored it, maybe Itachi, I think it might have been Itachi.
I think it was Itachi.
He just gets it, just hits it in, because both his other teammates, FaZe Clan teammates, they've already gone off. First killer, then he's just like, I've just thrown away this. That was his first major grand final, FaZe Clan's first major grand final. It was Casey's first major win.
Yeah.
So many things happened from that moment.
It was Itachi who scored it, but in the after movie, it said Vatira scored. I remember that being a point of controversy. Cross wires
Mistake
happened there.
number 4.
Exactly.
The editor for that after movie.
Whoever edited that after movie.
But I remember that moment, because I think there was always that such defining point in First Killer's career where he is 4th killer, always got to the semi-finals, never made it to the finals. Suddenly, we're in North America, it's another land in NA, gets to the final, is this the moment? And then he is the one, and I hope he's not near here and he's not listening to this, but he's the one that then, I think, went straight into the ceiling, went straight into the ceiling to try to get it clear, straight back down, Itachi taps it in, 10 seconds left, Casey win the final. That is a huge blunder from one of the game's greatest players.
I'm trying to think if there's one that tops out low key.
That's a good one.
That is a
very
really good one. Because I feel like the 4 we've had so far, and I'm counting that production mistake.
You're gonna call out RLCS production. This is great, we can do that here. That's true.
What would be like
There's a
the
kickoff.
all-time?
There's kickoffs.
Oh, SSG's
going backwards
kickoff.
instead of going forwards instead of backwards. That was.
Well, that's happened with Alpha multiple times.
Is that the one I'm
Alpha's
thinking
done that.
of?
Or you're thinking of the London Major 2022 when it was SSG versus Moist. 10 seconds left, SSG, they've got the lead, and then they go for the kickoff, and then there was in the bad rotation back, like you say, the half flip, then trending up pitch instead of going back towards the net, and then I think it may be Rise, or whoever it was on Moist at that time, they just dribble it in, get the goal, they then secure it, and it was just, that was another huge moment. Last series of the day as well, it was like 11 p.m. at night.
I'd put that one not so high up our list because I think that was more holding your nerve from Moist, and there was a mistake in the kickoff. There was a mistake.
Moist went on to win the entire LAN.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm
Against
saying,
the Falcons.
I'd praise Moist there. I'd still put it in the list, but I'd be more about praising Moist. Well, all right. Maybe
That's
I'm
a
being
bigger
too
mistake
nice.
than putting Vatira instead of Itachi in the
Hey,
after
no,
movie.
we are calling out the after movie. Was it you that edited it? Yeah, there he is. There he is.
Yeah, I think I'd put the kickoff in there. The
Okay.
SSG kickoff. Would you?
Where would we rank what we've said so far? We've had, the
What have we had? The after movie.
after movie, the
movie.
Moist first
Fireburner.
killer, Fireburner, and then the Yukio takeout.
I would put, I think, the first killer one as my number 1.
As your number 1.
I think because when you were talking about mistakes, that's the one that immediately came to my head. There's been mistakes since then, but that's the one where I just think, because there was so much leading up to it, right? That I'd put that near the top.
I've got actually a couple of wild cards that just sprung to mind.
Oh.
You mentioned overtimes in season 8, and you mentioned the best ever overtime between who was it, Dignitas and Vitality.
yeah.
There was also the worst ever overtime, which everyone said, "Oh my god, it's so amazing," but it wasn't.
It was just long,
By
but
the
it wasn't
way.
good.
But it wasn't good. I know.
Renegades versus what they're called, Veloce. Renegades versus Veloce.
It was boring.
We were about 17 minutes in, clean rotations. No one wanted to score the goal.
No one went past the halfway line. They just kept hitting it back towards
But
each
it ended
other.
well.
Yes.
It ended well because OCE Siki, I believe it was.
Yeah.
He saw his own goal. He saw the ball. He thought, I could put that ball in that goal. Scores it.
He tries to
Scores an
pinch
own
it
goal.
off and just absolutely creams it under the crossbar. And yeah, ends the worst overtime we have
I
seen.
remember
So that was a fun one. That was a good one.
Can we just count that entire series as a mistake?
Get a lap. Just
dumb.
wheel him off the stage halfway
Yeah,
through.
exactly.
Yeah, y'all are gone.
all
on
Yeah,
that
we're
one.
done. You're both out.
Another more of a fun one, probably not like a serious one.
All right, last one.
But okay, yeah, last one. So Team Vitality, end of last season, they're winning it all, stomping everyone, saying best player in the world. Wow, he can do things no one else can do. He also scored a very famous own goal. Didn't change anything.
Oh.
They still went on to win. Do you remember Zen's credit? It was on Utopia.
Yes, yeah.
And he just scores a very silly own goal.
Oh, is that when he just like
He tried. I think he tried to flick it onto the crossbar, and he didn't catch the flick right, and he just bobbed it in. And everyone was like, "What are you doing, Zen?"
Then they won
Didn't
the
change
series.
anything.
I'll one-up you on a
yeah.
Zen mistake.
Okay.
Getting rid of the perm.
Yes.
He lost
His
all
haircut.
his aura.
Yeah.
That's very
Off
true.
that, all right?
That's number one.
That's number one.
number one. I
Okay,
think it should
there,
be.
we have it. We've got our number one. Zen lost his aura.
Zen
At the
having
end
a
of the day,
haircut.
Zen
Dead
getting
on.
a haircut was worse than anything in Rocket League history you could possibly do wrong. Thank you both so much for hanging out with me, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us here. We got more coming up right after this. Hi everyone, welcome back to the Esports World Cup featuring Rocket League. My name is Hercules and we've got another game for you guys. We're gonna be playing Who Is It About? And with Space Station Gaming, I've got LJ, Hoxer, and Chicago with me here on like the couch. And guys, if you don't know what we're doing, we went on the Rocket League subreddit, picked out a couple comments for them to try and guess what these comments are about, or I guess who they're about. And you guys, your job is, well, to decipher who they're about. And you guys are going up against each other, so this is not team effort. Okay, we're gonna get into our first one here. Comment number one. My dude over here winning regionals this season while celebrating his 86th birthday. Absolute legend.
Okay, we're playing.
old that wins?
We're playing to win.
We're playing, okay.
Yeah. I'm going sweaty.
I'm not playing to win.
I don't even want to look here at answers because I know they're wrong.
My
right.
answer's stupid.
Answers locked in.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna start with Chicago.
Tour
Floor
sauce.
sauce.
Oh, that's right, I think.
I got a good answer.
Okay, let's see yours.
All right, so I went my teammate Chicago.
Okay.
He's low-key a little old. Get on the
Dang.
Unk side.
Okay.
Well, that's an
I was
edited
waiting
photo
for
then.
Unk to come out in that sentence. That's how young you are.
I went with MM, which is Monkey Moon. I wasn't gonna write that whole name because that's just kind of long. So,
That's
but
a
yeah,
good
that's
one.
definitely not right.
All right, do we have it? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, no, that-
Yeah, you might be.
Dude, you
might
are
be winning.
sweaty.
I'm actually like
He like
that.
straight
was
up
an
like
elite answer.
whispered to himself earlier. He was like, I'm actually planning to like sweat now. All right,
trying
comment
to-
number two. Bro is the level 50 character after completing a starter mission.
I think he's just like, someone's just doing too much. I don't know.
This one might stump
See,
Chicago.
yeah, I guess I'm too old because I don't know what this means.
Are we all locked?
Yeah, I'm locked.
All right, we'll go this way. LJ?
All right. I did Daniel because maybe
Okay.
like talking about how he just winning a lot, and I don't know. Yeah, that's what I came up with that.
Works.
Okay, I went with Zen just because people glaze him a lot and he deserves it. But I mean, this is just insane. This guy needs to chill. I'm all 50 character, like, bro, come on, we get it. Like, he's good, all right? But yeah, that's my answer.
Chicago.
I also put Daniel. I think LJ copied me because, as he said, I guess I'm really old, so I guess I'm very wise.
All right, let's see. Seiko.
Okay, that was.
Okay.
I felt like that one was kind of like a throw for a loop.
Yeah, that
one.
one.
All right, comment number three. Let's go. I think I underrated blank. I said he wouldn't do as good as the guys on Gen.G or G2, but if he keeps up this form, blank could be a strong team.
Light work.
Chicago called it easy, light work. LJ's still racking his brain. Hoxer's doing what he's done the last two rounds, throwing names on a board, hoping it sticks.
I wouldn't. Yeah, no, your answer's troll.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's fine.
We're gonna start with Hawkster this time.
Okay, ignore the handwriting, but yeah, I think it's Chicago.
Interesting handwriting. I don't know
uh,
if I can ignore that.
I said Hawkster. I think we're all on the same page, except
Except Jay, who
I did myself.
yeah, someone's a little bit more
Just wanted to
selfish,
be
I guess.
Included.
well, like no,
Someone like
it's stupid.
thinks pretty high.
Okay.
Because-
It was LJ.
Okay, well,
I'll play to win.
I
I'm
think
playing to win.
yeah, we.
Yeah, I think you actually are.
We.
Well, not Hawkster.
We. Hawkster's here. I'm not an SSG fan, but I hope blank proves the negative
just-
comments here wrong.
I don't think we need to write it down, to be honest. Oh wait, no wait, it's a year ago. This is
This
ancient.
is this is old.
Wait,
No, this is silly. Okay, no, I already know what
No,
it is.
I like the context clues. Look at you.
No, like it's a year ago. Come on.
That's a speedy locked-in answer for Hawkster. LJ next.
Okay, just like
Chicago third.
it's me.
Me?
It's definitely me.
I went
It's
Hawks.
a year ago. It's just
yeah, the year ago
All
kind of gave it
right,
away.
answer.
yeah, it's me. It's when I first joined SSG. Everyone basically thought we like sucked. So
Oh, guess what? We proved him wrong.
Comment number 5. Better mechanically, more successful. Better positionally, more flexible. Superior mentality, more consistent. So yes, he's an upgrade in every single way. All right, let's start with LJ.
All right, I put first killer.
Okay. It's not a bad show.
Since it was like 9 months ago, I was thinking it was talking about Gen.G and replacing Nolan.
Honestly, valid.
honestly, the same reason, but for calm. But
Fair.
I think some of that's not correct.
All right, Kago.
I put myself because like when I saw that, I mean like everything better mechanically, yeah, me. More successful, yeah, me. Positionally, flexible, mentality, it's just me.
That's just all you.
That's just all me.
They're totally talking
That's
about.
what people
I don't know
know me
why
about.
you didn't say it
Wow.
confidently. It is you.
No, that's my fault. That's my fault.
I mean, what did I say?
My bad.
I mean, I just know ball. I know myself. And I told you I'd take the lead.
Wait,
Yeah, 3-1.
3-1-2. Okay. All right, comment number 6, coming down to the wire. For those who wants my opinion, I think blank is better because every team he's been on has been better with him on it than without. All right.
Oh.
We're all locked in?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start over here.
I picked first killer just because he's kind of known for I don't know, maybe carrying his teams and every team after it kind of crashes. So again, could be everybody, but I'm confident with first killer.
That's a pretty solid answer. Oxford?
Yeah,
FK?
FK. 'Cause
Okay.
pretty much the same reason, but I mean, I have a dad, so yeah.
I also went first killer.
All right, so you're either all right or all wrong.
I think we're all right, maybe.
You might be all right.
Oh, okay.
Fair answer.
See,
No,
that works.
That's a fair answer.
Yeah, that works.
That is a fair answer. All right.
I'm kidding.
And
Oh, that's the end. All right. Who was our winner? I think it was
It was not me.
Chicago.
Chicago won.
You won?
so do
How
I
many
get money
points
or?
You got 4, I think.
I got 3.
3?
Yeah.
I think me and
That's a
LJ are
win
the
in
real
my
winners.
book. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for playing with me and with the rest of the team. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We got this. Straight line from here all the way.
Wait, is that the boost?
We don't need boost. We've got 80.
I'm going for it. It's too shiny.
No!
They've gone boost over ball. This is our chance.
Wait, where's Jorby gone?
Don't worry about it. He fell off ages ago. Just charge.
All right, here we go. Hold on.
Well, it's finally arrived, the ball. Stumpy hit it for once. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports World Cup Championship Sunday. We had 21 games across 8 separate weeks, over $60 million, and it's all come down to this final day. Here on this show, we'll be covering Rocket League, and I am going to be your host, Leafx, for one final day, one final action-packed Rocket League. Whatever's going on here. Celebration, that's the word.
Excellent. See, we know what's going on here.
And I do have Achieves and Herc to join me to start the day off. Thank you guys for joining me. Good catch.
Thank you. It was an excellent throw. I'm glad to be here. What a show it's been so far, but at long last. The main course has arrived, the semifinals, and I'm looking forward to it. I said I want the players to get some sleep last night before the show so they could come in rested and ready to go. Now I get to see it.
I did not do that.
I was on the post show.
I was at the end. I was hanging out with all the players at the Esports Awards.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I heard that you were hanging out and had a wonderful time. Why don't we take a look? We got on camera.
Hi everybody, it's Hercules, and I'm here at the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, and we're actually on the boulevard right now, and there's so many fun things and games to go and explore. So I actually wanted to invite some of my friends. We got SSG and Power to come and hang out with me, and we're gonna...
Sorry, they declined. They couldn't come on. Sorry.
Okay. I just got word that everybody actually doesn't want to come and hang out with me, and they're just gonna go somewhere else. But I still want to go and see everything, so I guess we can still go. We're just gonna go by ourselves, I guess. Hercules again, and as you can see, it's not that hard and lonely to have fun by yourself sometimes. Yeah, this is me signing off. I'll see you guys next time. I hope. So fun fact, I thought the SSG and Power thing was a joke. They actually did turn me down. And I found out at the end.
Oh no, Herc. Hey, you know what? We'll hang out with you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's why we're here.
But for about 15 more minutes and then you're gone. Okay?
That's all I get.
Anyways, we do have to move on. We've had so much fun this week, but it does get serious from here on out. One of those serious things is the extra 20 mil on the line for the club championships. Let's take a look.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the club championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup club champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Hello everybody, Quick Shot here, the host of EWC Central. It's Championship Sunday for Rocket League, and as we're closing out the Esports World Cup for 2024 with the final 3 games in our arenas, let's take a moment to check in which positions are still up for grabs in the club rankings in this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC. Now, of course, yesterday the quarterfinals all concluded, leaving us with only 4 teams in the Rocket League semi-finals. All 4 teams have secured at least 2 top 8 finishes and are all eligible for the club championship. Now, of course, Gen.G has the worst spot of the respective 4 because they're currently sitting at 335 points only. The threshold for top 16 sits at 395 points. So a finals appearance would put Gen.G into the top 16 and onto my fancy graphic. You'll see that in just a second, because the remaining 3 teams, they are finding themselves already on the overall top 16. Team Falcons have mathematically secured the club championship and are only playing for more points, more fun, and more prize money from the respective titles. Meanwhile, G2 needs a finals appearance to actually make it into my top 5. Finally, Team BDS has been making waves in their second game title participation. They're already converting their 1,000 points from the Rainbow Six win into a share of that $20 million prize money, and with a finals appearance, BDS would tie T1 in 3rd place at 1,600 points. If you'd like to be kept up to date on the overall club championship, as well as the remaining games that are taking place here at the Esports World Cup, make sure to tune in to EWC Central today from 3 till 7 at twitch.tv/EWC with the closing ceremony pre-show kicking off straight after our show. That does it from me, your host, Quick Shot, and this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
Thank you so much, Quick Shot. Honestly, making my job so much easier. Just quick reiteration of what he said. You see it, Team Falcons, we got here, and they were already locked in at number 1. G2, they're still in the tournament here. Maybe not for long, who knows? They can get as high as 2nd if they had gotten 1st in RL and R1, so their journey's still going. Gen.G as high as 8th. He said they need to break the top 16 by getting into grand finals, but if they win, they can get as high as 8th there. And then, of course, one of the teams that we saw down at the bottom, Vitality, now achieves knockdown.
Best shot, but couldn't quite get it done against a surprise, Gen.G. What a show it was yesterday, and that ended their run here.
And there's our tournament format that we had throughout this week leading up to our final 8 teams. Now, our final 4. The groups was fun and all, but it's serious business now, Herc.
Oh yeah, this is hardcore stuff right now. Twitter's been going nuts. The whole online world is in chaos at the fact that so many crazy teams are out now. I mean, I say crazy teams are out now, and then I have to see the sad tweets from SSG being like, it's the same thing again. But I do want to say the Vitality going out. I came off the red carpet. I saw it was a 4-0, and I was like, wow.
Yeah. It was not an easy 4-0. Seems like had to do some work for it.
EU is washed.
Yes.
That's what we're saying now. $500,000 on the line today for these guys. $200,000 for first place. You know these teams are vying for that spot there because that's a good chunk of change to be putting into your pocket. It's not the only thing you get, though. You get to crush keys, and you get to have a trophy with crushed keys in it. Let's take a look at how that all works.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
And as we said, it's down to 4 teams. BDS and Gen.G up first, Falcons at G2 later. Which one are you guys looking forward to?
I think for me personally, the Gen.G BDS match, I was very impressed with how Gen.G played Vitality yesterday. It was a bold strategy, paid off big. They've got an early lead. It was a playmaker's game. They made the wins, and I want to see them do it versus BDS.
Herc, which one?
It's sub-season. Nas, he has made it this far. I want to see the peak. I want to see the end of the story, and I think taking down the Falcons with a sub is actually the craziest thing you could possibly do.
Fair enough, but we're not important enough. We don't get to pick the actual match of the day. That's CJ's job.
The final day of action is about to begin here inside the Kitty Arena. This place is about to be packed. It's about to be pumping. And we've got our final match of the day. Obviously, only 4 teams remain. But our Jamil Motorsport match of the day, guys, it's going to have to be G2 taking on Falcons. It's obviously the rematch from the previous London Major. They're jumping straight into it with a best of 7. Obviously, we know what G2 did in that matchup. But, boy, Falcons with this home crowd advantage, I think it's going to be real tight.
And we have one match that we can watch at a time. We can't watch both at the same time. So let's take a look at our next upcoming match here. Of course, I believe it was the one that you said you were looking forward to the most, and CJ's will be later.
Well, he'll have to wait because I get to go first since I'm on the show right now. So tough, CJ. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this match. I think BDS has a lot to prove, and Gen.G has a lot to stay consistent with.
Right.
It was a playmaker's ball game yesterday when they were playing even, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I do believe the players are arriving. Let's take a look at the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals as they roll in here, getting ready for Championship Sunday. Herc, BDS rolling in, looking, you know, kind of just nonchalant, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like they enter every match pretty nonchalant, and then you see every emotion on earth on Monkey Moon's face throughout the series. So good luck to them. I am very excited, though, to see hopefully a comeback or a rise. But yes, like we've said a million times, Gen.G is pretty intense challenge.
Casio versus Chrome as well. Chrome, I'm wondering how much impact Chrome had on the kickoff game as well for Gen.G.
Oh, probably massive, to be honest.
It's what I want to see, you know. BDS definitely, I think, a little more familiar with the kickoff game overall, just because I think the first exposure really came in that European scene. So that's an interesting battle I'm looking forward to.
BDS versus Gen.G. It's crazy that BDS is that last hope for the European squad there. It's a team that probably I feel like many of us would have had at the bottom.
I had them kind of high. Like coming in, I put them on the A tier list, I think.
Okay.
S, somewhere up there pretty high.
Okay, well, let's take a deeper dive into the squad then.
Hello, I am Jolly, and I'm a 16 years old Rocket League player for Team BDS. Riyadh is a very, very nice place, and I'm thankful we got an invitation to this tournament. We've prepared multiple months in advance. We've been scrimming 6 days of the week, multiple hours a day. We kind of have like a lot of team building that's going on like outside of the game, and it makes us really good like in the game because we know how to properly like communicate and cooperate with each other in game. It kind of makes us like, it kind of makes it easier to play together. And we're in a group with G2, Limitless, and Power. It's not a bad, I mean, it's around the same as every other group. There's 2 very, very good teams, and there's 2 teams that are kind of like on the lower end. But I mean, every team has its own strengths and weaknesses, so we can't underestimate anyone. It's not a bad group, you know. Could be G2, I guess, because we've lost to them once on LAN before. We've only played them like twice before, but we lost on the most important stage, I guess. So, I mean, we just want to beat them this time, would be nice. It would be my first LAN win, and I mean, it would be very nice to do it in Riyadh, in such a cool place, you know. It'd be memorable. All I'll say is that you can't blame us if we win. I mean, there's no problem if you're rooting for the other teams, but I mean, we're here to take the trophy, and you can't blame us if we do.
Well, we need you guys to get involved in the action too. A couple last times here. It's time for STC Play Audience Fan Vote. So get on to stcplay.gg and vote. We'll look at the results in just a few moments because the match is coming up in about a minute's time. Let's start talking about it. The final moments to get your thoughts out before these two teams hit the field. BDS, Gen.G, how's it going to go?
Appjack, if you are shooting the ball like you were yesterday, I think you're in great shape. And BDS, I hope you've shaped up defensively.
Okay, what are you thinking, Ark?
The battle of consistency. Who is going to be the most consistent team between two very inconsistent teams right now? But yes, same thing. Gen.G, they just look better.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like we're about to commentate or curse it because I might have to go with the Gen.G as well. They were looking good. Championship Sunday at Esports World Cup has arrived. Who's gonna take it? Is it BDS or is it Gen.G? Let's play.
The time is here, the time is now for us to finally dive into some more Rocket League action here at the Esports World Cup 2024. I am Veracity, joined alongside Fancy. Boy, oh boy, I'm kind of sad this is almost the end of the journey.
That's right. I mean, I'm absolutely excited for today, but it is the last day of the Esports World Cup featuring Rocket League. It is the last day of the Esports World Cup 2024 and it's Championship Sunday. So I'm very excited to start the matches and welcome the teams on stage. And for the first match, as you heard the panelists, it is going to be Team BDS. Coming in as second seed from group, they took down Space Station Gaming in a grueling 6-game series. Taking down their next opponent will be their very last step to the grand final.
It seems like the fans are certainly cheering for them, but their opposition for the first semi-final is Gen.G. Coming back way stronger after their London major performance. They managed to successfully take down Team Vitality. And let me tell you now, that was certainly no easy feat, but Jack made it look like it was a walk in the park.
Players, please take your seats and place your keys for the first semi-finals of the Esports World Cup featuring Rocket League. Both these players, or these teams, are under a lot of pressure because they need points for the Esports World Cup Club Championship. Winning this match means 600 points to the Club Championship and $80,000 in the pocket. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the match. So casters, let's get it on.
Fancy, I am standing by, and now we're standing on this match. Corelli, BDS versus Gen.G. And BDS, they had a weak start to the tournament, but they looked strong yesterday against Space Station. But Gen.G, Well, you heard the Chiefs talk about it. Apparently, Jack, he believes in him. And hey, Jack's shooting like that. This is going to be one heck of a match.
Yeah, the comments, talking about Gen.G, they've been up and down. If you talk among the analysts and you see people online as well, you got to give Gen.G some flowers here. I mean, they've been grinding throughout this series, or through this tournament and in their series. Apparently, Jack is one to note. First killer yesterday really showed us some first killer-esque type gameplay.
Yeah.
So for Gen.G, this is a huge matchup. On the other side of things, for BDS, they went through power. That's basically how they got into this bracket. But BDS has been slowly warming up, and beating Space Station in the quarterfinals means something.
Look, it wouldn't be the first time that BDS started slow and then absolutely crushed everybody and just won everything, right? And Monkey Moon just has that energy in him, but he's got quite the compliment. We heard Drawley talking about the team building they've been going through, not just in scrims, but also outside of the game. And Drawley has been such a huge pickup for this team. Yesterday, he was playing insane. He won MVP in that match yesterday against Space Station. Exotic, so quietly consistent with his shooting. Cassio, the coach, getting the boys ready to go. And I mean, BDS, look, when they're at this stage of the tournament, when they're in the semifinals, it doesn't matter how they looked at any day previous. They've gotten to this point, and they're going to bring their best.
And I really like this Drawley pickup from BDS throughout this year, because you need a guy like him that kind of pulls off the offbeat plays. There's a flow to Rocket League, and there's a bit of a handshake between teams. Maybe not Falcons because of the way they play so fast, but there's a bit of a handshake when it comes to the speed of play. And yesterday we saw a lot of fakes coming out from Drawley. There's an expectation that when he gets under the ball into a flip resetting position that he might use it, and he slows the game down, forces defenders into bad challenges, and opens up opportunity for BDS, a guy like Monkey Moon, to clean up plays, right? So I feel like for BDS, they're a team that has been up and down in this tournament, but a guy like Drawley, when the lights are bright, when you're in your semifinals here with a chance at a grand final in a tournament like this is the time for him to show up.
This is where Monkey Moon is always at his best as well, but that guy right there, apparently Jack, had one heck of a series yesterday, and you said it, the first killer-esque gameplay, and that's exactly what Gen.G want. They don't want first killer to have to do all the heavy lifting. Things might not be going well if he is doing all the heavy lifting, but if apparently Jack and Chronic pick it up like they did yesterday, I mean, we're just in for a thriller. Chance to play in the grand finals.
It's a scary proposition to think that when you've got Chronic and apparently Jack giving everything that they did yesterday, to then add into the mix of first killer, Gen.G, a very scary team.
Just like that, the semifinal underway. BDS get first look at the kickoff, and really just a standard kickoff to start out. But the talk, especially when playoffs started, Corelli, is the amount of kickoff strats we've seen. So something we're going to be keeping an eye on in this Gen.G BDS series as well. The first 20 seconds as both teams figuring each other out. Jack, a little tester touch, and he felt that pressure coming from behind him. He lets that one go. Gen.G just trying to control the midfield.
Would love to see a great game out of this man right here, Chronic, finding his space. He's been so sneaky with his touches, especially through the midfield. He's done a great job of beating the first defender oftentimes for Gen.G, opening up and unlocking that space behind them. His first killer almost got through the last man. Gen.G putting on the pressure early.
And we talk about first killer not having to be the guy to do all the heavy lifting on this team, but guess what? He's still going to be lifted, and he will always be a threat down the way. You got to make sure you find a way to shut first killer down on those pushes. He moves fast. He loves to move the ball with pace. I always like to say first killer, it's like he's playing in a bouncy castle. Like, he bounces around the ball. It almost doesn't look like he's controlling the ball, but he always is. It's just the pace that he moves at is so deadly. But right now, it's been tough for either team to get any kind of consistent possession going. You see Exotic and Monkey Moon working well together. Drawley can't even get a free touch. Jack right in the lane.
But that's the setup that I think BDS want to find. Players at the top of the box, attacking with pace towards the net. Drawley was doing so. Gen.G were able to jump in front, and Exotic denied on the goal line.
Love that idea. Exotic always sitting on those underneath threats. His shooting is immaculate. If I want anybody shooting on BDS, I want to give that ball to Exotic. And wait, rule one there in the corner. But nope, they break it. I think that was a gentleman's break. I don't think any one player broke that one there. So don't get angry, chat. Or maybe get angry at both of them if you want, depending. BDS taking some shots.
So there's some fakes coming out from BDS as well. The last man in Gen.G trying to read the shot that was going to attack the goal line. And for BDS, Again, those offbeat plays, the plays that slow down the attack for just a moment, especially when they get defenses in awkward positions, that's where they're at their best. Gen.G broke down for just a second.
Yeah, BDS have done a great job locking Gen.G down. When Gen.G do get the boost, they're off ball. You see him constantly having to dive back. Not a controlling touch from Chronic. First Killer has to dive for it. Wow, great hustle there from First Killer. That was good control from BDS. Again, that's the threat that First Killer presents. Even on low boost, he can catch up to that play. They still can't get through the midfield.
Yeah, but right now, BDS locking in Gen.G. You're seeing a lot of these clears to the BDS corner from Gen.G, and that's a great touch from First Killer to follow up. But it's right back into the hands of Team BDS, who have done a great job of locking in Gen.G.
First Killer gets a free touch. Exotic went to meet him. First Killer saw him the whole way. Reset available off the bar into the net. Jack had it.
That's First Killer doing First Killer things.
Yes, sir.
You got to take it into your own hands sometimes. When you beat that first defender, bad things are going to happen for a defense, and they're lucky First Killer just didn't put that one away. They got a second chance on it with the shot. But for Gen.G, those are the types of plays they're going to look for with First Killer, and he executes perfectly.
Yeah, great work from Gen.G to give First Killer that free touch that forced Exotic to hurry up. He saw First Killer on the ball, and he thought, no, close, close, close. I've seen this before. Unfortunately, you can see it coming, and you still can't stop it. Exotic tried the low 50, threatening it high, but First Killer, he stays right with the ball, doesn't get too far on top of it, and reads it well. Gen.G aren't afraid of BDS, despite the amount of time they've played in the orange half. BDS really controlled the ball well in the first half of this game, but they can't come up with the shot just yet. Trolley, that's the best look they had, Corelli. And the left side of the net was open there. They still find it. Exotic punches through.
Yeah, BDS, I mean, unrelenting pressure here. I feel like Drolley's shot should have just gone into the left side, but good follow-up from BDS. Monkey Moon kept that ball in the mix. That pop is so crucial to find the backboard and allow BDS to crash one more time. That was 3 chances in a row, Jorby, and they convert.
Both teams are looking solid right now. It has been a story this tournament of smackdowns and not really a lot of thriller series. We've had a couple of game 5s in there. No 7-game series in the quarterfinals. Only one game, or only one series went 6 games. The rest were sweeps. And so this is already kind of shaping up to be one battle of attrition for both of these squads. Minute left as both look for the game-leading goal. Gen.G just fine right now on defense, except Monkey Moon just beat one defender, beats 2 defenders,
and
bumped the 3rd defender! Monkey Moon 1v3, BDS with the lead!
He saw First Killer do it, he says, I can do it better. What a great first touch past First Killer. And he's got 2 in front of him, takes it himself with the bump on apparently Jack. That's a lot to calculate when you're in the air. And for Monkey Moon to navigate that perfectly shows why he's world class.
And Monkey Moon feeling like that will be a scary, scary time here for Gen.G. Soft touch from First Killer. Gets him the 50 back to Jack. Monkey Moon lying in wait. BDS, one going back for the corner boosts, but they're set up on the midfield. Trying to push forward on the right side. Great read from Drolley. He knew Chronic wanted to go deep. He saw he had a man downfield. Drolley called him on it and took him out on the play. But great job from Jack stuffing that and not letting BDS run all over them off that 50. Time running out here for Gen.G.
Yeah, it's go time for Gen.G. 10 seconds left, and Chronic, no boost. Lets it go for First Killer. Gen.G, this is the most offense we've seen from them since the beginning of the game, and they've got to score now.
Nice.
The pass over to Chronic, it's denied by Monkey Moon, and this one looking to drop down, but it's over to First Killer. Backboard's found. Apparently Jack needs one more.
Okay.
Gen.G knocking on the door, but denied in game 1.
Send 2 to win game 1. Wow, what an opener. Well, that's tight. You can't say full dominance from one team or the other. 2 really solo efforts to get the ball in the net. One by First Killer, the other by Monkey Moon, that were the 2 difference makers. The First Killer goal, or really apparently Jack goal right here, but First Killer setup.
Right.
But still BDS, they did have more pressure at the start of the game, while they weren't able to convert that. Really solid progressions on the orange.
And it's because of how awkward BDS kept Gen.G. A lot of these plays that you're going to see, well, the context of the game outside of the goals that are being scored for Gen.G, they're having to use up so much of their boost, and their boost are being denied in the corner, that they're relegated to just booming it downfield or the solo play. So if a player catches up with boost, they're just having to attack by themselves because they don't have a lot of support without that boost for the other 2 players. So for Gen.G, they've got to organize themselves defensively a little bit more, control their own boosts. and I think they'll have a little bit better time breaking out. But BDS, they've done great to just break up Gen.G so much that they haven't been able to cohesively move down the field until like what, the last
minute, really.
maybe 40 seconds.
Because like, yeah, you had the first killer breakthrough on the solo effort to get the assist to apparently Jack. But where was that pressure other than outside of that final minute? Jack started to come alive there. So if they can build on that here in game number 2 and split this difference, try to tie up the series, we'll see how they do. He did start to figure things out against that backboard. That BDS defense was stingy. And BDS already start off taking some shots off the kickoff. Exotic pass over to Monkey Moon, free ball, but Exotic had to catch it. Drawley needed time as he went to go steal the corner.
And again, that's a perfect example. I mean, it's the epitome of what I was just talking about, Jorby. Gen.G in disarray on their own goal line. Players on the backboard, low boost, and shot after shot is coming in for Team BDS. And great passing play as well from BDS to break up. And again, just adding an extra beat to the play, and Gen.G can't keep up with it.
Extra touch. Looks like some confusion there between apparently Jack and First Killer about how that play was going to progress. That left Chronic stranded, but great job recovering. First Killer, or Chronic, got that 50 right down into him. And now a quick shot. First Killer makes it too hard.
And First Killer again on the transition, finding BDS in a tough spot. This is just a simple clear to the corner, and Drawley lets it go, and then too late to make the play. I mean, there's nothing sophisticated about this. It's just the quick transition from FK.
Yeah, for First Killer again, man. So often we just see him be able to keep teams in games, sometimes really drag his old teams to victory. He hasn't had to drag Gen.G, but he still so consistently breaks them out of these holds. And BDS had them in one for a bit. Jack through the demo, has a light pop, but Monkey Moon keeps it high and away from the rotation. Gen.G are happy to wait, steals some boost, force BDS to get those clears out. Exotic makes some quick work of it. Went for the bump. Chronic forced to hurry up. Oh, Monkey Moon hit him with the changeup, but couldn't put it on target. He felt First Killer coming behind him, and that hurry up, there were 2 hurry up plays there off ball, Corelli, that prevented the goals from going in.
The house.
Drawley finally makes sure it goes through. Monkey Moon held him in place.
So many moving parts for BDS, and this is why Gen.G struggled to keep up with them. Exotic, he went for the pre-jump and then dove at Chronic. Drawley was the one to actually follow it up. Everyone in BDS involved in the attack, and with one man in isolation for Gen.G, he's toast.
Love how BDS were approaching that. Try to create the space. They're running away. Good, go chase them down. Force them to run away from the ball. Right after Chronic got that mistouch, that was from Exotic, chasing him down, and where that snowball effect started to kill Gen.G. All credit to Exotic, breaking that whole play open for Drawley and Monkey Moon to help finish it off. And Gen.G in a tied game now. Monkey Moon works his way around, and he's looked real solid so far in these first 2 games.
I mean, BDS, it feels like they're prison guards right now, and every once in a while, Gen.G have a prison break down the field in transition, and then BDS put them right back in their place.
Wow.
As that one does find the backboard on the bounce shot, but BDS, a vice grip on the defense of Gen.G right now.
Gen.G trying to break out of the cell. Chronic. Unfortunately, his thieving is only about 40 right now. Can't break out of the midfield, but apparently Jack can't help him out. Free clear for Gen.G. They're going to go hard and fast. Chronic off the wall, fakes the high touch. Monkey Moon wants the hard clear as well, so both teams trying to catch each other out on the quick transition. It might work out for BDS here as Gen.G hurry up in front of the box. Monkey Moon gets a free touch as it lazily rolls down from the corner. Air dribble, wants the bump. Gen.G get another clear.
But it's right back into the hands of BDS. They're clearing from their back line, just trying to relieve pressure with not a lot of intention behind it, Jorby. And you can tell because it's straight to BDS defenders. And despite the boost counts being better for Gen.G, still having to play a lot of defense here. Chronic now trying to show off some individual play. Again, he was the one I pointed out. I feel like you need a big game from Chronic, or a big series from Chronic.
I was going to say, you know, when he goes invisible, that seems to be when Gen.G start to struggle. He has to find a way to break through for Gen.G.
And he doesn't have to be the goal scorer. A lot of times he finds himself in that point man position, just breaking up the defense and harassing the last man in transition. And that's where Gen.G's finding their success right now.
And most times Chronic ends up being the third on Gen.G just by nature of how First Killer and apparently Jack play the game. But maybe taking that advanced position will help him out a little bit, but he hasn't had that much success yet. And Gen.G haven't had a lot of success holding BDS on the blue half. Those 50s, the slow ball. First Killer gets some time to think about how to push forward. First Killer, it's the Vanguard approach, which is lay your spear down in full charge. Apparently Jack lays it up on the trebuchet. Chronic tries to push the rock forward, but the castle walls stand tall for BDS.
A bump on Monkey Moon might open up some space for First Killer. Gen.G, now they slowly corralling this team BDS defense. BDS, everyone's on 0 boost right now. 1 pad for Drawley, 1 pad for Monkey Moon, as they do get the clear. For Gen.G, for a moment, had BDS completely drained. But BDS are able to break out and they attack once more.
The First Killer went up for the cover and option. Ooh, Drawley. He was jumping from a disadvantage there. Apparently Jack in a solid spot. Not really a threatening opportunity there for BDS. Jack is downfield, forces Drawley up early. He couldn't get the touch, but it bounces out for free. First Killer had to respect it. Monkey Moon was in the way. There was no way for him to go in, so no shot for Gen.G.
You have to be so careful not to dive in.
He got caught. He got caught.
He was right in the middle of everything. No man's land now, time ticking down. Gen.G, who have gained some ground in game 2, find themselves tied up. And what's been a defensive series so far for them. Can they keep this one alive? Chronic's going to throw it downfield, and surely Monkey Moon going to kill it.
Yeah, that was just safety, Jack, hoping that you could just get the free touch. Chronic's moving with pace. Yeah, you got a one-on-one, but that was going to be tough to bring down and actually make a good, solid chance of BDS win the kickoff. Drawley making a lot of work. What a touch to get it back to Monkey. Exotic got bumped, but he still made the shot denied. Gen.G come through with the layers, and here comes the counter. Exotic misses it. Chronic not going to get there. Drawley breaks BDS out of a tough one.
And that's, again, another big chance for Gen.G on those transitions. Been so scary. That's a pinch down towards the box. Monkey Moon going to play it slow and back up the wall.
Ooh, beats Jack on 1. Chronic calls him on the 2nd. But BDS, they've had full ownership of Gen.G's corners. Monkey Moon taking another shot. That's going to force Jack away from his boost. Monkey Moon gets that one as well. And they'll start to starve them out, but Jack got the midfield boost. Heavy touch back to Chronic. Chronic underneath to Jack. Jack goes for the bump. And First Killer was too far off the ball. He had no boost. There was no way he could go for the ball.
He just hadn't caught up to the play. It was actually pretty smart to let that one go. But Gen.G and First Killer in particular just couldn't get back up into the play. Apparently Jack and Chronic transitioned so quickly. And we stay tied over a minute of overtime, but Exotic threatening a dangerous ball. Bumps are coming through. The finishing shot off the post. And First Killer to clear it away.
I don't think we could rinse Monkey Moon too hard for that one. That near side of the net was covered. He had to go with pace. He couldn't shoot to the other side. A really good design there from BDS to open up that opportunity. But great job from Gen.G. You did enough with your position
look out.
to prevent it. Oh, First Killer dunks it through off the post. Gen.G tied it up.
You leave a little gap in your defense, and First Killer will find it. Drawley and Monkey Moon in the same spot. And in between Monkey Moon and Exotic was a singular inch of space, and First Killer found it with a light touch. Gen.G back in the series.
Well, First Killer, of course, getting that goal, but very well done as far as the defense goes for Gen.G.
Disciplined.
Great job using each other, faking the go-ahead touches. A couple of times Gen.G did a great job mixing it up. They went for the hard clears downfield for the transition, but then they started mixing it, right? Jack with the short touch, Chronic with the fake out to give it to First Killer. And some of those plays didn't work out, right? First Killer in the midfield with no boost, but they kept finding those chances, and that save right there again, Drawley just behind the play. Then they caught Monkey Moon back around in the corner, almost saved by Drawley. First Killer just too far in the way.
And just to talk about just some differences between the teams that I'm seeing right now, BDS, very coordinated attack. I feel like everyone's contributing evenly. I feel like right now on the Gen.G side, your big catalyst, First Killer, moving downfield. I think Chronic got involved a little bit more as well, but in that transition, and I think where First Killer really thrives because he can catch defenders off guard, people are still rotating back, they're not set. That's where First Killer really likes to live, and boy, he has, in this particular game, in a game that's been defensive for them in game 2, to drag his team here to a victory in that with that type of shot, in that type of moment, is big for them.
Well, BDS, I do think that Monkey Moon in particular has looked very solid. I mean, BDS had control of Gen.G in their own half for a good while in game number 2. But 2 straight overtimes now, Corelli. And are we gonna get that the whole way? I mean,
hope so.
Back and forth on it. BDS have had better offensive pressure, sure, but Gen.G on the counters have made it work. Well, which one's gonna work, or will it start switching up? As Gen.G get a big all clear down to the blue half. Maybe they get the free backboard, taking it back to apparently Jack to the top shelf. Beautiful save and a beautiful clear.
And I think for BDS, they're going to have to switch it up a little bit. Gen.G becoming a bit smarter defensively, and they're not getting locked in as much. BDS, that coordinated lockdown type of attack, they might need to speed up a little bit, then slow down, mix up their attack a little bit more to throw off that Gen.G defense.
So funny, First Killer gets that reset, and you think, okay, now BDS get the clear right now. First Killer's like, how about I just pinch it away back to my team? And then we go again, but Monkey Moon gets the free ball. The shot denied, a little awkward for Gen.G. Drolly trying to buy time. Jack actually gets the ball. Exotic went the whole way back. He gave it to him. Exotic had boost to contest that ball in the midfield, but they still got it back to Drolly. Beats the first defender out, but is forced to go wide. There was no hole for him to punch through there. Good coverage on the backboard.
Gen.G staying disciplined defensively, despite playing a ton of defense down the demo. And good coverage by BDS, especially anticipating that demo and ensuring that this one gets out. Gen.G, low boost here for First Killer, and a Chronic and apparently Jack now have to deal with Drolly, who's found his way all the way to the backboard with no boost. Means Gen.G can progress downfield.
Well, Monkey Moon bought a little time for Exotic, but BDS aren't getting to that follow-up challenge after the initial 50. First Killer, wow. Nice idea to try to beat Exotic there on the play. Unfortunately, Chronic, that was a tough ball to handle. And Monkey Moon, that shot's just not powerful enough. He had to go vertical, though. It was going to be tough to put power on it.
Yeah, a couple times he's not had enough power on the shot. And he's been in a tough spot. That one's a tough one to get power on if you're not a little bit more behind it. You have to get over the ball. But for BDS, they're fine here. They've done well to keep the offense going, and they want to find that lockdown offense. Again, they're getting some shots off. This time he goes low and secures the first goal.
Now on the back wall, that's a tough place to be as the final defender. Drolly holds that ball, beats Jack, has the flip, and First Killer comes across. All right, I saw First Killer after he jumped. I thought it came from the wall, though. He was on the ground. He knew that shot was coming, but you're playing from a disadvantage after Drolly beats Jack. First Killer playing underneath him, and it's going to be tough to make that save. Great shot.
So BDS jump into the lead once again. And for First Killer, eyes on him for the offense.
First Killer's given him a couple of different looks on the 50s. That last one that he tried where he faked it forward, pushed it back. Really got to keep your camera on a swivel and make sure you know exactly First Killer's doing with that ball, how you're positioning against him. And here's a good win from Exotic. Fakes one. Come on, I mean, maybe
he faked his own teammate too, I think. Yeah. He just took that one across the box. Now the passing plays come out. And Gen.G very strong defensively there. Nobody fooled on that pass. But time slowly ticking down, Jorby, and we're seeing a little bit more possession go over to BDS. It feels like it's only a matter of time till they get their second light shot. Gen.G turn it away once again.
That reset into the heel touch from Drolly earlier, so deceptive. Chronic almost gets caught out. Monkey Moon knows he's starved, chases him down. BDS almost forced to go the whole way back. But where were Gen.G on the midfield challenge? That seemed like the best time to go get it.
A little slow to move downfield for Gen.G. Just can't leave a bouncing ball like that for free for BDS. But here comes Gen.G, passing play. Chronic finds the backboard, but Monkey Moon, great clear and read. And BDS right in the driver's seat. Now it's just Chronic. Low boost. Drolly's going for the dunk. He does find it. Is it an own goal? It is. Monkey Moon will punch it through. And BDS a 2-0 lead.
I can't see First Killer POV here. I'm not sure how exactly he was seeing it, but he's going underneath. He's thinking that ball's going to the right side. He wants to cover right in the center so he can pop it out to the side. And honestly, that 50 probably went in the one spot that he was hoping it wasn't. That's unfortunate for First Killer, but like you said, Chronic, he was uncomfortable. BDS, a quick transition created that discomfort, and Gen.G did not have an answer for it. Now Drolly trying to push it, and he's putting some pain into the Gen.G net.
And that's twice now. In the previous goal, Drolly's just attacking the players. Not necessarily the net with the ball. He's just trying to remove defenders because he knows he doesn't have to score. All he needs to do is break up the defense, especially when they're in transition, and he knows his team will follow up behind him. That time it just goes in.
I mean, the way he goes for that bump too is like he starts the pop, but he never points his nose up. He just starts boosting forward, and Jack has to for a split second be like, is he gonna play it up or do I have to avoid a bump? And he does a good job to try to adjust, but Drolly, when he gets a chance like that in front of the third, it shows you why that kid is special. That one just off the bar. Chronic steals the boost out. This game is feeling like it's under wraps. Gen.G You're hoping for a pick-me-up goal heading into the next game, but this is good pressure. Chronic will get a goal here, but a lot of work to do with 29.
A lot of work, but a decent amount of time, and this is the pressure for Gen.G that they need to find throughout the entirety of the game. This is now 2 games in a row where they come alive late in the game when they're losing. It's fine, but you're not gonna. It's so much more stressful to be playing down for so long, especially in a game where you've played so defensive.
A couple of times just willing to give up the midfield as well when BDS seemed vulnerable, and maybe a product of, you know, going back and looking at it, maybe they didn't have the boost. Maybe they had to pull themselves out of position for a second because they were starved. But honestly, the boost battle hasn't been one-sided. And it may just come down to timing, as it so often does in matchups like these. BDS's defense has been excellent overall, and they will take game number 3, 2-1 overall in the series.
Great game from BDS, and who was the big playmaker in this game? Drawley on those last 2 goals, attacking the net with the ball, but also attacking the last man, ensuring that BDS will have a higher quality chance on the shot. Those are the types of plays that I talked about in the pregame. I think that's the presence that he brings to a game that not a lot of players can bring, and that's why he's on his Team BDS squad. And you're seeing what he can do when he's gotten the rhythm of the game now. I think he's a lot more comfortable, because we didn't see that a lot in Game 1.
Yeah.
But in Games 2 and 3, he's involved a lot more, and here in Game 3, this was a game for Drawley that you can say, this is why he's on Team BDS.
You know, I'm thinking about the Chrome interview yesterday and asking, like, why did it go so well? You guys were smiling, having a great time with the energy, even when early on, or like even when things maybe weren't working initially. And he's like, we never left anything unsaid. But we had just shot over to the Gen.G line, and you saw a lot of flat faces, not a lot of talking from Gen.G, and that's exactly where BDS want them. So Gen.G will call the tactical pause here and take an extra 60 seconds to figure things out and maybe start saying some of those things that have been left unsaid.
And it's tough for Gen.G because a lot of their success has come in the transition, right? On the counterattack. Yeah. And that's not necessarily a bad thing so long as you're generating enough opportunities for that. And a lot of times in these counterattacks, they're coming from missed BDS shots, which is also not something that you want. You don't want to allow that many shots for BDS or for your team to then counter on, because then of course your defense isn't up to par. So for Gen.G, I think the conversation right now is more about how do we transition cleanly with boost and possession and numbers downfield, rather than like, hey, we're having an issue with defense. Because I don't think their defense is necessarily horrible right now. They're playing a lot of it.
It's their offense.
Right.
They can't hold on to the midfield, and too willing to concede on those challenges. But like you said, Drawley has been the big difference maker there. He's broken through the midfield and beyond a lot in the first 3 games. But still, it's been tight despite that. Like Gen.G, that's a slight adjustment, right? If you can find a way to hold the midfield, if you can find a way to support your, because it feels like it's First Killer versus Drawley right now, with the supporting complements behind them.
Right.
You can find a way to enable him on offense and actually put consistent pressure on BDS's defense, you might find a way to get success.
And that's been the big difference, right? Is BDS, as I mentioned before, it feels like as a team, they're creating more chances for each other. Multiple shots in singular attacks downfield. Gen.G hasn't really been able to do that, you know, sans the last 30, 40 seconds of a game.
Yeah.
So let's see. I trust Coach Chrome to figure it out for Gen.G. And that's not a great sight for them. Drawley double tap, drops it down, and the hammer on top of their heads. Team BDS quickly into the lead.
Now First Killer turning back around, confident he can get to that double tap, but Chronic just absolutely diced. Couldn't get to the ball at all. Exotic jumping back, creating an opportunity for Drawley, and Drawley sees First Killer underneath, knows the shot isn't available, come up and beat me to the ball, and First Killer cannot. Apparently Jack on the kickoff, trying to get Gen.G on the right foot. They can't even land on their feet right now. BDS sweeping them out from under the rug.
What a jump from Exotic, confidently attacking that one with pace, and you got to give some credit over to the defense of Gen.G. That's a tough read with how fast that happened for BDS, but here comes Drawley again. Is there follow-up? There is, but First Killer able to clear it away.
This feels like classic BDS. You know, defense, all right, pressure, we get every touch, and we just win the game. That's a championship level Monkey Moon style BDS. No, Chronic gets the touch here. Maybe he can get some pressure or a bump, and that just has not worked. Gen.G have tried the air dribble up, hold the ball high in the air, go for the demo. None of that has worked.
Well, you know, there's a few keys to victory for any game of Rocket League, Jorby, as what you're trying to say there. And it's like control the midfield is step one, right, for Team BDS. Absolute control of the midfield through a few games here. Controlling the opposition's boost. We're seeing a lot of that from BDS. They've done a great job offensively. And for Gen.G, they have not had a lot of options.
Well, first killer, not a bad idea. Pushed forward on the challenge, then went back to get the 50, but it doesn't matter. The
oh my
not
goodness.
There, and that is an absolutely disgusting redirect. Drawley, please. Gen.G may have to take a shower after that one because that was dirty.
Somebody send help. Gen.G.
Redirect. Oh.
I mean, what can you do? It happens so quick. Blink and you miss it. Drawley's there. And it's a great pinch, but I don't know, maybe even better redirect with the pace that one had.
Leaf, if that's not on the top plays, I'm going to be mad at you. Wow.
What a start for BDS. And for Gen.G, shocked in game 4 after a timeout. And they haven't really shown anything different, Jorby. We're not seeing that offense. In fact, right now, we're just seeing defenses being chopped up. Another one to the far post. Drawley again. Hat trick for him, and it's only 2 minutes into the game.
Toss your toppers onto the field. Drawley. Wow. Gen.G can't control the ball at all right now. Every 50 is away. They get the touch, and the last 3 touches Gen.G had, it was touch and run, touch and run. And that is never going to win you a game when you're constantly on the touch and run against BDS. And I mean, there's 3 minutes of gameplay left. But Gen.G's offense has just been completely stuffed. Gen.G 1 goal in the last 8 minutes.
And Gen.G, I mean, I think they've been so used to the methodical attack from Team BDS, and oh my gosh, they're painting the outside of the net. Drawley trying to get a bump on someone. But BDS, they've been so methodical, slow to advance downfield and just kind of covering all the options. And these last 3 goals, no, it's like a snake bite offense. They're in and they're out. And they're scoring. And for Gen.G, I mean, they've generated maybe a couple shots. None on first killer, none on apparently Jack. They need to find that offense. 1 on Chronic.
There we go. Good hold here from Chronic. Where's the support? Jack is playing outside the ball. First killer's playing the clear. He got the catch. But still, nobody was actually playing the win there, and that shows you Gen.G, they don't have any confidence in their rotation or the 50 win right now, but they're getting back to the ball. They just can't command in the blue half. Going back, Chronic losing that touch, and it's stolen away by Monkey Moon. It's like they don't have eyes on every BDS player. Monkey Moon came from behind there. Exotic came from behind at the start of the game to open up the scoring with Drawley. So somebody's dropping their eyes on a player on BDS, and that's why they're not getting there in time. They're letting the ball go. They think they have time, but they don't. There's always a BDS player right there. Somewhere on the blind side, Gen.G have to get their cameras on a swivel. They have to know where all 3 of these BDS players are. If you don't have awareness, I mean, awareness is the first step of the game. And there you go. Great pass over to first killer. Gen.G finally break through.
Yeah, so smart here from Chronic to go the extra touch. Everyone's expecting him to drop this one down, but I think everyone was looking at the ball and didn't know where first killer was. Tough to catch up to that play once Chronic gets a hold of it. And first killer there to knock it home. Gen.G with 1:25 to mount the comeback.
The crowd trying to get Gen.G back into it as well. The Let's Go Gen.G chants breaking out here. The catch for Monkey Moon. Beautiful catch. BDS weren't ready for it. BDS don't have to be ready for it. This is the stage of the game. You don't have to do anything too fancy. You don't have to take too many risks. You go through your sequence, you get the 50, make sure you've got the angles covered off ball, and you're good to go. Gen.G, though, have found a way to hold the ball a little bit more here in the blue half in the final minute. Again, waking up late in the game. But a big clear here for BDS will waste more time on the clock.
BDS have done such a great job in this series to dispossess and harass Gen.G. Really a masterclass in it throughout these 4 games. And they are running out the clock perfectly right now. Gen.G have no answers for the positioning of BDS. And even a clear like this, BDS really shouldn't have too much of an issue with. It's an easy cleanup for Drawley, and time is just melting off the clock.
Chronic, I mean, what was that? Chronic has boost. He's not being chased down. He just gave up the ball. You can't be giving up the ball with 20 seconds left. You need to do something to bring that down, make a guy miss. At BDS, they ain't missing. And time's running out. Unless they have a goal with time left, they ain't getting it. One last try for Chronic. BDS have this series in hand on triple match point in the semifinals. This kid at the center of it, Drawley, getting the job done. Exotic and Monkey Moon following right behind.
What a great game from Drawley and from BDS, and the change of pace in the offense was enough to really throw off the game plan from Gen.G. For BDS, this has been a fantastic series from them. Started methodical, breaking down Gen.G, locking them into their side, but then game 4, explosive plays coming out from Drawley. He's the big catalyst for BDS in changing their pace, and pinches like that just set them up for success.
How many pinch redirects have we seen like that? I think that's
Not
the
too
first
many.
pinch. I think that might be the first pinch redirect, at least, that I've
That's the
personally
cleanest
cast.
one I've seen, for sure.
Super clean. Remember, you know, we were just excited seeing Cooksier pinches in general, and now we're just adding on to them. This is like a Tony Hawk game now. It's crazy. First killer got a goal. Again, near the end of the game, Gen.G, even though they stayed a lot in the blue half, Corelli, it feels a bit like, I don't even remember which game it was yesterday, but getting downfield, it doesn't matter. You can be downfield, you can be in the blue half, but if the ball's constantly in the corner, guess what? You're losing. You're not doing anything on offense. You're getting stuffed. You're getting outplayed. BDS are outplaying Gen.G, front to back right now.
Couldn't say it better myself, Jorby. Couldn't say it better myself. I mean, for Gen.G, they already used their timeout, so
this is it.
Chrome's got to be yapping up there for sure if Gen.G is going to make a change, because like you said, they're on match point, and it's been lackluster from Gen.G.
Where's the creativity? Where's the can
possession?
opener? First killer's been quiet, and just no one able to do anything productive with the ball. I mean, credit to BDS. We talk about their work.
Did he just do it again? He did it again.
You know, Drawley, he's the EU first killer, or maybe first killer the NA Drawley. I think he's starting to get one up over him here, but oh man.
I mean, he's just running all over him.
Well, Chronic took such a wide angle there. How are you not respecting Drawley there? Why was he so aggressive on that challenge when you know he's on it, boosting around it? I thought that was a terrible angle. What's going on here?
Yeah, for Gen.G, I mean, that you can't allow that one to go in. I mean, he beat everyone with a simple air dribble. He didn't do anything else.
Like, how's that going in? I just don't understand what's happening to him right now.
Yeah, Gen.G certainly falling apart. And for BDS, I mean, they have been at the same level throughout every single game.
Well, ooh, great touch there from apparently Jack, and now, okay. In the first minute, Gen.G get a goal, a rare spot here, but a great setup from First Killer initially. Jack comes across, they get 2 to bite. Nobody's looking at First Killer anymore. Everyone looked at Jack defending the shot, and that's all Gen.G needed.
And that's a great touch from apparently Jack there to find First Killer, and for Gen.G, they're gonna need more of that. You were venting your frustrations there, Jorby, with Gen.G as this, whoa, First Killer doesn't get it. Nobody gets contact on it. Drawley has a tap in for Team BDS, but what a shot coming out from Monkey Moon, a surgical positioning from him. And for BDS, again, I mean, this is just, for Gen.G, right as they get one back, BDS right back on top of them.
I mean, they lost the kickoff, lost the touch. Drawley can do no wrong right now. And First Killer, I mean, Monkey Moon with that initial touch, but off the pass as well. Chronic, good hold, reset. Jumping forward, BDS sent 2 again. First Killer with the bump from Jack. It's a slow roller. Whoa. And Gen.G slowly getting back into the game.
And that's good from Gen.G. They got everyone to jump. That was technically a triple commit, even though Monkey Moon, I think, was just trying to get back down to the ground, but he got punted out of the way. And that let that one trickle in for Gen.G. All tied up in game 5 when we're barely a minute in.
4 goals, definitely one of our higher scoring games in the series. Well, let's see, Gen.G now. You've gotten a couple of solid goals. You were able to force BDS out on the orange and actually put some decent pressure on. Some good soft touches. BDS, though, not really perfect on defense. 2 double commits that opened up that space. So you got 4 eyes on 1 car. And, oh, wow, I think, did that bump back into him? I don't know if he got the follow-up touch.
Challenge.
The demo doesn't work out. The challenge back to First Killer. And like you said, Jack, setting that up nicely.
Great work from Chronic, the last man to deny both those. And even getting demoed for it. And then apparently Jack dunking this one downfield. Fantastic work from him. And again, on the transition, Jorby, that's where Gen.G's finding their success.
And you said it, Chronic, getting those demos, getting more productive off the ball, where he just hasn't had that much production. And they need all 3 clicking right now. That one catched. I don't know if I have to say the same for BDS right now with the way Drawley's playing, because He's had a couple of great tries, really on his own. Some nice support, first killer underneath. Let's see how Gen.G set this one up. Some testers, good catch from Jack. That's what you really want. You want them to hold on to that ball. Ball security wasn't great earlier in the series, but a huge bump from Drolly. And BDS, they're cutting you about 30 different ways right now.
Yeah, simple as you like. And Gen.G's attack just too low for popping that ball up. Chronic wanted to get involved, but Drolly said no way. And Exotic, a free goal at that point. And BDS now finding Gen.G in the transition and putting that one away for the equalizer.
That one I'm not going to blame Chronic for, because your first and second man completely lost. And if you sat there, guess what? Drolly's going to bump you anyway. And wow. First killer got that on the back corner of his car. Doesn't matter though. Gen.G have to find a way out. Good follow-up there from Chronic. I was a little sus on the first touch. Thought that was going to win right back to BDS, but he made it work, and now he set Gen.G up here on offense. Jack, turn and tail on the challenge. Chronic gets slightly bumped off the play, but that might work out. Unfortunately, Gen.G couldn't get set enough for that high touch. I like the idea here from Gen.G, start clearing out the fields and slicing the weeds out of the orange half so they can break out downfield. First killer has to work hard here from the corner.
Gen.G are trying to set up their offense, but they just keep missing crucial touches to keep possession, and a light shot from Exotic. Well, it means that Drolly gets to go off the ceiling, I suppose, and this one dropping down in front of the net. Still, look how many opportunities that BDS are able to generate. Dangerous ones that trickle down in front of the net or across it. And Gen.G in a frenzy to get this one out.
Oh, great challenge from Exotic. He was third man there. You had two players from Gen.G going quick on the transition. He opts to take the challenge, jumping from behind the third. Surely would have been a Gen.G goal. And Exotic makes the right call on the aggressive challenge. Drolly's under some pressure, just gets to the read. First killer went for the quick one, and he definitely had it locked in. So some tight ones for Gen.G. They're getting some good pressure. They're getting some decent opportunities. But this is the BDS defense they have to contend with. First killer opting for control, going quick up the wall. He's got the BDS defense still to contend with, and goes up high. BDS are willing to meet him at the punch. They're not going to wait for first killer to come by. They're going to go and meet him at the mouth.
There's a quality clear from Gen.G, but right back the other way goes BDS. They can do it too. And a call out from Drolly, knew exactly where the defense was going. Nobody's back, and Exotic trying to find a player to pass to, but the defense finally gets home for Gen.G as Drolly faking everyone on that. BDS having to ramp back up.
Drolly truly is thinking 2 steps ahead of everyone else on the pitch right now. That's not even the second time he's gotten a touch like that, where you have to really have a premonition about where that's going. Monkey Moon, though, with a good touch downfield. Beats the first man. Gen.G are happy for that, though. And I'm happy that Monkey Moon gets the boost. Another touch out. Monkey Moon dives from across. That's what stealing the corner boost lets you do. You get to cut. You get to keep control. You get to drop it down for Exotic. Drolly off the wall. Exotic's just going to plant his nose in the box. Monkey Moon, top shelf denied. Jack has the save, but they need more than that. As BDS look for the game-leading goal, look for the match-winning goal. Exotic across. Got the dunk. Gen.G are getting stuffed right now, and there seems to be no way out of the trash compactor. Drolly across, looking for it. Monkey Moon, it was all a fake, but no shot was good enough to put it through.
And that was like a full minute of attack for BDS. And they weren't able to break through. Now this one's going to find the backboard for free. Exotic's there and denied by Chronic. This one pinches awkwardly across him, and Gen.G right back into the blender.
Well, talk about twists and turns. And Gen.G happy that they aren't the smoothie. However, they might be looking a little pulpy as BDS. They could smell blood right there. Gen.G just get back in time. Drolly, couple last touches, starting to fall a little flat. Gen.G just need to stabilize. They get a great touch down the way. Awkward for Drolly, just gets the touch out. First killer gets the boost. Out of the midfield, Jack needs something. He's gonna leave the play for a second as Chronic will take it. Jack's got boost and the shot. With a little bit of space. Chronic has to play quick, though. BDS have told you, we aren't going to wait. We're going to go. Monkey Moon did so, but Exotic has to get back. BDS have been on the defensive, on their back wheels for this whole minute of OT, and they get the low 50. They're starting to change the speed, and they finally get Gen.G back on the orange half.
Oh, a welcome pinch for Gen.G. BDS were looking to set back up, and BDS are now throwing the ball downfield. Gen.G would do well to find this one in possession and then carry it out, but BDS are able to get a couple dunks. Apparently Jack not out of it yet. Gen.G, they've been finding more and more of that offense. And I think it's just because they've been able to get their own boosts on their own side to break out with some pace. And now BDS forced to play some defense.
Oh, Drolly. Luckily, he had Exotic there, but that's not what they needed. That gives Gen.G an opportunity in. Chronic stays on the wall for the 50. Jack got slightly bumped out, but he'll steal the boost out. Gen.G, or BDS, all 3 on 0 boost. Everyone's on small pad duty, and Exotic with 24. That's all he needs to get up there and clear them out. That's such a huge clear for BDS. Everybody was starved, and now everyone gets to refuel. BDS break out of a tight one, and here comes Exotic, but a quick challenge forces Drolly to play.
Great challenge from First Killer. There's a demo, I believe it was on Chronic, and he's still getting harassed off the spawn. Here comes the shot. Monkey Moon. Chronic able to turn it away, and Gen.G on the transition. Scary here for BDS. Low boost for the defenders, and they make a clear.
They're feeling the panic. Another double commit from BDS, and Monkey Moon gets bumped off the play. Chronic 1. Chronic reset. Chronic 3.
Oh no.
What a fourth. No, it's too long. Monkey Moon is going to get in front of you eventually.
Lots of time here for First Killer. He picks Chronic.
What a touch. He's starting to wake up.
Gen.G showing their offense, flexing their muscle a little bit more in a series where they have been backed up. BDS have looked the better offensive team, no doubt. And Gen.G trying to stay alive.
First Killer tried to get that to Jack. It still works out. Jack stays with it. Exotic was ready for any mistouch that came his way. Now Jack goes underneath 1, and Monkey Moon gets the challenge. Not really much that Chronic could do. He was coming with pace across, too far on the side of the ball. Jack, great first touch, sizes it up, trying to shade what he's trying to do. First Killer too late to the play. We're just trying to squeeze BDS, not necessarily trying to force that in front of the box, just trying to starve them out again. But despite the starvation, BDS do not care. They're on the 7-day fast. They can keep going as long as they want. 3 minutes of OT. Gen.G have had them on the ropes, but BDS full tight roping it here with the acrobatics and finding ways to break out. That shot on target denied by First Killer.
I mean, both teams have had each other on the ropes. I think BDS certainly have put Gen.G's back against the wall more than Gen.G has returned the favor, as that one goes well wide. But Gen.G are finding more and more opportunities, Jorby. They're controlling the midfield a lot more. They've shut down Drolly, that's for sure. Hasn't really been involved too much, but now again, throwing a couple fakes and buying himself some extra space.
But it's still good for Chronic to go there. You have to force them to go in a lane. You can't keep all the lanes open for too long. So get that challenge. Chronic with the touch, but Gen.G needed boost. They had to get back. Chronic's going to need some time as well. Well, he actually got that midfield boost. First Killer misses the ball, though. That's an uncomfortable situation for Chronic. He's able to make the challenge. Monkey Moon has Drolly bumping players underneath, but the Gen.G layers hold firm. Jack trying to stick with it. BDS slowing it down. Jack, quick attack. 1 to beat. In the air. Got the bump! Apparently, Jack down the field. It ain't over just yet after 4 minutes of OT.
What a challenge from First Killer. And look how fast apparently Jack gets up and reads this play and then has the wherewithal to know the last man's there and bumps him out of the way. Apparently, Jack, a crucial goal to keep Gen.G alive.
Could this be where it turns? Back and forth the whole game. Gen.G opened up the scoring in this game. BDS really not that much worse than they've been playing this whole series, Corelli. Maybe a couple of sus moments on defense, but nothing they couldn't cover. Nothing that they couldn't recover from. And even when Gen.G had them completely starved out, they were still able to work their way through. Gen.G had to muscle their way through this. It's like old school wrestling with these two. And the grappling has been switching both ways. Who's gonna get him in the rear naked choke?
And for Gen.G, this was another game where, listen, a lot of disciplined defense coming out from them. If you're having to play a lot of defense, a lot of times we'll say, well, listen, you're not doing well. And frankly, BDS definitely looked better in most of this game with their offense, but Gen.G are able to squeak out some of these wins, and they're high quality wins. With all the defense that they're playing on that transition, Gen.G has been the most deadly, and that's why they've earned their second win in this series, and they're still alive.
I thought Chronic had a much better game 4, or game 5, excuse me, where he was struggling. He was coughing up the ball in those earlier games, and you just can't do that against this team. The ball security has been so much better from him, and he's not the one scoring, but he is the one holding the ball, creating more opportunities.
You're looking for impact. That's what you want out of Chronic. Whatever way that comes, Gen.G are happy.
Gen.G trying to increase the smile. Let's see if they can keep it going. Apparently Jack with the demo, giving Chronic a bit of space, but that's a heavy touch. He'll work his way around the First Killer. Low 50, back to Jack. Right, left side, cannot hit it. Exotic down the field. He wins the boost on the up, but First Killer doesn't care. He's got Jack going down, and Jack,
wow, what a recovery.
That bump. Well, yeah, like you said.
From Monkey Moon there. He really went up with a wild aerial and somehow still came up with a touch. I think apparently Jack got the call out that Monkey Moon kind of flubbed. And then Monkey Moon still stayed with the play. And the BDS backed up here in the first 40 seconds. Not how this series has gone.
Not at all. Chronic couldn't go get that midfield boost, had to play the ball, and that's a hard redirect from Drawley. Rebound in, Exotic opens the score.
And with that much space, BDS are gonna find the bumps. They're gonna attack those last players physically. And for First Killer and apparently Jack, they're trying to make the play. Apparently Jack, even if he got the read, I think Monkey Moon would have crushed him on the in and out save there. So for BDS, a quality goal. And they're up 1-0.
That's a tough place to play defense when both you have to go in the net and First Killer can't get a clear out to the corner, and you just hope you can come out for the squishy save. That is probably the worst part of defense you don't want to be playing. Let's see what they got. Jack going hard, sees the backboard, has the net! BDS, a rare whiff on the backboard, and Gen.G sneak through.
Yeah, simple as that. You got to make the touch on the backboard. It's Exotic, and I think he ran out of boost going up for that, which meant he was going to be late, and apparently Jack, he's good enough to put it away. A double tap like that feels routine, and we're all tied up.
You know, as the Chiefs loves to say, sometimes just send it, baby, and see if they make the play.
That sounds like a Chiefs.
It does. You know how many times he said that to me? During our games. It's like, just send it. I don't ever hit it. But here's Gen.G. They've been hitting them. Apparently Jack gonna pull out. BDS on top of it. Ooh, not the aerial they want. They see First Killer there. Like you said, First Killer. He steals the ball away. BDS try the quick attack downfield. First Killer reads it all day.
Look at that first touch from First Killer into the ceiling to himself with the flip reset. And he got a little help from the last man of BDS, I'll say that. But highly mechanical from First Killer to use the bottom of his car to get a flip reset and pass to himself off the ceiling.
Just an average Tuesday goal for First Killer. Exotic holding that ball. Gen.G not going to let their player in net be too uncomfortable. Try to take away that ball from underneath. Let that guy who's sitting back uncomfortable, give him the clear angle so you can go bim bam and slam that ball into the net. Gen.G looking so much better in the back half of this series. Currently in the lead and able to hold on to that ball. BDS still have solid threats down the field, but Corelli, notably Drawley, silent in the last two games.
Well, even with Gen.G finding some confidence and the offense, BDS still look great. I mean, offensively, they're getting less offensive output, but it was so high before that they can afford to do so. Certainly still getting quality attacks off against the Gen.G defense. But Gen.G certainly looking better offensively here in this series, and that's scary for BDS. You don't want to let Gen.G gain that confidence going into the final game if they were to win.
BDS have been held here in the blue half. Drawley can't go, getting harassed on the back line. Yeah, Monkey Moon, easy clear for him. Maybe start tripping up this Gen.G rotation. They get a demo. Gen.G will have to buy some time. Exotic scoops the ball away from Jack. First Killer on the corner. Chronic will take the first lead, though. A stuff on the 50. Monkey Moon. Whoa! And good recovery there from First Killer, but man, I wouldn't have seen that coming either.
2 minutes left on the clock, and BDS letting this one kind of get away from them with the long-range shots high and above the net. That's a quality shot from BDS there, but Gen.G ready for it. And Gen.G looking for some cushion with 1:45 on the clock. Looking to find that game 7.
Well, Chronic got forced up the wall by Drawley, but he had full boost, so stealing that corner isn't going to be valuable enough for Drawley on this push. He will get the midfield, though. Exotic chases him down, and First Killer, good job supporting apparently Jack there. Seeing he was in trouble, you come right in to cut onto the ball. You force BDS to really work for the effort, and just like that, Gen.G get the clear.
And BDS certainly finding more confidence here in the last 30 seconds or so, pushing Gen.G back, long range, clear, and pass over to Exotic. He let it go. Gen.G have to be careful. BDS unlocking Drawley once again off the backboard. One more will do. BDS find their equalizer.
Yep, there it is. BDS hold the ball here. Drawley's got all the options. He's just gonna let it go. Ball flies away. Monkey Moon makes it too hard, and Chronic, it's all about timing there. And just like Jack hitting it too hard for Exotic, to hit the read off the backboard. It's too hard for Chronic to get to. Just a tad too slow.
All tied up, knotted at 2. 1 minute on the clock. BDS trying to shut down Gen.G, and they might do it here. Monkey Moon just under the crossbar, and they're into the lead.
They double up on the kickoff, and Drawley sets it up. He fakes the reset and just kicks Chronic out of the play entirely. The shot still has to be great. You had 2 Gen.G defenders covering the net, and he hits an absolute heater to the top shelf. That's the type of Monkey Moon you want to see here in the semifinals. But Gen.G, they got time, and they ain't quitting just yet. First killer, the touchdown. BDS get the clear out. Chronic sitting back. Jack going forward. No boost for First Killer in the midfield, but he gets to go back and get that boost. Monkey Moon keeps First Killer locked down in the midfield. Gen.G struggling to get control of it. Chronic got the boost, but he lost the ball. Jack says, here, try again. Chronic just sends it, and it's sent away by Drawley. Back over to Exotic. Monkey Moon has to chase this down. A couple last tries here, Corelli, for Gen.G.
Need to get down the field if you're Gen.G. Less than 20. And BDS looking to lock him down right here. Keep them in their corner. Harass them as much as you can. Dispossess at any moment to deny Gen.G the carry downfield, and they're doing just so.
Apparently Jack again off the ceiling. Too light of a touch. Double commit from Gen.G. There's no time left. Jack has to make some magic happen, and there it might be. First Killer across. Chronic has to chase it. He got the pop up against the ceiling. Exotic was ready, but Jack gets a free touch. He's got boost to work with. Wants the bump. First Killer on the catch. Chronic coming through. It's down on the ground. BDS to the grand final.
BDS controlled this game from start to finish, and even though some of these games got away from them, they're able to close it out in dominating fashion. BDS ramping up into the grand finals.
Absolutely clinical performance from all 3 players. Drawley had an insane series, but Exotic and Monkey Moon, the back half of that was the MVP for me. When you have to take the shot, when you have to make it work. Look, we've seen Monkey Moon in those situations. Crossbar, crossbar. No, top shelf this time. And what's the result in a tight game? BDS get it. Multiple overtimes, Cassio and company, excellent work. And the more things change, the more they stay the same. Monkey Moon in the grand finals.
Monkey Moon in the grand finals, but I have to give some credit to Drawley as well. He really ignited BDS when they started to flounder a little bit, when they flatlined, a little shock to the system individually, and BDS seemed to get stronger and stronger after that moment. And even though Drawley went a little quiet, big pickup from Exotic and Monkey Moon to keep the offense going and eventually close out this series.
Really thought it was a solid tournament overall from Gen.G. Just took them too long to get going in this series. BDS get it done. They're gonna get to crush Gen.G's key. But I wanna hear from Cassio. I wanna hear from BDS. How are they feeling? I'm sure they're feeling great.
Cassio, oh my goodness, congratulations on the victory for you and the boys. I want to ask you first and foremost, you know, taking down Gen.G wasn't necessarily an easy feat. They beat Vitality 4-0 yesterday. Were you guys worried about that at all heading into today's game?
We were not specifically worried, but the fact they made a 4 win against Vitality meant they went in a grand tournament. So we need like to higher up our standard, and I think we did. So.
You absolutely did. But heading into this tournament, BDS as a whole, the team, were looking a little bit shaky, to say the least. But this team synergy we've seen there, creating lots of opportunities for one another as well. Yourself as a coach, how have you helped the boys facilitate this?
Mainly, we had like really bad days because of a little bit of bad training. It was like really bad that there weren't like any specific stuff in the gameplay, like everything was a bit to change. The main thing was like mainly to make the boys like feel confident, be happy with each other, and like have a mentality team game. So that was the focus we did, and then just with that, then we were able to play really great and trust each other.
Well, it definitely showed in the gameplay that we've just seen there. You're going to be in the grand finals now. Who do you think you're going to face? Is it going to be G2 or is it going to be Falcons?
I'll probably say Falcons. I think they're really great. G2... G2 as well is a really good team, but they are playing with Nas, so I think it's going to be a bit too much for them against Falcon.
Well, you know what, Jack, I want to give you props. Jack, come over here. Round of applause for Jack, please. key's going to be Crash. Commiserations, Jack. I'm going to let you go. Join your team, and we'll see you in the grand finals. Back over to the studio.
There it is, a win from BDS. EU not washed as they shut down Gen.G. Hark, weren't you guys wrong?
Hey, whoa, chill, chill. I was a BDS picker throughout this entire time. That's the one time I went against them.
Good
For
job.
good reasoning, I feel like I would have started the chain reaction of the death curse. Oh, wow, that pinch.
It was a great one.
It was a great one.
And I should have known better as well. I should have known it's Championship Sunday, Monkey Moon. He's been here for too long. I should have known it. Just needed to get the engine turned over and revved up. But yeah, BDS absolutely came to play, set the tone early, and Gen.G just dug themselves too deep a hole too soon to really give themselves enough wiggle room to get out of it.
Yeah, for BDS now, they got to keep that heat going forward, though, at Chiefs. You know, it doesn't get easier. The other opponents they may end up facing in that grand finals are no slouches.
Yeah, G2 and Falcons, two teams that not many people should be looking forward to play. But look at the shot differential. That is an insane number of shots. That's, what, 60 shots for Team BDS over, what, 6 games? We've seen so many teams average around 9-10 shots a game, and they're looking good. And more importantly, the differential just boxing in Gen.G.
Yeah, this is actually crazy stats, I'm not going to lie. Especially...
No, you can keep talking.
Oh, it's me?
I'm just letting you know he's about to talk.
Okay, listen, I'll be honest, nobody wants to hear me talk.
No, you're good.
He's got a tablet. Let's see what he's got.
Okay, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Take the
So you want to know, her?
Yeah.
How do we box in a team like Gen.G, stop them from getting such a huge differential in shots? Let's take a look at what BDS did to set the tone early. We all know to attack in Rocket League, you have to be able to stay on the attack, create extra opportunities. It's about key blocks in the midfield. How do we set that up? Let's take a look. First things first, first killer comes around the corner, and the first thing to note, Exotics line up the sidewall. He's going high. He wants to stop first killer from taking anything up the side, starting some type of air dribble. He is pre-committing to going up and coming from on top and creating leverage to stop first killer from getting out. So that's already great. Now the next second ingredient, Monkey Moon coming out of the middle, he's going to cover this whole area. So if Exotic has all of this, Monkey Moon has all of that. They want to make sure that first killer has to work through this cup of defense, and it's going to be so tough for him to find a pass lane because Monkey Moon will cut in. It's going to be tough to go over the top because Exotic's going to challenge him. If he goes around the back, they'll just let Drawley cycle back from deep, and if they get through, hey, you get through, you made a big play. But they don't. Exotic makes a great 50. Here comes Monkey Moon, and now the press is in full swing. Apparently, Jack gets forced backwards. Exotic is continuing that momentum out of the side down into the middle. First killer tracing back, but he's late. Everybody's colliding here for Gen.G. Drawley is just parked somewhere back here in the midfield, just waiting, saying, hey, if something comes my way, I'm going to take it. He's just surveying the advantage of position for the offense. A lot of people are going to say this shot should be in. That's okay. What's more important is that if it goes into the top, perfect. But you don't want to let apparently Jack clear this ball. If it goes off the wall, that's all right. That's perfectly okay. The attack is still roaring. Here comes Exotic, still waiting, forcing them to make a play. And Gen.G could not find a way through the midfield line early on in this series. BDS crushing the mental game early, and they got so passive. And yes, they started to battle back, but it took them way too long to figure it out. So great defense out of the middle for BDS.
Lovely. Well, now it's time for our Sony MVP player of the match. And Chiefs, I feel like it could have been anybody at this point.
It really could have been. I mean, Monkey Moon was turning up at the end of this series. Drawley and Exotic both had great shows early on, but ultimately I decided, yes, I swung the hammer here. Said, I want Exotic. He had a great series overall.
I did pressure you.
Yeah, there was a bit of pressure and a little conversation going on. Yes, I know a lot of you are like, yeah, Drawley, it should have been you. Drawley's gotten 2 MVPs already, guys, okay? Spotlight needs to be shared around the field, and honestly, it's a valid MVP.
Yeah, I think honestly it was a good point there. Corelli was mentioning it too. I mean, Drawley was hot at the beginning, but later on it was Monkey Moon and Exotic that picked it up. So between the two of them, could have been either one of them, but Exotic, just ignore the own goal he had. It was a tough shot from first killer in the first place, but Exotic, honestly, it was nice to see him working. This whole squad is a squad that needs to work together, and there were questions around it. So Herc, Exotic, looking good on this one alongside Monkey Moon.
Oh yeah, he looks incredible. I mean, before the series had started, I had said this series is a battle of who's going to be the most consistent. Yesterday we saw Gen.G not nearing a peak, but they looked insane with the 4-0 win. So obviously coming into this, you think they're going to win, but no, it's the GOATs, Monkey Moon. He takes the key of his opponents, places it in, and wow. Key crush. It's key crush time.
Does it stay intact?
What's your chant?
That's what I want to know.
Does it stay intact?
Yeah, the last one didn't stay intact.
Oh wait, did one completely?
Yeah, one completely shattered. Sath, you totally broke a key
Honestly,
yesterday.
that's a valid G2 thing to happen. if somebody was going to actually annihilate a key,
Just be
it would
careful.
be them. Look at them.
That's all I'm saying.
But he's in there. He's ready. He's like, okay, let's go.
Wait, can I do it now? Can I do it?
The power
Time.
Was it him the other day? Yeah, there it is. There it is. The arms on hips, dad
Arms on
pose.
the hip, yeah.
The dad crush.
The dad crush.
And there it
let's
is,
go.
gone out of the tournament. Gen.G's key has been eliminated. No longer intact. Well, it is intact. It's just not the right shape.
What keys do you think BDS wants to put in their trophy if they win it all?
For
Do they just pick all NA teams just because it'd be funny?
you could put the Chiefs for the memes.
Be like, yeah, I know y'all be gentlemen, but thank you very much.
But yeah, no, look at the head shake.
He's like, yeah,
Oh,
nice
wow,
crush, nice
oh,
crush. Good stuff. I like the whole team getting involved in that one. That was wonderful. But of course, again, it is over. BDS will be moving on to the grand finals. We do have another match to get to before we know who else is facing off against them. And to send us to break, CJ's got our exit interview.
Here we are with Abjack from Gen.G, obviously after a tough loss there to BDS. Looks like he kind of found a bit in Game 5, but just couldn't quite keep going on after that.
Yeah, we just started off slow, you know, there's not much else to say, and they obviously played fantastic, you know, props to them. But yeah, just a slow start to the series, and it cost us, unfortunately.
Bit of an up and down tournament, great win against Vitality, and still got a top 4. You proud of your performances here at the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, I think as a team, it's obviously like our probably best result on LAN. It's kind of what we expect from ourselves, though. It's just not quite happened this season yet. But so I'm glad we had it, the top 4, but obviously looking to go further than that. Obviously, we've got one more season, one more tournament of the season left, so hopefully we can perform there and yeah, fix some mistakes that we've had in that series.
Yeah, Texas to look forward to now. You guys will be boot camping for that, or what's your prep going to be?
Yeah, boot camp. Yeah, we're boot camping for a few days and just getting ready that way. Lots of scrims, lots of practice, lots of playing, and yeah, we'll be definitely ready.
And lastly, say anything for your friends, family, supporters back at home?
Of course, thank you guys all for the support, family, of course, all our friends and our fans of the team. It's genuinely, we can't say thank you enough. Always do, and you guys just, yeah, it's incredible the amount of support you guys give us, especially here in Saudi. The support from the crowd, incredible. So thank you guys.
Awesome, mate. All the best at Worlds. Cheers.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Here with Sathu, coach of G2, coming up to a massive series semi-final, obviously against Falcons. But before we get into that, just quickly, major champs, and now you're through to a Champ Sunday with a sub. What do you attribute that success to?
I mean, one, NASA's just disgusting. He's individually amazing. That's why we got him. And then two, I'm very confident in how we play, like our play style. And I think we can assimilate really talented players into it without too much stress.
So how do you do that? Is it more just let him do his thing or playing around him? How do you kind of integrate a new player?
No, we tell him we want him to play like how we play. So I make a clip package for him. I made a short one for him. That's how good he is. He's just very, very talented and very intuitive in his game. So I made just a couple clips and he's picked it up really well.
So how much practice, like scrims, have you had coming into this tournament?
When we arrived Monday? We did one online. But it was just like a SSG. He was on 100 ping. It went well, but just when we got here pretty much is when we really started. And I was doing the clip package in the airport, so I sent him that on Discord.
Hardest working coach in the biz. All right, let's jump into this semi-final then. You're playing Falcons. There's a lot of talk, obviously the home crowd advantage. Yep. Firstly, just in the match itself, how do you go into a matchup against Falcons, obviously playing them in the grand final of the major as well?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We have experience doing this. We did it in London. Crowd's against us. Crowd was against us there. Crowd's against us here. That's no issue. It's making sure NASA's good, making sure the other two are good. We talked about a couple nuances to our play style that, to play against them, that we'll have to really focus in on. But it's nothing different from what we've been doing.
And then during the game, momentum's a big thing. When the crowd's going, what do you do as a coach to, I guess, keep the boys locked in? Do you do anything at all?
I can't say what I say on stage, but, it's I make sure we're confident. I make sure we're probably pretty disrespectful in comms, so yeah.
Awesome. Well, best of luck in the semi-final. Cheers. Cheers.
Nothing's gonna
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's CJ's match of the day as we have the Falcons rolling in. It'll be G2 on the other side. This is a doozy. I have Johnny and James joining me. James, this is a match we've all been looking forward to.
Oh, certainly. This is G2, you know, with a little bit of an adjustment. They got Nas instead of Beast Mode. Still an incredible team. Lots of people putting them as a major contender, even with that sub. And they've been living up to that. They have been looking very good.
Well, that's very true.
They just look unreal. I mean, they're the true dark horse of the competition. We've got 3 regions left, EU, NA, MENA, and a little bit of Morocco thrown in there as well. I mean, I'm excited. This is the match of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, go to stcplay.gg. Get your vote in for this. The match is coming in just a few seconds here. No predictions for anyone. We just want actions. It's Falcons facing off against G2.
About you, Fancy, and I don't know about everybody at home, and I don't know about everybody here, but I love me some Rocket League, Fancy. And we've got our next semi-final coming on up.
Absolutely. The first grand finalists have been locked already, and the next one is underway. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the long-awaited rematch of the London Major Grand Final. So let's not keep anyone waiting, and let's welcome our semi-finalists on stage, starting with our hometown heroes, Team Falcons. The boys in green have been flying high and proud ever since MENA was added to the pro circuit. Runner-ups in London. Today, they look for revenge, surrounded by their people, bathing in their cheers.
Oh, I do not envy their opposition though, Fancy, because it is G2 Esports. Taking down our grand finalist BDS just 2 days ago, but with a home crowd hurdle still waiting before them. Can they keep up their win streak and show us all their own spin of what it means to go beast mode, baby?
Players, please place your keys and take to your seats as we head on for our second semi-finals. The crowd is going wild, and so far we've crushed 13 keys and we got 2 more to go. BDS is waiting in the grand final, and it takes 2 to tango at the final. So please, casters, take it away.
The London Major Grand Final rematch here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, EWC 2024. Truly could not have a greater matchup to face off against one of Europe's best.
I mean, the last time these two teams played, it was G2 Esports that had a slightly different lineup that ended up taking 4 games in a row to win the London Major by 4 games to 1. But the crowd was very different back then, and I think it's fair to say, based on what we've just seen, they will be rooting for their hometown heroes.
Yeah, you know what, I reckon all the cheers for one side and then all the boos for the other side does give us that kind of indication where every single person that I've seen here, I'm sure, has either been rooting for Falcons, Twisted Minds, or somebody that's not a direct opposition to either of their favorite teams. But when you look at the Falcons, they've got such a strong cultural impact here.
They do. They are beloved by pretty much everyone from Saudi Arabia, and it's easy to see why. They have already won the Champions Cup here in Esports World Cup, but now they want to take that final trophy. You can see it there. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
And Falcons, to me, they've been the best performing team that I've seen. They've looked the best.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even when you look back, not even just at this competition, they excelled at the London Major most recently, just a couple months ago. They actually beat G2 in a sweep, 3-0 in the Swiss stage, and the only team they lost to the entire weekend was G2. They had their star man, Beast Mode, on the squad at that point, and this time Falcons have stayed the same. I think, Cole, would you agree with me, where the first time that we saw Falcons play here at EWC, we were all like, yeah, they're probably gonna win.
Something about them just seems to be the final evolved version of themselves. They seem so composed, and they control pretty much every situation. Teams have barely done them damage on the way to being here. In fact, they haven't lost a game yet. 3-0 against EXO Esports, 3-0 against Gen.G.
Wow.
and then finally 4-0, the most impressive result of all against Furious. So there is a world, it's unlikely from this point, but there is a world where they win this entire event unbeaten, and I'm not sure there's precedent for that in the world of Rocket League.
Certainly not in games. Obviously, we'd have teams that go unbeaten in series, Super 3 in the Swiss, whatever else, but in games, on an international level, no, I don't think that would have ever happened. But for match number 1, the Falcons, as Fancy was saying, flying high through this competition so far, facing off against G2 Stride. What I would say is quite clearly their toughest competition yet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, G2, they were the London Major winners for a reason. They've reached every single grand final on offer this season, both regionally and at LANs as well, coming second the first time around and first the second time around. But they do have that sub. Beast Mode is out, Nas is in, and he's been performing admirably, but ultimately, and I don't mean this as an insult, he's not yet as good a player as Beast Mode. It is ultimately a downgrade, right? I mean, so how do they compare against Falcons?
Beast Mode's the best player in the world.
Exactly.
Nobody does, yeah, I agree. Like, realistically, Nas has done, I would say, has excelled more than I expected him to. He came through as a team that repeatedly made those top 8s, wasn't able to even make semi-finals domestically, and now here he is in a semi-final already with G2, outperforming himself on his first international LAN. Nas has been a spectacular player, a super sub of the highest caliber. And Rocket League has a little bit of a thing for super subs, but game number 1 kicking off on the most electric semi-finals you're going to be seeing today.
It's going to be an absolute just brilliant series that we are in line from here. I'm just checking as well, and G2, they haven't dropped a game either. 3-0 against Limitless, 3-0 against Team BDS, and then finally they beat Chiefs 4-0 late last night. So neither of these teams have conceded a game up to this point.
The unstoppable object versus the immovable force kick off in game number 1, but with 30 seconds gone, we're seeing Falcons take a decent amount of attacks towards the opposition net. Daniel trying to attempt the double with killers on the backboard. And I think what we've seen previously in the competition is Falcons taking a lot of offensive liberties. They might not be always, the most connected team, or at least, they're not being absolutely perfect Rocket League, but they are being dominant Rocket League, and a demo is going to open up that back line.
Utterly fearless, our Team Falcons, and, of course they have the twinergy. Ruas and Killers, identical twins, have been together forever, both as teammates and, of course, in real life. And that counts for a lot, but Ruas has to do some early defending here. He's always solid on the goal line. One of the best defenders in the world is Ruas. Maybe because he sits so close to his monitor, surely it helps. TRK takes the early shot, it's good to the backboard. Nas is up, and Nas has to be solid here. I mean, he hasn't tasted any adversity for G2 Esports.
I mean, so far, the caliber of teams that have come up against, ultimately they've earned their spot here, but Limitless, BDS is now in the grand final. That is the biggest statement at 3-0. They only let in a single goal. They nearly perfect swept BDS, in fact. So that is a phenomenal standing for them. And then in the quarterfinals, it was Chiefs who somehow, we still don't really know, smashed their way through Gentlemates twice to make it there. I think Falcons have had a harder journey a little bit, but pretty even, especially when you consider the number that BDS have put up.
There's a save there from Nas in the corner. He carries on going forwards as well. He gets the bump, and that's first blood for G2.
Yeah, 2 minutes through is Daniel taking goal number 1. An assist from Nas as well, who goes away from the ball, bumps Killers off it as well. And Daniel can just sneak in, get that low shot down. Falcons chasing, just 2 minutes in.
TRK looking pretty frustrated, despite only 1 goal going in. They have both, of course, conceded. Neither of them have been that perfect throughout this event. That would be impossible. Stomach sends it wide, so G2 Esports showing that even with Nas here instead of Beast Mode up against Team Falcons, they're still not here to be wilting on that big stage, to be letting themselves just be smashed about by Team Falcons. I don't think anybody expected that would be the case. And Atomic and Daniel, even without Beast Mode, I mean, they're a duo to write home about.
Yeah, I mean, they've clearly elevated Nas as well, making sure that he's feeling comfortable in that team. It's not just a case of individual skill, and I saw Stax tweet about this as well. Like, it's not just about individual skill. We've seen how teams can have all that, but then they just don't work together. That's clearly the case with M80. They have supported him through this competition so far. Sathu obviously being instrumental in his comfort too.
Nas gets that one back towards the Team Falcons goal line, but there's 3 players there defending, so good patience being shown here by Falcons despite losing. Still a couple of minutes left, so No panic just yet, even if G2 get the next goal. Let's put in that corner, and it is G2 looking a little bit more likely at the moment until TRK takes a touch. Killer's underneath him. Ruas surging forward, grabbing that 100 boost on the side. Means he can come in here, try and tee up his twin, but Nas and Daniel, the two of them, squeeze that ball away. And now here is Nas. What does he bring to the table instead of beast mode in these late tournament situations, in the semi-finals, potentially in the grand finals? Beast mode was the player they'd looked to before. That was shot on target. It's TRK for Falcons.
Tell you what, he has whipped that near post too. Ruas for the setup. Control from TRK. Then the immediate shot. Daniel thought he was passing to Ruas, who positions himself as decoy essentially. That near post barely left open. A bull's width for the ball to sneak through. And drawn up level with 100 seconds left.
It's rare to see Daniel get so shocked by a quick strike, and that's exactly what TRK there with his pace of recoveries. Team Falcons, potentially the quickest team in the world, utterly rapid, just shocking G2 Esports there. Atomic, he goes to the backboard. Nas is coming in, this is the real chance. He's got it over though, and no one's following up. That was an opportunity.
Yeah, Ruas was grounded as well. Made sure that he just needed to stay away from the man on that back line. Or rather on the backboard that was trying to block him away, trying to send him out the sky. We now hit 1 minute remaining. Killers on the floor, about a ground pitch from Nas near target. He's going to threaten Ruas somewhat, who now has to work his way back. A little bit of patience, a little bit of time for Falcons in their own half.
Good boost steal and a demo as well. Nas has been taken out the equation. Atomic gets to the backboard. Daniel and Ruas with the 50-50. TRK, does he stay forward or head back? He does head back. Letting Killers in. It's Team Falcons beginning to up the impetus. Ruas up against Daniel. Daniel gets into the back wall. Ruas can clear. Falcons looking the likelier.
A full court dribble though for Ruas. Not onto the reset, but Atomic pops it high. Killers for the double. 1-2 down. Actually skims it a little bit too far away from the net.
There's a chance now. Ruas has a pass in the center for TRK. Instead he just lets it drop. He shoots it again. TRK's pace. You can't match it.
That is the lowest double tap I've ever seen, and G2 clearly surprised by it. Takes it low, and then the second, Daniel doesn't leave the wall. The needle has been threaded, and Falcons on to continue their unbeaten streak.
They lost the last 4 games to G2 in London. They may well win this one. Ruas, his kickoff is okay, but it does fall to Atomic. He has boost to play with, and he has a pinch potentially, but Ruas clears it. 13 seconds left. G2 first have to get this ball, then they have to score. Job 1 done. What can they do now?
Chance though, as Killers just keeps that pressure going. TRK now the next man in, a long shot or a long clear. Killers now to have it touch the floor, tries to fake it out. Ruas comes in. Near target, floor is to be found, but still up in the air.
Atomic just lets it drop, and Team Falcons do take game 1. They remain undefeated in games in this tournament. G2 concede their first. It was close though, Stumpy, but Falcons, they just had that star power from TRK.
And we look at also the history between these two teams. If Falcons can take this, they will then be level 2-all in series wins. They've only played each other in 1 best-of-7 previously, and that was the most recent one in the grand finals, 4-1 in favor of G2 there. So Falcons wanting to level it up a little bit, or even it up a little bit. That shot,
unbelievable.
The speed of which, and the angle of which as well. And then you see TRK just do it all over again.
Both of his shots had 2 defenders to weave their way through. And both times he managed to get that ball on the one specific trajectory and pace that would find its way between both of them. Just pure instinct there from TRK as well, of course, as the muscle memory that helps that ball head its way towards the goal. So it's Falcons that take game 1. They have been at this stage twice of these tournaments in Saudi Arabia. First time around going down in the semi-finals to a reverse sweep. Second time around losing in the grand finals. Could this be their tournament, and could this be their second finals in a row?
It would be such a statement to do at EWC as well. We saw previously in year 1 of Gamers 8, we keep mentioning it, Furia reverse swept them. They didn't have the ice, of course, a completely different roster to what they are now. They did not have the ice then. Certainly looking like they've got the chance to make it this time around.
And one of the duos that defeated Falcons last time around was Daniel playing today, and Beast Mode, of course, not playing today. So the team on the other side have history in this event as well, or the previous branding of this event. Atomic, he shoots early. Ruas gets the save. I was going to go as far as Daniel and Nas, so some early pressure here for G2. They have control of the midfield. Can Team Falcons escape? TRK's low on boost, so's Ruas. A pass here could be deadly. It is. Daniel shoots it. And again, the finish isn't quite there from G2.
Ruas wanted to try and keep the control away, but Atomic now finding one teammate on target, saved away. Smoke screen now, all of us. Standing now in the back corner, wanting to try and make sure the Falcons have no semblance of getting together, and a Rule 2, or a Rule 1, whatever you want to call it, in the corner between
Rule
Killers
2,
and
mate.
Daniel.
Stick with it. Let the people hate. It's Rule 2. We know it. So we now have a 2v2. Ruas, and I'm not actually sure who is there with him. It's Ruas and TRK.
That's a scary 2v2.
So far, the best performing, or so far, TRK, in my opinion, is the best performing player. Let's see how he fares in this 2v2. This is like a return to the old format.
This is wonderful.
TRK gets it into the corner, has a chance to shoot yet again, gets the flip reset, and almost gets the bump as well. Ruas is coming in. Have Falcons overcommitted? No, of course they haven't. Their recovery is as fast as anyone's in the world. Nas gets the flip reset, sends it goalwards, but it's saved again.
And you know what? We just see Atomic skirting around Daniel, making sure that he doesn't hit him. Doesn't want to break that. That is valid, though, if they want to break it that way. But both teams very clearly locked in for the 2v2 here.
Ruas goes long. TRK fancied that ball for a second, but Atomic didn't let him have it. Atomic missed that boost on the first attempt to grab it, so had to swing by again and get hold of it. Eventually, he does get the boost and the ball, but he's used a lot of it to do not very much, maybe just to escape Ruas, who isn't letting him get a split second on the ball. TRK goes for a flip reset, but won't be able to do too much with it. Nas up against TRK. Nas to the side, Ruas here. Around the corner. So far for me, it's Falcons looking more likely. And what an angle that is.
Yeah, we're seeing Killers and Daniel stick to it. 2v2, such a different game mode. TRK now air dribbling it, trying to go for the dunk, calling two defenders into question just how well they can do. But Daniel and Nas, or rather Atomic and Nas, two of the best players in the world right now. But of course, it's their sub. Not necessarily knowing how each other plays 2v2.
Oh, the ball hits the Rule 2ers. Nasir up against Ruas. If this one goes to overtime 0-0, I feel like they should just play it 2v2. That would be the decent thing to do, but...
Now, 1v1's next, mate.
That's a good idea, yeah. Overtime is 1v1. Who would that be? Ruas certainly on one side. And who's left in the 2v2 for... Yeah, probably Nas, wouldn't it? Ruas versus Nas. Their names rhyme. How do they fare against each other? We may well find out in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Nas into the center. Here comes Ruas up against Atomic. Can he get the doink? He could have got the doink. So hits it with the nose of his car.
And he was attempting to get the bump there on the defender. Try and get it through for TRK. Just have a nice open net. Because so far, the defense for G2, they have been under pressure the entire time. TRK whips him. 1-2. A hook shot over the top. Calls Atomic in. That's going to be Ruas to take a shot. As he fakes it, goes low, the double tap, Ruas can turn. It is in, and the 2v2 going the way of the Falcons.
And look at this fake right here from Ruas. Completely takes Atomic out the game. Nas was somewhat unfortunate. The save he made bounced back off TRK. And Ruas, who was still underneath there, was able to turn it around. And now we have reinforcements. Killers and Daniel are back to get involved in the fight.
It's going to feel weird now, having three players.
Too many people, too many players in my opinion.
Yeah, get rid of them, go back to ones.
Atomic goes long. TRK just gets it back towards Atomic. Daniel's coming in. Any fake shenanigans this time? No, just a double tap attempt. And Nas gets the dunk, and there is the response.
Didn't take too long. That 2v2 taking a lot longer to score than I think a lot of people would have anticipated. But Atomic playing clean-up crew on anybody that dares challenge his new super sub, Nas. 1-1, G2 and Falcons playing both these games so far so incredibly close.
Yeah, no, they're both at the peak of their game. This is the series that we wanted to see. All the goals that we're seeing, utter quality, involving so many bumps and demos just to clear your path through, or dunks at the very least. TRK versus Atomic now. G2 will be happy with the way things have gone for the last 30 seconds or so, even taking the goal out of account. They have got control of the ball. They are keeping it in blue territory, but they will know that Falcons can counter-attack in a heartbeat. Not if they're getting faked out, though. Nas gets it past one, not quite the other. And G2 do eventually have to head back. Atomic there in the center allows in Daniel. One's a little bit starved right now. Daniel gets the second touch, but it won't be enough to put any danger in Team Falcons.
We're seeing G2 with a lot more control than we've seen throughout the entire last couple of minutes, to be completely honest. Daniel now on again. That's the third one in, top corner. Atomic there. That was a full alley-oop setup for the Americans.
Yeah, this is this period of play where I'd say that Team Falcons' unbeaten record is in danger, but they have managed to get their way through. Atomic saves his boost after getting that, but then uses it just to get towards the ball. Bit of a waste there, in my opinion. Could have saved the 20, but no harm done. Killers up against Nas. That one goes to the side. This is awkward for Daniel up against Ruas. He'll know the pace of Falcons now. The pinch works out well for G2. 20 left.
In 17 seconds, completely level. Killers Having to track back, make sure he keeps it away from Daniel, who is lurking, but Nas then steals his boost. Big boost advantage, but Daniel missing the pass.
Not the first chance missed by G2, perhaps the biggest though. He certainly had the angle. TRK wanted to get it to Killers, but couldn't. Nas was in there. Chance for G2 maybe all the way at 0. Killers keeps it up. Risky, but it goes to OT.
This is going to be Falcons' first overtime that they've played this entire tournament as well. They've managed to win everything in regulation. A little bit of unproven ground for them. G2 have had 2, they've played 2, and they have won 2.
Ruas wants to get this flip reset. Does he go straight for the shot? He does. It's almost sneaking in. Atomic watched it all the way and got it to the side. G2 survived the first Falcons wave of attack, get one of their own there from Nas, and TRK prods it sideways.
Ruas now up for the double. No touch though, so instead he just has to try and eke his way away from it. Gets called off from TRK, the man who has scored the goals so far for the Falcons. But Killers, he is bumped away. Ruas has to make sure that backline stays strong. TRK from the ceiling, on target. Atomic stretches for the save.
Lovely idea there from TRK from that early jump going to the ceiling. Not quite to be. The goal scorer Ruas' bypass. Nas all the way to the top. TRK up against Atomic. TRK had to do well with it and did.
Bounce.
Now Killers can help him out. They're still here. So much pressure from G2. Another save comes in from Team Falcons. Atomic now. Daniel's wheeling about and Ruas just sends it long.
Trying to take that snapshot as TRK has been doing, and has been just scaring the G2 defense, I think. So trying to give him a little spook back. Atomic up high towards the ceiling. Ruas is going to be able to cut him out before it reaches past the midfield. But Daniel plans to continue on this play. Fakes out no boost. Only has 10 left, so he can't get too close to the ball. Nas dropping, actually missing the ball entirely. Atomic called into action, but with a bit of boost, he can then challenge TRK in the back.
Some scary 50s right now for Team Falcons. No defender back. They just had to try and get the ball to the side. They weren't able to. And eventually G2 make that pressure count.
The gods bleed as Falcons lose their first game this entire tournament, both now level with the number of losses, only sustaining them to each other. And Nas, our super sub, taking the Falcons down. What a pass and play in its entirety from G2.
The dream of the unbeaten in games tournament run dies.
We'll get it one day.
But G2's dreams remain very much alive. That was despite 1 respecting and 2 losing the Rule 2, thanks to this goal here from Ruas. Despite Nas's attempt at the bump, he couldn't quite get him. And there was all smiles there from Falcons, but G2, what a comeback.
Yeah, that demo as well. Just again, that's how they scored their first goal. That was number 1. The second one then coming in, squeezing under the crossbar. Killers actually taking not the best touch towards it. And Sathu, you see Sathu behind them, just fist pump, screaming, making sure that his players know that he is ignited and ready for them to head into game number 3.
He is ignited. G2 are reunited. The belief surging through them now to take down Falcons in this game. And remember, in London, Falcons got game 1. G2 won the next 4. I am certain that will be something that is in Falcons' minds right now as they are talking and saying, we cannot let that happen again. Not here, not now at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, taking game number 1, it's always going to set you up. You've got realistically a better chance of winning the series after that. But the fact that then you lose the next 4, you're going to make sure that that does not stay in your head, because G2, they're also going to know, boys, realistically, and we see this time and time again, what do they have to lose? They're playing with a sub. It's a completely different ball game, especially when you're playing up against one of the best teams in the world in Falcons.
If G2 had come forward and underperformed, they probably would have just laughed it off ahead of the World Championships.
Yes, whatever, like, yeah.
Now they're in the semi-finals, though, I was going to say. Suddenly, this is the team. They are the trio. As Nas takes another shot, it's saved by Killers. Atomic coming in onto the back wall. Wants to get the second touch. Can't quite do the Devo, and Killers can send it long.
First 30 has been nothing but pressure for G2. Finally, it turns around. Nas intercepting TRK and ruining those shooting dreams. Ruas now up high in the center. Killers called onto it. And we're seeing Nas be everywhere on the pitch. His aggression has made sure the Falcons do not feel comfortable. When Daniel down for that double tap, pixels in it.
I'm still not convinced by the G2 shooting, though, despite taking that last game. That, to me, is the 3rd or 4th chance. They'd normally score, but it's been just hit wide or just hit over. Daniel, you expect him to hit those double taps every time. He did down the other end, though. Make a big save. One of the greatest defenders in the game that we have is Daniel, so not surprising to see him do good work on his own goal line. Ruas comes in. It's saved again by Daniel. And Daniel can send it long. So questions for G2, but they're doing all right overall.
The attempted toe punt, unfortunately for Falcons, was not going to be sufficient.
Uh-oh, where's that going?
Shot He's rolling back, but Killers, he makes sure that he's back. He was disguised, Cole, at the back in blue.
Yeah, he was hiding from me there in that far corner, at least on my screen. Atomic sends it long. TRK uses all of his boost just to get something on it. It's a great pass, though, almost. Daniel intercepts. Killers with Ruas behind it. It's a dangerous combo as far as G2 are concerned, especially with Nas misreading the ball. Ruas following in. There's going to be a turnaround on the center line here from Killers. Just get himself involved. G2 are just about surviving these midfield battles for me so far. They look better with that game. They're taking more of the midfield boost as well.
It's a great slow play too from Daniel. Actually gets the dunk on that final Falcons player. And that's going to start off this entire counter-attack. Nas with a reset, takes it low, bottom corner, covered by the duo.
Daniel pops it to the side. Killer's already up for it, starting to get a read on G2 Esports. Something the teams have been trying to do all season. Perhaps Falcons will be the ones to finally manage it. TRK dunks upon Atomic. Daniel misses, actually no, he doesn't miss. He gets a touch towards Atomic again, so Atomic is trying to get involved. Unable to on a couple of occasions. Nas now up against Killers. It's all just a bit 50-50 in the center. No one really breaking through right now.
I mean, the defense is being called into action in the midfield pretty much every single time. Very few shots registering as proper shots on target. As G2 and Falcons have reached a stalemate in the mid. But Nas wants to break it, finds one. Unfortunately for him, it's going to be Ruas.
Yeah, Falcons are defending deep right now. They're happy to let G2 do their flip resets and have their mechanics. They can just wait. They will have their opportunity to come forward, but this is G2's wave of pressure for sure. Atomic should be able to take this one, send it into the center, follow it up as well. Great recoveries from Atomic. That move all in one beautiful combo. Ruas via some boost, manages to send it long. This could be Falcon's chance to break out. TRK to the ceiling, doesn't get the second touch, doesn't need it. Allows it to fall for Killers. 1-0 Falcons.
Excellent fake here too from TRK. Goes for the one, fakes going for that second. Nas has to wait. Doesn't see Killers in the center. Killers has no intention there of going for the 90th 50 of this entire game. Instead waits, Nas is awkward. Falcons, 100 seconds. Game 3 may well be theirs.
Yeah, but we thought that last time. G2 equalized about this time in the game. Ruas sends it tall. Daniel on the backboard. He's been solid this game defensively, as we'd expect. Killers up against Atomic. TRK is going to go for this one. Killers is hovering around, stealing some boost, then doinks it into the center, so not too much more on the attack there, but just taking more seconds away from G2.
G2 need to work out of their own defense, though, because right now it's just come down fully to Falcons pressuring them. TRK intercepting Nas before that becomes anything too scary. Daniel up for one, tries the reach, actually dunks it right above the crossbar. We enter the final minute, and G2, they need to try and find some way through, and not just 50 after 50 after 50.
Yeah, it's all a bit even right now. There is a demo, it won't do too much because TRK can just follow this touch and allow Atomic to send it back to him. Just batting the ball away right now, Team Falcons, content to do that. Will it backfire? Not with solid defending on the backboard like that, as we saw from Ruas. TRK almost over Atomic. That was a brave dunk there from Atomic. And G2 on their first major, Atomic was known to just be one of the forerunning pre-jumpers in the world. They need so much more, though.
TRK with no boost, attempts to go for the low boost reset. Isn't able to secure it. 20 seconds. Daniel up high in his own half. This has to cross into the blue.
Daniel leaves it for his teammate Nas. Now or never, really. There's a huge miss, though. Nas shoots. Has to be illegal. Has been saved. Is anyone from G2 following up? No! Massive save on the goal line. And then Killers almost finishes the job.
I thought that was it. I thought that was G2 back in again. The final push is 0 seconds. Ruas, the only man to the ball, is going to cover it. Daniel actually manages to keep it above the floor. Killers with enough boost can get in the 50. It's dropped low. TRK actually flicks. That's an error.
Oh, that's awkward. Ruas wants to kill this one desperately. Gets it forward. Daniel doesn't have the boost spawn for him. Has to just dodge into the ball. It's going too long unless this hits the angle, which it won't. Falcons return their lead.
Show us that save again, please. Like that was, I think, I'd probably say that was one of maybe 2 or 3 errors that entire game. At near the death, and somehow Falcons, they managed to escape scratch-free.
It shows the level of concentration they're keeping up as well, Falcons, because there was a whiff that led to that, right? And there was no feeling sorry for themselves. There was no slowing down and giving up. As soon as the whiff came in, I've missed, go. And there was the save. I think it was from TRK, an unbelievable block on the goal. I'm looking forward to seeing that one again. But earlier on, it was Nas who took a couple of pot shots. They were saved well by Team Falcons on the goal line. And here we go. Look at that touch. The pace that TRK put on the ball there made it almost impossible for Nas to read. And then later on, we had that save. It was just a gigantic moment. Here it is. It was TRK, avoiding the button Atomic as well. Full pace, pixel precision to keep G2 out.
G2 must have been raising their chairs already, thinking, yes, we got a goal.
Yeah,
oh, no, it's TRK. TRK was there to save it. The man, I think, right now for Falcons, you see him get these big game moments and activate. And the greatest series you saw at the London Major was, in fact, the semi-finals with Falcons versus Gentlemaids. It was where both teams were at their top level, and TRK scored the goal in the overtime to give them the chance at the trophy. They couldn't take it away, but another semi-finals for them to peak in is upon them.
It's lovely to see TRK here. He has been to these events with Falcons 3 times now. He has been spearheading this team. It's G2 the start better in game 4. It's an early goal for Nas. He's back on the board.
Very early goal, and that is going to be crushing any G2 woes that they might have been feeling. TRK somewhat mispositioned, and a double commit between him and Killers. Nas bravely moving in and realising the opportunity, and you need to take everything when it appears.
Yeah, all a bit desperate there from the kickoff for Falcons. Didn't quite go to plan, and a couple of them at the same time tried to recover the situation. So a rare instance of their comms falling behind, and G2 are the beneficiaries, but it might be the opposite way this time. The challenge is all right there from Killers, almost squeezed its way to a Falcons player. As it stands, though, Atomic can come forward and try and steal some boost. Killers lets it roll for Ruas. And now Ruas, he can go solo. He wants to flip reset, he gets it, he bypasses Nas, wants the second one, can't quite get it, and Nas sends it to the side.
You know what, if Ruas is starting to come online, I am here for it. We will live in his world. 40 seconds in, still that G2 lead above the crossbar. TRK the first man to it, but Atomic demoed actually. And the midfield, both Nas and Killers going to be smoke screened by that one.
TRK wants this ball, but Atomic won't let him have it. Tried to bounce off the wall to recover. Wasn't able to. Ruas had the read the entire time. As the Killers there. Oh, there's a brave read there. If he's missed that, that's going to be 1-1.
Good push down pitch from Atomic, and you know what? The demos and the physicality from G2. You can tell it's shaking Falcons. They look a little bit scared when they're sitting still for too long. Thankfully for Falcons, they never sit still.
Ruas into the middle. The challenge game being won by G2 just about at the moment. There was the chance for Falcons to squeeze a shot through, and G2 survived it. And since then, a lot of these challenges are bouncing to a G2 player. Atomic gets a last little touch that makes that one tricky for TRK. I think he got a flip reset on the ball and then backflipped into it. So good improv from him in the center. Just to stop Team Falcons charging forward with too much juice in the tank. Daniel up against Killers. Daniel breaks through yet again. G2 certainly winning this game. Nas can shoot. Surely Nas can score, but no! Not with Ruas there.
It was great push down the field, but finally, again at the death, they weren't quite able to squeeze it past that back line. TRK, a very weak shot. Leaving G2's defense to just be able to routinely take this out, gets to the halfway line, but Atomic with no boost. Can't do too much. No boost though for Daniel. Goes for the ball, and TRK spots the error.
Yeah, TRK is a wizard at seeing these moments. I'm sure he detected that his opponents had no boost. He would have known he could win this race. That's exactly what he did. The crowd are loving it. And it's 1-1.
G2's game management, though, up to that point, has been stunning. World-class ability to make sure that they take it at their pace. Falcons wrestled them out a bit, but I fully expect G2 to wrangle control of this game back into their own hands.
We shall see. Falcons will sense that if they can win this one, it may be a fight too big for G2 to take on enemy soil with the sub. They haven't had experiences of losing games, of being down in series, of even coming into this one having overtimes. How will they fare if they lose this game, which of course is still a long way, especially if Atomic can get hold of this ball. Killers sends it long. Great win there from Nas. Still playing with confidence. Gets a second as well. It's on target, but it's saved by Killers.
Near pixel perfect, maybe a little bit too wide, but saved way regardless. TRK can let that ball roll over his shoulder, falls back down towards Killers, but then gets sent to the scrapyard. Daniel attempting a reset, central, Ruas to shut him down.
What's this going to land for Nas? G2 happy to slow this one down to gradually move their way into the Falcons half. The Falcons they can counter in an instant. G2 have to be wary of that. Daniel, he slows it down yet again. The challenge goes to Nas. It's a good loss there for Daniel to his teammate.
Just a little heat check for Killers there, making sure that he's staying on his toes. A long shot from the G2 side.
Nas to the ceiling. Atomic should win this one. He does. Oh, I wonder if he get enough angle there for Nas. Couldn't quite do it. And now Falcons come back. That's a clean strike. Ruas never misses.
Far post fury for the Falcons. Sent high from Killers. Activating the Twinergy. a single shared brain, it feels like, between those two.
Yeah, Roas just leaned back his car a split a tiny bit more just before snapping forward with the dodge. Got in the perfect angle. Even in the air, even when the shot is there in front of him, he's still waiting for the perfect moment. Never rushes into anything, does Roas. TRK up against Daniel. Now it's going to go into the center. Atomic here with Nas to the side, trying to replicate the G2 Esports goal from, sorry, the Falcons goal from just now, trying to find each other in that center and in the air. Those flip resets it long. Atomic is here. G2, they have time, but they're struggling to get any meaningful attacks going.
It's the final minute now, and we just see Falcons holding on to this strong lead. These have been very low-scoring games so far. 1, 2, 3 goals in each of them. Killers removing one from the pitch, a reset. TRK, central, Roas is there. Unfortunately for him, so was the defender.
Yeah, but Atomic's clearance is only as far as Killers. He uses the ceiling. Daniel anticipated it. Roas once more into the middle. Nas wins it. How is G2's boost? Can they get hold of the ball?
Final 40, Atomic needing to push a little bit further, a little bit harder every single time he gets any connection. Roas, chance for him. A reset goes actually low for the fake, and a stunning play.
Roas waits for his moment and he takes it. The perfect catch in between them all. See you later, Daniel. Farewell, my friend. This is our one.
The disrespect for the fake in the semis. I said reset. I think I was just thinking maybe there's more to this. Instead, it was a sheer mind game from Roas, and the second of this game for him.
G2 will be desperate to get back into this one. They'll be looking at the scoreboard above and knowing that if they can't get these 2 goals, it's a long way back in this series. They have to score this. It's weak, though, from Nas. He couldn't get the angle, and that clear, Stumpy, should just about do it for Game 4.
The Falcons put themselves on semi-final point, near enough having one of their seats booked in the grand finals against BDS. We see fans in the audience, hands to ears. Where are you, G2 fans?
Well, if they're there,
they're going to be a bit outnumbered, I think.
One, a little bit outnumbered. 2, their team will need them just to get something going, some inspiration. But in truth, G2 have to rely on themselves. They have to rely on Sathu. Perhaps they have to rely on a tactical timeout as well. I can see one of those incoming fairly shortly. But it's Falcons that are just winning all of these tense battles, and indeed, we do have the tactical timeout.
It's perfect time to do it too. They had great, they didn't need to use it after losing 2. That's completely fine. They traded them, it's okay. That shot really, oh my word, I don't know how Roas has got across to that. I want to see this fake again though. TRK outspeeding the G2 defense. Cheers abound. That snipe, the pre-flip into it as well. And then this fake, as we see, goes low, attempts the hook shot. Nah, you know what? It's only you left, mate, and I'm just built diff.
The slow-mo did Daniel dirty there. Fakes always look so much worse in slow motion.
I think Roas did Daniel dirty there.
Yeah, he did. He did. And this spinning obelisk in the sky shows us it is a tactical pause. So G2 have got an extra minute to talk things through, and I don't feel like the game plan isn't working. It's not much. I don't feel I can change the game plan here. I think for them, it's just a case of resetting momentum.
I completely agree. I mean, that's what these are mostly. Is, you know, get yourselves, okay, boys, we're in the semi-finals. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're here. We have just as much right. We are the London Major champions. We are, as far as I'm concerned, the best team in the world right now. We don't have our star player, whatever. We have Nas. One of the best super subs that we have seen at this level, especially in the open era. There's not been that many super subs come through. And G2 and Sathu need to make sure that the players get back to their basics, that they stick with the exact same plan that they have won majors with, that they have dominated North America with. But match at number 5 is going to be a big proving ground for them. Team Falcons find themselves on the point to make their way through to the grand finals.
The anticipation is bubbling to the surface. G2, they need 3 in a row. They'll have to remind themselves that every game has been within 1. It's been 2-1 for each team, or 1-0. Nothing more. They're not being blown away here by Team Falcons. Can they build? Can they just get this first goal and continue to push after getting it?
I mean, they got goal 1 last time, 10 seconds in. They just couldn't hold on to that lead, a bump from Roas, and we're talking about how G2 needs to make sure that they don't overthink things here. But Team Falcons are going to be running riot in the orange half immediately.
This is where G2 have to be incredibly careful. Ruasi was going for Atomic, didn't get him, but did enough to put him off. And if G2 aren't careful, Falcons will turn this into a victory lap. And the way G2 have performed here, have performed all season with or without beast mode. That would be a real shame. Keep this one close. We don't want to see a 5 or 6-0 procession. We want to see competitive Rocket League all the way to the end, but you know, I say that as a neutral. I'm sure the Falcons fans in the arena and watching on at home will be disagreeing with everything I'm saying right now. Nas wins that one, sends it to Atomic, but there's no boost again for G2. Falcons are just greedily gobbling all of it. Killers has 100. It's a fake towards him. Atomic read that one. He does okay of a fake up against Nas, but Daniel pops up from nowhere and gets the block ahead of time.
And you know what? It's clever for Falcons to keep going for fakes because Daniel's going to be thinking, oh, I got to fake that last game. And if it keeps happening, and if they keep diving at the ball, which I still think is the best play for G2 here, Falcons can read them. That's a fake low for Nas. It is tit for tat.
Daniel maybe has a chance to get a flip reset, but Killers was in too early from his own goal line. No camping back there and waiting for the ball to come to him. So change the conversation as much as he can. Hit Atomic! Oh, that's an old school redirect.
They didn't know. He came out of nowhere. Daniel finds his longtime teammate and tears the Falcons defense in half.
The angle of the century, mate. That's what that was. That was a perfect recreation of that wonderful goal all those years ago from a lot. You love to see it. 1-1 G2. Falcons, what you got left? TRK into the far corner. I thought for a second Nas was on the ceiling, but he'd run out of boost.
Great positioning for Atomic 2. Realizing, let's do something different. We can do that. We can be a team that ends up facing off in different areas that they wouldn't expect. And Falcons, he sat in the blind spot. Killers now up central. 20 boost, can't really do a huge round. Instead resets it, goes low, but Daniel, clever, patient on the goal line, but the continued pressure from Falcons is there. Until a counter-attack and G2 the other end.
Falcons overcommitted. They got too attached to the play. The slow play wasn't working out. Not even they could recover in time. Daniel sensed their weakness and he struck.
And you know what? That tactical timeout for G2 couldn't have been better timed. Slow them down, chill them out, get them back into the headspace they need to be in. For Oas, Falcons, TRK and Killers, they are going to want to make sure that they rattle the heads of G2.
And if you thought that G2 were going to wilt away in this, you will have to think again. They are stepping right back up again. They're shooting once more. Killers, another big save towards Ruas. TRK's following it, but won't be able to get the next touch unless there's a miss from G2. So instead, he waits for them. There was a miss from Atomic. Ruas is in! Ruas equalizes!
A disastrous miss from Atomic there. On the side, a relatively routine clear. Daniel moves forward thinking he's got it, and a bump on that final defender in Dan. Falcons straight back in it.
The first time in this series we've had 4 goals, 2 from each team, so things beginning to open up late here in the Esports World Cup Rocket League event. TRK takes a couple of touches. Daniel tries to close him down. It's almost read again by TRK. Daniel has still got the boost to play with this. Gets it onto the back wall. Ruas sends it long. Killers continues what he started. And Atomic can clear that one high. That's risky though. TRK, he shoots, but Nas was always in control of the situation.
It's halfway in the goal, but yeah, Nas, perfect positioning. TRK shooting straight towards him. From the ceiling, Killers wants to try and dunk on Daniel. Unable to. Leaves it towards TRK. Now Ruas, that final defender. We've seen how scared that final defender can become, especially with a bump. And Daniel was seeking, or rather Nas was seeking it again.
TRK has no boost left. Killers does have some. Use this dodge to get himself as close as possible to Nas to force him to go high. And Atomic now as Killers and TRK in front of him. Killers thought about going for the boost, instead realizes he has to do some serious defending right now. That's what he heads back to do as we see Safu peering on, curiously wondering how G2 can break through Team Falcons again. How they can take a lead and keep it. TRK might be about to take the lead for Falcons! You just knew!
You cannot leave him open! TRK knows that backboard like the back of his hand, and he knows what he can drag from it. Falcons, a 3-2 lead, 90 seconds, and questions towards G2. Can you defeat us?
TRK, who has experienced Grand Finals agony on so many occasions with Falcons. Will it change today? Will they make yet another Grand Finals?
And TRK cheering towards the crowd, knowing that the baying audience is there for them and only them.
And now the onus turns back to G2. It seemed that they'd found a way. It seemed they could force their way to at least a Game 6. Suddenly, even that looks beyond them. Ruas, he goes high, over the top of Daniel. This could kill it. Ruas doesn't quite connect.
It's now TRK, though, in the corner, keeping G2 locked away. And TRK again. Why not secure a Hattie, mate?
Here is the procession. You beat out Ruas, and TRK just waits. It's like he springs from the walls. It's like as soon as he gets the ball, he bounces off all of them. He's got flubber on his wheels.
Pinball wizard TRK and the Falcons very much set towards that grand final date with Team BDS. Central from Riyadh, but it won't matter too much. G2, what do you have in the tank?
Killers into the center. G2 have to pounce right now. Nas, TRK charging him down. It's just desperation from G2. They can't even get it out of their own half.
Atomic misses that one, goes back down towards Daniel with 100 boost, but they're taking too much time. They don't have it.
This is just seeming like GG's all over. Team Falcons have just, like, their opponents just seem to have given up, it seems, but not hitting the crossbar there. Here comes Nas, he's got to score, but doesn't again.
They don't know the meaning of the word giving up. They continue to push. G2 towards Nas, Central. Falcons keeping them at bay for now. Nas again towards Atomic, but shut down.
Daniel has to get this one to the side. If this doesn't go in, it's curtains. Atomic Nas in front of him, but it's not on target. Ruas was there anyway. Team Falcons, no matter what happens from here, will find themselves in yet another grand final led by the MVP TRK.
It was a 4-1 in London in favour of G2. It is now a 4-1 in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup in favour of Team Falcons. And they will be your homegrown grand finalists.
The crowd loving every second of that series. Falcons had to ride the G2 pressure wave at times, but really it seemed the true trio here in Saudi Arabia would always have enough to see themselves moving on to face Team BDS.
G2 with a sub, we cannot state how incredible that feat is. Getting to the semi-finals of one of the biggest esports competitions of the year with Nas, a player that struggled to make it through into semi-finals domestically in North America. G2 have everything to be proud of. Atomic and Dan will be moving on to World Championships in Fort Worth with Beast Mode at their side.
TRK and Falcons have got to 3 international grand finals in their time and lost them all. Do you back them today, Stumpy?
I really do. Look, they have the homegrown advantage. They have the crowd. They have all of the energy. This, I'm sure, as far as they're concerned, with their org sitting at the top of the club championships, very handily in first place. They know that that trophy deserves to have their name etched on it. But who stands in the way but BDS, one of Europe's greatest?
Yeah, Monkey Moon, the open era GOAT, will be looking at this, hoping that they can take down Falcons. We are ready, though, to head to the stage for an interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Falcons have done it. 4-1 against G2. I have the home with me, the coach of Team Falcons. I have so many questions for you. So let's start off with our first one. What changed from what you did here to what you did in the major? Because you guys destroyed G2 Esports in the best fashionable way possible. So can you tell me more about what did you go to through the preparation for this match?
شكرا يا راس يا راس. أول نقطة بعرف أغني معهم. شكرا. النقطة اللي هي استعدينا شفنا غلطنا بعد النهائي في لندن واستعدينا للمباراة بشكل خاص بالذات ضد G2 والحمد لله الشباب ما قصروا.
He's saying that we have rewatched the final for the London Major so many times just so we can prepare for this match specifically. But now they are in the grand finals finally. So my next question to you, you are one step away from claiming that trophy. So how do you feel to finally win, possibly, an international event?
بندخل المباراة بكامل استعداداتنا وللحين برانا باقي خطوة بإذن الله الفوز لنا بإذن الله. شكرا لكم على الدعم.
is saying that we will be able to win, and our goal is to get that trophy, and we're coming in with confidence and preparation for this match. Before we end this interview, we have the coach of Team G2 Esports to hand over his key to be crushed. Thank you so much for playing, and congrats on getting top 4 in the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head back to the studio and let's get that key crushing ceremony going, and we'll prepare for the grand final of eSport World Cup featuring Rocket League.
That's right, the Falcons, as everyone probably anticipated, made it to the grand final. James, what a showing.
Oh my. I thought G2 might be able to do it with a sub, but you know, I guess I forgot a little bit about TRK. He was lights out. I mean, you could see the wheels turning for Daniel on that low altitude double tap. Thinking, oh, surely he's going to shoot first, right? And then before they knew it, TRK was driving circles around him. TRK was phenomenal. That was grade A performance.
Hey, but what about NAS? What about G2? I mean, for them to come in with a sub and play this well, I think they can go home with their heads held high. And they're going to feel confident coming into Worlds with their full roster as well. So this is still a great result for G2 as an organization as well, moving up in that club championship. But Falcons were just too much. Playing with the full roster, they've just been too strong for everyone in this competition.
Right, Johnny, I think you made a good point there, is that they do not have to be sad about this placement. With a sub, NAS's stock is high.
Yeah, NAS all-time high, but I think another player whose stock is at all-time high is TRK. And we want to take a look at one of his plays just a little bit more closely, because we've got a bunch of them we could have chosen, but let's just roll a clip and see. Game 1, I mean, he really set the tone for how Falcons were going to play this one. G2 up 1-0. They're fighting for the midfield, as Falcons love to do. And now here's the key moment. Atomic's obviously out of the game here, but you can see Daniel grabs the boost, and he's going to turn. He doesn't want to stick around because he knows that TRK is beating him to the ball, but TRK can also see that Daniel's likely to turn, so instead of hitting it to the backboard, he just softly touches it into the edge of the box, that little area there. I mean, this touch doesn't look like TRK can really get back to it and shoot the ball because the goal is on the opposite side of him, but that's exactly what he's going to do. He is about to go on the outside edge of the ball, completely fool Daniel and Nas, who's now just completely stuck. If you look on the edge of the screen here, Nas is absolutely just stationary, doesn't expect the shot to be coming towards the near post. This is exactly where TRK shoots it, and it's those fast recoveries that really, I think, give Falcons so many of these chances, give them so many of these opportunities to get extra goals where other teams might not even have a shot on target. TRK is able to create one here with a smooth recovery, all in one motion, air rolls around to the wall, snipes the bottom corner, and I think that also gives us a good reason to call him the Sony MVP player of the match.
Yeah,
of
no
course.
Kidding.
It had to be TRK, 24 shots, 6 goals.
It had to be. Honestly, that was just one. Pick your play. I mean, we picked the first one we saw. That was good, but then there were like 5 other ones. TRK, he deserves this MVP. He was the standout player on the pitch.
Yeah, the problem was I was trying to write down one of his plays as a top play, and I think I missed 5 others that should have been in the top plays as well.
But the thing is just like this shot, he was surprising G2. He had the element of surprise on his shots, which is really tough to do at this level against players like G2. Normally, you might just outpace them, but to surprise them and beat them in that way, that shows that TRK was a cut above the rest.
I mean, he just really was too fast. It's the acceleration, it's not the constant speed. G2 are also such a fast team, and I think they were able to really fight well in the midfield for more of this series than anyone else who's played Falcons this weekend. But the burst of speed from TRK, we're catching them by surprise. That world-class save in Game 3 as well, that's a big moment.
There it is. The man of the hour right now. Got the keys, happy. There might be another one later. He gets the crush, but just in case it isn't, savor this moment. That is G2 being eliminated. That's their key.
And if you are G2, you know that if Team Falcons win this whole thing, your key is going to be in the There's no doubt about it.
I wonder who else they would put in there. Who do you think if G2 is one of them? What would the other 2 be? Surely the grand final, if they can win this. I'm sure the grand final key has to go in there as a piece of memorabilia.
And
that'd be a great question to ask, or to have the interviewer ask.
That's true.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, he's not letting go.
He's sending it. I think I saw pieces flying off.
Did he break it?
We'll see.
He probably wanted to after their recent major defeat against G2.
Oh my God,
that is fresh.
Think of a smile TRK had on his face.
I will say now the gloves actually really work with that extra bit on her outfit there.
It's true. I mean,
Yeah.
Jasmine really has put that together quite nicely.
Oh, man.
My goodness. Yeah, TRK's crushed G2 today.
That is gone.
Both on the pitch and now off the pitch.
As quite the performance from the Falcons, and it's exactly what they need if they're going to continue on into the grand finals to win this whole gosh darn thing. G2 is eliminated now, and to send us to break, we got CJ with the exit interview.
Here we are with Dan, the man from G2. Obviously a tough loss in the semi-final just then to Falcons. What were your thoughts, I guess, with that series, the crazy crowd, I guess, against you as well?
They honestly came out really good. They just played really good. They were just catching every ball and just air dribbling, and they were banging it, and they were just playing perfect, so yeah.
And playing with Nas as well, a super sub. You guys didn't have your main lineup. What was it like playing with Nas?
It was honestly great playing with Nas. He's honestly a great player, and he's going to have a great future in this game. He always grinds the game, and he has a good mental, so yeah, it was fun to play.
You must be pretty happy with this tournament. Obviously, you don't have your core lineup, but still to get top 4 is a pretty good result.
Yeah, for sure. Getting top 4 is definitely a good result.
And you're looking forward to getting your boy back, beast mode. Obviously, you got Texas coming up in a couple of weeks. You're looking forward to getting back with the core lineup.
Yeah, I'm very excited. We're going to try and win it for NA.
You got to get revenge on Falcons over there?
Hopefully.
Awesome. Best of luck, mate. Cheers.
It's all come down to this. Ladies and gentlemen, the Esports World Cup on its final last throws as the grand finals for Rocket League is on its way. I'm Leaf, and I am joined with my friends James and Chiefs for the final last chit-chats before we get into the gameplay, the action. How excited are you guys to watch this match?
I mean, I'll be honest, Leaf. If Team Falcons don't win this, I will be a little disappointed. They've made it to multiple international land finals. This is their home turf. You know,
you've earned it at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, the stage is set for something really amazing.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a really good thing. Actually, I just mentioned, you know, the event's coming to an end. We had R1 finishing just a few moments ago as well. Team Redline was the team that walked away with the victory of that. Yeah, and perfect, isn't it? Yeah, no, it's really cool to see all these events finishing. We had Tekken finishing on Friday in the middle of all of this. All that's going on left here is PUBG and Rocket League, but you can see Redline throwing in their key.
That's so cool. That's so cool, and that's the frame, Leaf. They get to
the frame of the key. You're right. Yeah.
They get to put their three biggest rivals in the base of their trophy that has their keys. So that's a really cool moment, though.
Yeah.
I love the trophy system. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, and it's cool because it's not just what's happening here. We have people all around the world watching. There's watch parties, I've been told, I think in Paris. We have Amsterdam and Sao Paulo as well. Yeah, you can see the Beehive. Is that what they call it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
The Vitality place. Yeah.
Of course. Look at this. It's buzzing.
As it should be. I mean, Vitality had a heck of a run through many different games, and of course, Amsterdam and the Netherlands.
What is that setup? That's crazy.
What is that setup?
Yeah,
I love it,
that?
though.
Yeah, what?
Where is that?
We got to go back.
That's amazing. And Sao Paulo is apparently very early there for them right now. So the fact that people are out and celebrating is really cool. Chiefs, I think it's awesome that everyone's just ready to watch what's about to happen.
Yeah, best part, all of those places are places that play games in Rocket League. So, hey, well done, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed the show.
They should hopefully keep enjoying. Look at those logos behind me. These are the two teams coming up. I gotta say it. Let's just start talking about it because, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals is here.
I think Falcons is a very good team. They're a team of three very mechanical and fast players. Last time we played, we lost in Game 5 in overtime. It was very close, but it was a really nice game. So, I mean, I look forward to playing them again.
طبعا بندخل بكل قوتنا فريق بي دي اس ما يساهم فيه مو عشان نتعثر بالجروب ستيج ولا في البدايه تعثر لكن بيرجع عارفين انه بيرجع بقوه وان شاء الله ما نستهين ونفوز عليهم باذن الله.
we kind of have to be careful about all of them. They're all very good. Their skill levels are kind of like equally balanced. They're kind of balanced, you know? So we have to pay attention to each one of them because if we don't, we'll just get scored on.
BDS فريق معروف وفريق كبير يقدمون مستويات خرافية بالبطولات العالمية.
You always get boosted by fans. Like the more fans there are, the more sound they make. It always kind of boosts you, you know. But I'm not worried by it. I mean, I'll just play my game and do my best to win.
طبعا شعور حلو وخرافي انك تلعب بين ارضك وبين جمهورك ويوتر الخصم شوي ويعطيك دافع انك تفوز مبارياتك.
I don't really try to do anything. I just try to keep playing my game to do my best, maybe score some nice goals, and I don't pay much attention to it.
أنا أقول للجمهور احضروا إن شاء الله ونجيب لكم الكاس بإذن الله. بإذن الله الكاس ما يطلع من الرياض.
We're coming to this very prepared. We've been almost every team that we played in this tournament apart from other than G2. We're in this for the win, and if you're going against us, you better watch out.
I don't know. It's a good point on the other side there about the nervousness that an audience can instill in you. Drali was saying, I don't pay attention to it, but a part of your brain, Achieves, is paying attention to it.
Definitely. There is always a piece of energy that you take in at a crowded event, and it is hard, you know. But to be fair, Europe has had to deal with their fair share of unfriendly crowds throughout the course of their time in Rocket League. So maybe there's something to Drali being able to shake it off.
And I also think, you know, that was for Team Falcons, it's such a good test for them to play G2 earlier on with the crowd support. You could see that TRK, he was fueled from the crowd. He was getting up, interacting with the crowd while the match was going on.
Well, and they needed it because, I mean, again, the last time we saw them face this team, albeit there was an asterisk, or an asterisk, I guess.
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that.
But yeah, no, really, they kind of fell apart. It felt like a little bit mentally when they faced them last time. The crowd was not really in their, well, I guess they were in their favor too, but you do feel that energy. So hopefully that doesn't hit them again. TRK looks like he's on fire right now, and they should be locked in. Flow state is there, James.
Oh yeah, I think they're the favorite. They have been demolishing people. They have been dominant. And then, but you know, before we came back from the break, Leaf, me and Achieves were talking over here.
You guys always talk without me involved.
Our producer Jimmy over there ignoring us. But we were talking about where we placed Team BDS on our tier list coming into this event. I had put them near the top of A tier, and Achieves said he actually put them in S tier.
It was a risk, to be fair, to put BDS in the S tier.
Oh,
I'm glad
BDS,
they,
okay.
yeah, I know.
They are one of those teams where they're on the edge because you look at their performances online and you think, you know, this is a solid team. Like it should be an S tier team. It has a world champion, has a major champion. It has a newcomer from Morocco who's insanely talented. They won in Europe online before, but on LAN they just didn't look like they've been able to put it together. But this event, they've managed to squeak into the. Or is saying squeak in fair? I mean, they didn't go to a Game 7, but the games were.
Yeah,
they were contests.
Early on in this series, it was definitely not the greatest we've ever seen BDS play. But you're absolutely right. They have settled in. It's got through the playoffs. It's Championship Sunday, and I said yesterday, hey, I hope you leveled up.
Are they still S tier?
Boy, did they? I have to say you've earned it, even if I do. I think I believe it. I don't know if everyone else does. So I'm happy that they've arrived at least at the grand finals, give themselves a good shot at it, and they're going to need all that defense if they want to stop a team like Falcons. And the most important part, your head's got to be on a swivel, man. You cannot get caught ball watching in a series like this. You have to look around.
We saw what happens. Johnny Boy broke one down.
Yes.
TRK shoots it in your net if you're caught.
And you don't even know how. You're just like, but why? I thought you missed. No, nothing is incorrect, whatever Falcons is going for right now. It is disgusting, and I do not want to have to think about how to defend it, and that's why BDS has to handle it.
Right. Okay, well, I want to get the audience's thoughts, too. We have a microphone, so we have an unfair advantage, but you guys can get involved at stcplay.gg. Get your votes out there for the STC Play audience. Vote. We can keep talking about this. Let's throw up the bracket as well, though, just to see how these two teams got to this point in their journey. They're in the grand finals now. It's a best of 7. They had a few best of 7s to get through on their way here.
One game. That is all Team Falcons has lost on their trip to the grand final. And it wasn't like they had light competition. Furia, one of those other teams that you could say is an S-tier team, G2 without a doubt, even still with that asterisk. They are an amazing team. But Team Falcons, they're on another level right now. But that's the way it looked, honestly, in London. I will be honest, when they made it to the grand finals, I was thinking they've got it. They finally got it. And so now, this is a big test because the third time is supposed to be a charm. And if they cannot make it happen,
well, then it never will.
Well, that's the way it feels.
That's a bit
right?
strong to say for sure.
Who would you say in that journey had the hardest journey, I suppose? Not that it takes away from their accomplishments here, but
I think Falcons. I mean, they've played pretty stiff competition even throughout group stage and into the bracket.
BDS beat Power twice to get into the top 8, and they beat Space Station, which is a good team from North America. I mean, there's a lot of questions about SSG because we haven't got to see them as much internationally. But Gen.G was looking good. But even for Gen.G, they weren't getting as many results as possible. Or as you'd expect, whereas, Furia, they've shown what they're capable of. G2, obviously, they've shown what they're capable of. I think without much of an argument, you can say that
they've had
Falcons had a harder run.
Yeah, across the board, I think Falcons definitely. Strength of schedule, if you're going to knock them for this win on this tournament for whatever silly reason you come up with, I think you're dead wrong. I think they've played just about every really solid team that this tournament could have thrown at them, and they have, to be fair, demolished pretty much every single one without a doubt. Right. And your point about one game, it was one goal as well. Yeah. So, hey, man, they could have won that too.
So really the question I guess I want to present to you guys before this match starts is, what is BDS doing in this series? I mean, they have a lot of answers they have to figure out really fast.
Oh, certainly. And I think from what we saw in that last series is you cannot assume what TRK is going to do. Don't try to, that's what we saw in multiple plays. G2, they gave him the space with the assumption that they were going to do what they expected, and he burned them for it. So whether you got to bump him out of the air or just start playing the car instead of the ball, you're going to have your eyes locked on him. But even saying that, you leave Rawas out there too.
There's too many options.
Killers, I mean, they've all had MVPs this event. They're just so amazing.
It is definitely the three-headed Hydra over there on Falcons right now. And if you're BDS, like I said, you cannot afford to get caught ball watching. If you're in the net and your teammate's taking a 50 at the sidewall, you gotta trust yourself. You gotta swivel the camera. You have to check mid. You have to know what the options are. If you do not know what the options are, you are going to get caught out. That's exactly what Falcons have done all series and all tournament long. If you don't know where somebody is, you're getting scored on by them.
Okay, what about the Falcons on the other side then? I mean, obviously we've seen them just play right now. They're going to be hitting the field in 1 minute. Keep playing their game?
Yeah, well,
any adjustments to make?
I think the biggest mistake they could make is to start to focus on the fact that they've been here before and lost. Try to cut that out of your mind. Don't think about that. Just live in the present, game by game. Say, they even played last, so it's try to just stay in the present. Don't be thinking about the past at all.
Yeah.
Focus on the present. Keep confident and keep playing your game like we saw TRK do. All eyes for me are on TRK because he was getting hyped. He was getting into the crowd. If there's a difference.
Prediction. What is it?
Falcons. I said it
Falcons.
at the start.
Yeah, Falcons for me.
You got Falcons for you, and I guarantee you everyone at home was saying Falcons as well because there's no way at all, in my opinion, that you lose this at all if you're the Falcons, right?
How?
30 seconds.
Honestly, I feel silly too because in the Space Station versus BDS series, I'm like, oh, Space Station, they got unlucky last time they played G2 who won it all. BDS, fortunately for them, they don't have to play a team like that again, and here BDS is.
96%. That's it. BDS, you tried, you had a good run. Not even anyone at home thinks it.
Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. One more best of 7, one more key to crush. It's Falcons versus BDS.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. دحوم جاهزين؟
جاهزين ما دام جمهورنا معنا.
He's saying he's ready as long as the audience is ready. Ferocity, what about you?
Cassio, you mentioned at the start of the previous series that it's really important that you guys remain positive. The vibe is good in the team. How on earth are you going to do that with this crowd back in the Falcons?
There's a big crowd against us, obviously. We will try our best and just do whatever it takes so we can win and
Give it your best go. That's all I can say. It is finally grand finals time, baby. Let's do this. Are we ready for some Rocket League? Yeah, me too. There is $200,000 on the line here for our grand final winners, Fancy. It's been a roller coaster of emotions. What a journey.
Absolutely. We've got 16 teams. The best of the best in the world have stepped off a plane to Riyadh to Championship Sunday, and only 2 remains. And they only have one thing on their minds, is to have the lifetime achievement of being the first ever Esports World Cup featuring Rocket League winners and immortalizing it in gold at the totem. So let's not waste any more time. Giddy Arena with me. Please welcome to the stage the top-rated team in the world, the pride of Saudi Arabia, Team Falcons! Killers, the heroes of Saudi, walk on stage for one last time. They have been so close, yet so far to an international trophy. Can they finally do it? Can they finally add the biggest one to their list of accolades here in their hometown?
I do not envy BDS. Convincing victory against Gen.G earlier on today. These boys have been plagued with 5th to 8th placements prior to this tournament, Fancy. It is finally time for Monkey Moon, Drali, and Exotic to clip some wings.
Players, one final time. Take to your seats and place your keys.
Fancy. Not only is it $200,000 on the line, but there's also 1,000 club championship points. Do you know what that means for BDS? That means if they win this game, they walk away with $4 million. Woo! I do not want to be them right now.
That's a lot of money on the line. And ladies and gentlemen, it is the very final match of the Esports World Cup in 2024. But let's not waste any more time and make some noise and let the Rocket League games begin!
The longtime juggernauts of Rocket League and BDS up against the new kids on the block, the powerhouses, the hometown heroes, Corelli, Falcons, only dropping one single game, getting to the grand finals. And the desk, they don't think BDS can take it. The people at home don't think they can take it. I think there's only 4 people who think that BDS can take this.
Yeah, and it's BDS
and it's
themselves.
BDS.
I mean, I love what we heard from Fancy. He said, the pride of Saudi Arabia. And you listen to that crowd, Jorby. There's a lot of pride in this building for this Falcon squad.
Absolutely. I mean, did you watch TRK in the last match? What's there not to get excited about? I am excited to get this going with you, Corelli. It has been a long tournament, and BDS definitely got a hill to climb here. The energy in that arena is incredible for Falcons, and fighting against that energy. You know, Drawley can say what he wants. He can say he doesn't pay attention to the crowd. Look, you can hear that one way or the other, and you're gonna have to fight against it. You're not just fighting 3 players, you're fighting 4.
Sometimes I feel bad for the EU teams. They go to NA, get booed by NA fans. They go to Saudi Arabia, they get booed by everyone in Saudi Arabia. And then they go to Europe and they get booed by K-Corp fans. So you just can't win if you're a European team.
You think Monkey Moon, I think he loves it. Because how many times has he just upset everybody by winning another event?
He ruins everyone's day, and if you are Team Falcons, you have to be careful. They were talking about it in the pregame. BDS should not be underestimated just because they had a shaky start. And honestly, that was a few days ago at this point.
Forget
BDS today has looked quite good.
Yeah, I mean, look, Monkey Moon pre-jumping on defense, Exotic pre-jumping on offense, taking the ball away from Gen.G earlier. If that's the style of play we're going to see from BDS, it is going to be a battle. I don't think that you should be sleeping on BDS at all if you're in the arena, if you're at home. And Falcons, they definitely aren't going to underestimate them, but they estimate themselves. Their confidence is palpable when you watch them play. They're the fastest team in the world, and they're trying to make the claim to be the best team in the world.
And right now, I mean, they're looking like it. I know G2 doesn't come in with their full roster, but for Team Falcons, you mentioned it, it's the speed, the pace of play, the acrobatics that, you know, Johnny's breaking down with TRK. It's everything, and BDS, Drawley was saying that Falcons, they're such a balanced team. You can't just take away TRK because Rawas and Killers, they make up for it. You can't just take away Rawas because Killers and TRK make up for it. They're so strong individually. That's what's so special about Team Falcons.
But you know, they do got this kid on the other side on BDS, Drawley. We were casting that game into the first half of that. He was taking the lobby into his own hands. He can take over a lobby here against Falcons as well. He is a special player for BDS, and you can't count out Monkey Moon, Exotic, Drawley here. Cassio getting the boys ready. Monkey Moon got those grippers going, making sure the hands are nice and loose on the controller. We're about to get started with game number 1 here in the grand finals. Players are taking their sides on the pitch. Monkey Moon eyes up his teammates. Everyone got their eyes on the monitors now. We're done messing around. We're done talking about nonsense. Let's get the gameplay going.
Game 1 in a best-of-7 Esports World Cup Grand Final between Team Falcons and Team BDS.
What are Falcons going to give you? They're going to give you that speed, but also just consistent and hard to beat challenges, 50s. They have their nose square on the ball almost at all times, and they do it at supersonic speed. But BDS, they're going to have to find a way to jump ahead of them here. Is it slowing it down? That's the answer against Falcons. Is it meeting them at their pace? We'll find out how BDS try to break through them. We know Falcons have one way they love to play the game, as Drawley does get this first initial touch out, but both teams still sussing each other out, trying to get control.
And we saw with BDS when they went up against Gen.G, they were methodical. They slowly whittled away at the Gen.G defense, corralling them into their own side. BDS are going to try and do this here against Falcons. It's a much bigger task for them as they're on the attack right now.
Not a bad idea to lean the car out on the challenge there, give an outlet there for BDS. They're trying to find ways to force the 50s to their teammates. Gonna be difficult though. Gotta break through that layers of the Falcon defense. Exotic, no boost, nothing much he can do here. Still BDS set well, Trolley, good pop. Killers can't get a good grab on it, but recovers nicely down and follows it up.
And this is a good start from BDS. That's a huge miss on the back wall. Massive save from Killers. Oh, above the crossbar. Monkey Moon went wide.
You can't miss that. That one off the bar. You were given the chance as it came off on the whiff. Oh, I don't know if Falcons are going to give you many more looks like that.
No way, not like that. At least 2 of those, Jorby, should have gone in.
The Falcons just got to take a deep breath right there. Things could have got squirrely quick. Killers up top. TRK forces it across, back to Roas. Roas shot on target. And Falcons racing back. Monkey Moon was ready to get the counter downfield. Got the 50 nice, controlling it. BDS looking to get a hold of the midfield.
Got to be careful giving the space over to TRK. Didn't have a lot of boost to take it, so he has to dish it over to Killers. But for BDS, especially in that midfield, you can't allow Falcons to set up. As TRK looking to dunk through the defense of BDS, who are now feeling a little bit of that Team Falcons pressure.
Yeah, things tied down after a bit of a rally on both sides. Monkey Moon, a heavy touch across. Not much he can do with that ball. Drawley sitting back as well. I'll have to wait for the touch. The Wasp didn't get much on it, so not much is able to develop for either team. Good 50s defensively when it comes to stopping those pushes downfield, and that's really the only way I think you're going to stop, is if you can just neutralize the ball and slow this game down. And right now, that's kind of what's happening with BDS. Falcons are able to get some possession, they'll get some boost. We'll see if they can speed the game up.
Yeah, but crucially, Falcons, all of their air dribbles are met perfectly by Team BDS. So proactive defensively. Now Monkey Moon trying to get involved. But that's going to be the key to success for BDS, is attacking the play fast on Team Falcons, because if you give them just a second to set up to get their flip reset, bad things will happen for you. BDS on the point of attack so quick to contest.
Ooh, nice job from Monkey Moon, cutting off the lane quickly. Drawley with a wall dash, try to pop it down, but just too much speed actually to get back to the 50-50. Still, you gotta like how BDS are handling Falcons on the counter. Falcons aren't able to actually get that ball to pop back to them. Exotic, it caught right down on him. Falcons have to respect his ability on the ball. Drawley also pushing it down. Monkey Moon, no look for him, and Roas doesn't get a touch either. So some dead balls here early, Corelli. Falcons, no play, both Killers and TRK back as the shot denied easily. A little high on the bar. And a demo Drawley taken out of the pitch for now. Falcons trying to break through this BDS back line.
BDS are doing something similar that they did to Gen.G against Team Falcons now. And now Exotic can attack through. 2 players going. BDS breakthrough for the first time. And they're up 1-0.
This is exactly what BDS were doing against Gen.G. Stop them, counter, kill. And it works every single time. It's the marquee BDS strat. And they continue to make it work for them. 47 seconds left, and Falcons are getting shut down here in game 1.
Yeah, kind of a far cry from what we've seen from Team Falcons in previous games. Like the Des was talking about, they've only dropped a singular game against G2. Everyone else has been so easy for Team Falcons to chop up, but BDS is a different beast.
We've seen Monkey Moon in particular on this team, Corelli, so many times stop the hot hand on the other side of the bracket. Everybody's thinking surely there's no way BDS take this team down, but game 1 is showing you that they are definitely gonna still make Falcons work for it. Falcons gotta get downfield here with the final 10 seconds.
Maybe an opportunity here. Killers looking for TRK. TRK pushing it downfield. 1 miss from BDS. Falcons looking to push. TRK lets that one bounce out. Roas low boost. BDS have to kill this one to secure game 1, and they will.
Monkey Moon is locked in, Corelli, and that is a scary place to be if you're a Falcons fan. A clinical defensive game 1 win for BDS. And Falcons not able to play their game, not able to play with speed. They weren't able to actually force the BDS cars off the ball so they could keep attacking, because they have to respect the fact that Monkey Moon is up in the air for the ball. They have to respect their control. BDS held on to it well and took advantage of the one mistake there, and we thought that maybe could have been a story for Falcons, but BDS held on and they got it done. A great leave and power shot there for Monkey Moon.
And most notably, shut out here on Team Falcons. Couldn't break through, and for BDS, we're so close to doubling up their score as well. Uncanny start for Team Falcons, something that they haven't had to deal with in this tournament quite yet. Not only just losing the first game, but also not finding the back of the net. It goes to show, Jorby, how much Gen.G had to go through to even get a couple games off of BDS, and how strong BDS is in their defensive side.
Near the end of the game, Falcons, they did start car chasing a little bit to try to break BDS off the line, and it may take a little bit more physicality, but hey, game 2, 5 minutes, and see what you can do off the kickoff. Maybe a kickoff strat comes out. Give yourself some sort of inherent advantage here. Well, BDS will actually win the kickoff. They get a perfect lead back to Exotic, and denied. Falcons forced to play defense early.
Well, the good news, Jorby, it's a long series for Team Falcons. They're just getting started. And for BDS, I mean, I have to compliment them again. Ever since their, hiccups in the beginning of this tournament, in this playoff bracket, they've looked quite good, and I think most importantly, consistent against Space Station, consistent against Gen.G, and in game 1 against Team Falcons, the same exact thing, consistent.
We could talk about the quality of play of BDS all we want, but the reality is they win the games that they're supposed to win. We could talk about their struggles against Power, but they still beat Power. We could talk about their struggles overall, whatever, against Space Station early. They still beat Space Station. And here they are, and then they put on the classic BDS performance against Gen.G. And that's what probably made a lot of BDS fans out there feel more comfortable about their chances in this grand final. And the first minute, Falcons still can't get the pace going the way they want. This is not their rhythm. This is not what they want to be doing. The ball keeps flying back into BDS. Falcons have to wait. No boost here for Drawley, but right back into Exotic. Monkey Moon on the side, and a little dangerous, and it's cut across. This might be a chance for Falcons to take over.
It just feels like BDS has knocked Falcons off their horse. I mean, they were going 100 miles an hour in every single one of those games. Now you're seeing Team Falcons actually have to slow the game down. Some of these touches are just straight back into the hands of BDS because they're so awkward. They're low boost. They're not winning the challenges. Again, a lot of credit goes over to BDS and how they break down teams.
Monkey Moon got low 50'd against Rawas, but the layers were clean enough. This time a quick read, TRK. Had to expend the boost, can't push it any farther forward. Charlie held on to his flip. And wait, they got across, they missed the ball, and a huge miss there going up for the read, and Killers will take the goal.
And what happened to BDS? Monkey Moon kind of trickled out to the right, and I think he thought Exotic was gonna win that. It could have been communication, and then Monkey Moon gets demoed in the end, but he had no shot of making the save. And Falcons finally get on the board.
Exotic seems scared that that ball is going to get pushed towards the center of the net, but he could see him the whole, Killers could see him the whole way as soon as he jumped, so he knew, just keep going right. Now Drawley trying to get BDS right back in it, but here come Falcons now. You get the goal. You get to establish some confidence. The crowd gets in it a little bit, and maybe the speed starts picking up. There's a demo as well. Drawley gets taken out of the play for a moment. Monkey Moon and Exotic forced to clear this ball out. That's a good initial touch. Monkey Moon has to keep it up, though. Unfortunately for Exotic, it ends up being a dead play. Falcons put him in the ground.
Did he get bumped into that? Is that how he got all that power? Monkey Moon kind of serves it up to TRK, and Drawley goes for it. And I think Rawas has an orange trail, Jorby. And BDS, disaster on the second goal. Team Falcons double up their lead.
Such a strong start in game number 1. Everything starts going wrong all of a sudden, and you can't just let Falcons into the door. Triple commit, one for Rawas, and Monkey Moon just gets there in time, but Killers just avoids him and keeps it in front of the box. BDS just trying to stabilize here in the corner, but here come Falcons. Now they start flying at every challenge, and they're getting more and more comfortable.
And this is scary because we were just complimenting how great BDS has been able to break down Falcons, but now Falcons finding their form, finding their pace again. BDS have to come up with a different answer now.
Just shows you how volatile Rocket League can be, even in just one grand final. It can look so different game to game. Falcons look a lot better right now, and they are showing it on the scoreboard. They're showing it on the pitch. 3-0. TRK puts it in, and the crowd is fully into it now.
Yeah, great challenge from Killers, and that's an awkward ball. Nobody from BDS in the net, and you know Falcons are going to crash it. The crowd loves it, and Falcons running away with game 2.
Now BDS now, the ball keeps slipping away from them this time. The ball security isn't there. Falcons don't have to respect it. They see a loose ball, even if it's 2 inches off of your car, they're going for it. And BDS, they were able to keep it within centimeters, and that's the only time Falcons won't go. But now Falcons, they're flying forward. They want a 4th. The high-powered offense won't get shut out too often. And looking for 4. There it is. All over it. Got the pop off the ceiling. Killers is on a roll.
What a comeback game for Team Falcons. So strong from the corner as well. Rawas finding Killers. That's a combination that no team wants to see. 4-0. And there's still a minute and a half left on the clock.
BDS just got to take this minute 30 just to settle down. Take a deep breath. It's 4-0. You're likely not coming back in this game, but you have to keep your mentality stable. You can't let this game rattle you. You can't let the crowd rattle you. It's still early on in the series. And BDS, up until this game, really all 3 solid series of Rocket League, and they can't just let that melt away right now. Let Falcons get them all out. Like you said, a smart play, but pretty much at this point, it feels like a garbage time goal.
Look at Rawas. He's scaring everyone.
Oh.
And TRK just comes in and drops the hammer on him. Everyone was looking at Rawas, and everyone also was just getting bullied out of the net and chased around. Team BDS in disarray defensively. 5-0.
5-0 after getting shut out in game number 1. What a way for this high-powered offense to respond. TRK, a little bit of a roll. Yeah, maybe some errors early for BDS. Just puts them off their step. But maybe get a goal or 2 here. That's a good start. That was a great 50 right out to Drawley. Good shot and bump in the net.
It's a start for BDS, but it is a massive hill to climb. And a great pass out to Drawley. Finds his spot as well. And that's the secret weapon for BDS, Jorby. We saw him come alive and ignite BDS again in the middle of the Gen.G series. BDS are looking like they're going to need that here in this series.
You know, maybe there was a little bit of a recipe in that goal where maybe you just try to use Falcons 50s against them. You know, use that if you know they're going to slap their face into the ball and try to get them to hit it back into you. Maybe you try to stutter step yourself before you get to the 50. Show a little bit of delay. Try to feint. It's so hard against a team that plays as fast as Falcons because the timing is just becomes so tight. You're talking quarters of seconds when it comes to timing those types of things. But if any team were able to do it, surely it could be BDS. In the final seconds, again, this is just the time for BDS to get through their sequences. These goals don't matter at this point. The game was decided 2 goals ago. These 16 seconds, BDS just got to get their mental solid and figure out game 3.
But, you know, the longer that Falcons can drag this game out, the better. Make it painful for BDS. Frustrate them. Put them in the dirt. You're seeing that now. At least that's what I would be advising Team Falcons. Keep scoring. Keep the pressure on. Stay in that flow state. They found it in this game. Sure, it was a little wonky from BDS defensively, but Falcons, the ensuing goals, incredibly mechanical from them, and that's what we expect from them. Team Falcons able to even up the series.
Now you say they put BDS in the dirt, and no shovels to be found just yet. BDS got quite a way to dig. We're tied up now. The Esports World Cup Grand Final, and it was a typical Falcons performance. They score 5 goals, almost sleeping, it feels like.
Just blowing out the competition.
And the first 2 goals, though, it was weird BDS rotations, the weird bump into their own net, and then you can see Monkey Moon, the frustration on his face. Things started going wrong, and then things just got worse. So game 3, that's why you say, like, the mental game's so strong for a team that has the entire crowd behind them. They're not going to have the same mental issues that BDS have to deal with here.
Right.
And so being able to talk to each other. Cassio, this is where his role comes into play. Keeping your boys locked in, because Falcons are not going to stop. This is not going to be easy. It never was. Not that BDS ever thought it was. But this is where your coach has to help you keep you on the prize. Keep your eyes on the line and take it here against Falcons.
And I feel like for BDS, I mean, look, they're fist bumping here, they're talking, and that's a game where, look, things got away from them. Obviously, they had a couple of fluke goals. The bump play is not something that I think Falcons would even draw up. So for BDS, you look at game 2 and you say, okay, tough game 2, reset into game 3. This is going to be a long series, Jorby, clearly, as we're already trading blows. 1-1.
1-1, but Drawley, I don't feel like he's truly come unlocked in the series yet. But as soon as he starts firing, BDS can put themselves in one heck of a spot. TRK trying to get Falcons set up here on the midfield line. BDS able to get back to these 50s, but the midfield boosts, while contested, Falcons at least splitting it here against BDS. Falcons got their back, wall secured as well. Great catch and release there from TRK, but still, BDS able to get back to the ball. They're forcing Falcons to meet them at the punch. Falcons aren't controlling the game entirely, forced to dump it away on the touch.
That's a great touch there from Exotic. He had a lot of Falcons players in front of him. He knew Drawley was on the far side, so you play it to space and allow your teammate to chase up after it. Now TRK threatening, as he'll just bump it through, dunk it through rather, and Team Falcons take the lead.
Of course, TRK will find a way to bust open the wall of BDS. Monkey Moon flying across, he's got too much lateral momentum. TRK's got all of his momentum straight towards the net. Monkey Moon has to feather in two different directions. He's got no power onto the ball. It's so hard to make that 50 work and have it not go in your net when TRK is square-nosed on the ball like that. He just can't be, you can't have TRK get a full field air dribble like that down the field and try to get underneath him and take it away.
Talked about how scary Team Falcons are individually on every point.
Whoa!
Was that an own goal? Monkey Moon, I think his shot went wide. Drawley drops it down for him, and Rawas can't get back to it, so Monkey Moon just takes the instant shot. That one was going off the post, Jorby. Killers put it in.
A little bit of panic there from Killers. Did not have his line on the box, wasn't sure, but also Killers maybe thinks he can get around that ball, play it out to the corner, and try to speed his way around for a quick counterattack. And it ends up biting. It turns out, Corelli, you can go too fast.
Only Team Falcons could show us that.
Monkey Moon, this time he does squirrel that ball away, but Killers have the backboard. Killers denied for now, but here's another follow-up, too slow. The two fall down for BDS, trying to get their structure reset. Boomer down the field. Exotic with the catch, but he's only got 27. Drawley following with him, not the touch that they wanted. They'll have to try to contain Falcons here.
BDS, again, trying to set up that grip in the midfield. But Falcons have done great to have a player sitting in that midfield. Even right here, Rawas just coming across and playing this one downfield. It allows Team Falcons to move up their line, to attack the corners, to attack the net, and hold possession, drain BDS of the boost, and then finally break them down.
Again, ball security, excellent there from Exotic. Falcons, two players tried to force that off of him. And Falcons are now committing two players to win one ball. Monkey Moon just did the same thing. Flings that ball up on the musty. Exotic gets to play the ball now. Where is Drawley? Surely, Drawley's the whole way back, actually. Nobody was ready for that next 50. BDS played back on that. Looking on the cams, I thought that was a push that BDS were going to be pushing forward on. Monkey Moon had two commit from Falcons. It bounces in front of the box. Nobody was ready for that play.
Drawley had no boost, zero boost, walking up to that one. So BDS will stay with one, but maybe they could play through this midfield. Demos come out. It's actually a trade. TRK and Monkey Moon. Now Rawas wants it himself.
Wow. That's a great touch. Saved his flip, got perfect power on it. Unfortunately, they couldn't kill the ball. That was the one flaw in the plan. Killer's fake. Ross, oh, saved! The classic Twinnergy fake aerial into shot was denied on the goal line.
And somehow Exotic got a piece of it. Now BDS on the attack. Here comes Exotic again, back the other way. The Team Falcons feeling the pressure. Drawley looking for options. As BDS trying to ramp up their offense.
Killers, not a ton in the tank. Can't stick on the ball on the reset. Exotic gonna move quickly. Drawley underneath as well. Monkey Moon waiting for it. He's just gonna go off the corner. Drawley doesn't have the boost for it. He'll just have to turn and play around. He gets over one Falcon. TRK forces him out to the side. Great kill and challenge there by TRK, but they gotta do a little more work because here comes Monkey Moon. Two commit from Falcons, splitting the gap against BDS. Weak shot, not a great touch from Killers. Exotic up. TRK has to play the follow-up touch. Monkey Moon keeps it going. One got bumped off the wall, turning back around on it. No boost spawns on the corner, and that'll force BDS back.
Great defense by Team Falcons. They were low boost for a lot of those plays, and BDS were threatening, but they got in front of the ball. They got themselves out, at least for now. Drawley trying to find the corner. Not this time, but a great pass out, and I don't think Exotic was expecting it. It was perfect from Drawley. With 40 seconds left, we stay knotted.
Not sure if it was Exotic thinking Monkey Moon was going to be there, but usually BDS have somebody in that center lane. After that first touch, surely someone should have been ready for it. Monkey Moon just gets back. Exotic turns forward, no bump, but Killers was forced to jump up. That weakened his touch. At BDS, 20 seconds. They're holding fine right now, Corelli, but Falcons starting to lock the ball here in the BDS corner. They get another touch off the wall. Killers has to wait. Monkey Moon in front, forces it up high, but Killers has a lot of boost, loses the ball, and BDS have to get the bounce. They get the bounce. Exotic going full field. Rawas back to the corner, looking for TRK. The bounce gets away from him.
He's going to keep it up.
Falcons have the chance to get this ball down the field, Monkey Moon says, no way.
Yeah, you got to get that one down if you're BDS. Falcons, they want to keep it up. They want to put the pressure on you, knowing that they have the chance to attack. Into overtime we go in game 3. And I would say, Jorby, in the last minute or so, both teams trading blows. I mean, BDS gets opportunities downfield, but Team Falcons able to return the favor.
It feels dead even right now. BDS playing excellent, controlling the ball. Falcons are still able to get back and recover and even get a couple of nice pushes, but BDS's defense has been excellent. They stopped the Killers to Rawas combo with Exotic save, and that feels like that's the difference maker right now in the game. Because Falcons, that was the last best chance they had on net. They're trying to generate another one here, but Killers is stuffed into the sidewall again. Every touch for BDS into safety. Falcons have to use more boost. They have to move their rotation even farther just to get back to the 50, and BDS get to move down the field again. Rawas with a nice touch out to the side, and he gives it right back.
So creative from Rawas to get that touch. And that's what makes Falcons so tough to break through, is obviously their challenge game, first of all, but even when it looks like they're not able to get a touch, they are. And for BDS, they have to be ready for that quick counterattack and control from Team Falcons. Here it is again. Rawas, that one got away from him. And BDS break out.
Exotic gonna try to chase him down with no boost. Drolly doesn't have a lot, and he wanted that high touch off the ceiling so he could follow it with a double, but with that low, without the boost, couldn't make it work. Monkey Moon now has to hold. Drolly got demoed on the back end. He's gonna be a second. Rawas only 12. That's all he needs. He's still holding it. Killer's gonna take it. He's only got 6. And Falcons making the low boost opportunity work. TRK with a little more in the tank, but he loses control of the ball. Got the 50 back out to Rawas. Rawas, one touch, waiting for the dunk. And it goes out to the side. Perfect 50 for Monkey Moon.
Little scary, little dicey from Team BDS. Double commits coming out. In fact, they prevented a better clear. They kind of pinched it off each other. Falcons are trying to take advantage, and they have been driving up to the goal line on their attack, but BDS always has their last man in place.
Yeah, Falcons really just can't pressure the box. Like, they get downfield, they're getting into the corners, but again, the 50s from BDS, despite that double commit that you talked about, you get that kill into the corner, not into a Falcons player. And they're the ones facing more pressure. Ross has to recover with the half flip. And again, a heavy touch. Not the best control, but hey, you get the dunk. As long as you got speed and square on the ball, you always got a chance. Killers, he doesn't even have to touch it. TRK takes the game. 2:26 in OT, 2-1 for Falcons.
And what happened to the BDS defense here? Because for Falcons, they didn't even have to touch that ball. BDS couldn't get back in time. Team Falcons, though, they had a lot of pressure, Jorby, and the individual plays. It's funny because BDS was really asking a lot from Falcons players individually. It was either a long-range, perfectly placed shot that they were asking from them, or Falcons players having to go up into the air dribble multiple times, which slows down the play a little bit. BDS, it affords them a little bit more time to get back. And then, of course, you mentioned it perfectly. BDS kept Falcons out of their box. They invited Falcons in the attacking third, but they did well to keep them out of the box. And if they did, it was just a player on the ground with the ball that BDS were able to take with the challenge. So for Falcons, creativity is at the all-time high for them, and they're still able to break through.
This series is one of those nose-to-nose games. It's decided on the 50s, on the challenges in that game. As Monkey Moon, there was another try where Roas routinely gets dunks in front of the box, but Monkey Moon times his boost into the ball perfectly, so Roas has no chance to dunk him. And that is the difference in timing between getting dunked and getting an easy save out into the corner is what this game is right now. It's what has forced Falcons to have to play more as a team, to have to throw more feints, because individually it's difficult. BDS are matching them step for step in that front. So it comes down to, can you get that timing off? Can you throw them off their rhythm even by just half a second? because that'll be enough for you to get that dunk. That'll be enough for you to get them to whiff the ball off the backboard. It is literally a game of nanoseconds.
Cassio, you just saw a second ago, discussing deeply with Monkey Moon and Exotic there. And there is a lot to talk about for BDS, because while they have this kind of controlling play style, Falcons are so quick and so smart on the ball, and they win so many challenges that it's tough for BDS, where, you know, otherwise they would expect to win these challenges. Falcons are just so good. BDS, they have to be more creative, and they have to take advantage of their chances, Jorby. We kind of brought that up immediately in the first game when they missed that 2 or 3 flurry of shots, and it hasn't come back to bite them, obviously, but for BDS, you said it, they're not going to be afforded that many chances against Team Falcons. And I think that's been the case. Despite moving down the field a few times, it hasn't felt like BDS has been able to get a solid right hook into Team Falcons.
Despite all that, I still think BDS are doing a great job giving Falcons a look, baiting them into a touch, and getting possession, helping to kill that ball into the corners. And BDS have a really good idea on how to trip Falcons up. They are trying to use their speed against them.
Right.
But, I mean, Falcons are that good, and it's showing you how tight it is right now.
And at this point, you know, you can confidently say that at least through these first few games, BDS has looked the best when staring down Team Falcons' offense. I mean, really, no one else has been able to slow them down to this degree, to the point where we were even talking and saying, like, wow, what has happened to the speed and the pace of play coming out from Team Falcons? It's not there anymore earlier in the series. Obviously, they picked it up in this game, but BDS has been really the only team that's been able to slow them down.
I mean, for Falcons, they still have so much threat going down the field. Even there was a couple of opportunities where it was, it was Roas on 12, and then TRK had 6, and they still were moving the ball with pace and winning 50s and creating chances in front of the box. I mean, it's just, to me, it's absolutely crazy. The evolution, not just of the game, but watching how Falcons play the game and how even on low boost they can still play at such a speed with control. And
yeah,
it truly is impressive, this era of Rocket League we're in.
That's what's crucial, is with control, because we've had a lot of regions that have come in and they've played at high speeds, but they haven't been. Yeah, South America is a great example of a region. For a long time we said this is going to be an incredible play style as soon as they can rein it in.
Yeah.
Because it was like a 3-man commit every time they moved down the field, and they were beating everyone to the ball. And we saw something similar from Mina, but they have been so much better about their control, and obviously Sam has done that now as well. But they have really shown that you could just play this all-out attack and high-speed game and be successful.
I mean, Falcons kind of developing that. If you can play at supersonic and come up with quality touches every time, it's hard to say like that's meta. That just feels like that's the ceiling. Like, you got to be able to match that. And slowing it down is real tough. G2 tried to slow it down against Falcons in the semifinals. They couldn't. Falcons just kept on keeping that pedal on the floor. And while BDS stop them, they take a couple of shots here at the start of game number 4, trying to tie this series up. They'll start on offense. They keep going out to the side. And this is happening a lot on BDS's rotation on offense. This ball squeaks out into the middle, but for some reason, and there's no single player guilty of this, but they're covering the sides on Falcons. It feels like a lot of respect given to Falcons defense when a lot of these balls are actually making it to the middle. BDS don't want to take that many risks on offense, or at least they haven't so far. And so maybe they start changing that up. Maybe they start taking more of those risks. But a nice change up here from Monkey Moon. Slowing it down, he had a bump, but a great recovery. And to get it out to the side, TRK will pick it up.
Yeah, great stop by the last man in Team Falcons, staring down a bump and an attacking player and still coming out on top. And now TRK with only a pad will be sent back to the respawn. So far, BDS, again, going back to that lockdown type of gameplay, prepared for anything, and preventing Team Falcons. I think what BDS does the best on offense is keeping the ball awkward. That's how they're able to get 2, 3, 4 chances on the net in one go. And every team that we've seen, especially in the playoff bracket, they've struggled with that.
Oh, great job from Drolley. Roas really has to stretch for this one, but stretch he does. And he gets back to it. Killer's underneath with the wave dash, a little bit of speed, and TRK, if that shot is any more powerful, he ended up hitting it on his undercarriage. Oh, it's off the inside of the post. It's off the crossbar. Team bump into the save. Drolley bumps his teammate into it, and he gets deleted.
Wow, BDS got away with that one. For that one to not drop, and even with the follow-up from Team Falcons, it was too high. You stay scoreless, and now BDS trying to move up their line. This is a quality ball into space. Can they find possession? That's what's going to be crucial for BDS in the offensive zone, because the more possession you can keep away from Falcons, the better.
Monkey Moon hesitated for a second because Drawley turned around on that ball and he was slow to jump for it. I mean, you got to go on that play. If you see Drawley going up for that, Killers was ready for it. He just went. And you cannot be slow against this team. Those are the milliseconds, the nanoseconds that we're talking about of a difference. They do get the ball here. They get a demo. And that's going to make things awkward for a second for Falcons. It was a good clear out to the side, forcing Monkey Moon to stretch. He can't get any power on his reset, but that's okay. Falcons weren't able to push it, and Drawley will leave it. Here's the feints. Exotic doesn't have a ton in the tank. Shades the reset underneath, and there just was not much more that Exotic could do on the play, but they're starting to whittle down the boost, starting to get consistent touches. Falcons are starting to panic a bit as Exotic continues to hold them here. Monkey Moon backwards, no problem. And Falcons a little slow to get to these challenges. TRK forced to dump. Monkey Moon in the corner. He'll just leave it. Shot just wide of the net. Rebound! Off the post. It bounces out. Monkey Moon was hoping for the bounce back in. It doesn't even hit the post.
And here they come back the other way for Team Falcons, weathering the storm from Team BDS. And they're right back into the driver's seat, at least for a moment there. But a good clear from BDS allows them to go back on the attack. For Team Falcons, they're getting caught with low boost.
Uh-oh.
And it's tough for them to keep up with the play. Monkey Moon wants a couple and accidentally puts it wide.
BDS, couple of scary moments for sure. Falcons, 2 players on 20 or 0 boosts. Only one player being able to do anything with the boost, gonna be tough, but again, they find a way to get into the lanes, force BDS. You know, BDS, they don't know how much boost Falcons do or don't have. Monkey Moon doesn't care, the huge shot denied by Killers. Exotic with nothing. And he gets no steal for it, but Drawley just steals the ball underneath, hops over one, and here he comes, unlock the bit. Monkey Moon pops over one and just can't get any more on it, but BDS are locking him down. Off the ceiling, Exotic, big muscles on the 50. Monkey Moon back to Drawley. Drawley, weak shot denied by Rawas.
Yeah, Drawley saw 2 players, one on each side of him, and he didn't know which way to go, and he hesitated just for a second. He wasn't going to get a ton of power, but here comes Drawley again. Couple touches to the backboard. Monkey Moon wants a block. BDS, they are knocking on this door.
Oh my God.
Team Falcons have kept it shut so far. Did he find the angle? Exotic with a world-class shot.
I'll talk about an Exotic shot. Oh my goodness, he wins his last 3 50-50s, holding Falcons in place, and then he kicks them off the stage. BDS, what a lockdown sequence from them. A whole minute of pain that Falcons felt on the blue.
You could feel that one coming for Team BDS, but Falcons, they have to strike back. And they could have. Killers had the open net, and he couldn't put it home.
He never misses those. That was so weak. That was an easy tie game. Instead, BDS have the lead near the end of the game. Rawas drops it down at 0 seconds. It bounces with under a second left. Killers, he lost the ball. BDS just need to get it on the ground, and there it is. We got a tie series.
TRK did not like that. He stuck his tongue out on that. He knew it was poor. But for Falcons, what a devastating loss here. I know it's a tight game, but for BDS, they had so much pressure. The most pressure that we've seen from them. And they really, honestly, Jorby, should have scored sooner with how many shots they were able to put through. Drawley was fantastic on that back wall, creating so much chaos for BDS that they finally were able to break through.
I think at that whole minute, we could watch each POV from BDS and be like, oh, he carried that sequence. Exotic, what a beautiful shot, dude. That is insane. Man, we got a series, dude. Let's go.
I'm not gonna lie, Jorby, I pulled a Season 7 U when he scored that one. I ripped my headset off by accident.
I saw you almost fell out of your chair.
I almost fell out of my chair.
I popped off. I jumped up out of my seat. I saw him go for it, but I'm like, surely he doesn't score from there, right?
What a shot from Exotic. And BDS better for it. And we've talked so much about how great Monkey Moon's been and how great Drawley's been. Their kind of secret weapon, as I said. And Exotic, he's been so consistent for BDS. That is obviously a high impact play for BDS from Exotic.
Maximum impact. Now Falcons. You kind of listening to the crowd, but you don't hear anything. And that is the biggest thing for BDS.
Yeah.
They love silence. And it's not the first crowd that BDS have silenced. Could they do it again? The crowd's getting back into it. Falcons, I'm looking back at that Killers opportunity, Corelli. With 10 seconds left in the game, one we've watched him sink 100 times.
Yeah.
And he missed it. In such a critical moment where you needed that game-tying goal. You needed to really force BDS to sweat. And instead, BDS, their towels stay dry. Here's another shot denied. And BDS already starting to heat it back up. They've tried Demo and Drolly a million times, and they just can't keep him off. It comes across, here's another Demo. Falcons get set up early here in the first 40 seconds of game number 5.
That might be even the biggest talking point of that last game, Jorby, was less so about BDS and Exotic scoring a crazy goal, but more so about Team Falcons fumbling a gimme in front of the net. It's a tie series, and for Team Falcons and for us, Jorby, we knew this one was going to probably get close to 7, if not always going to go to 7.
Whoa,
great follow-up from Exotic means BDS back in business offensively.
TRK lets it go. That move just to get Monkey Moon to freeze and to get the space, but Monkey Moon forces it back again, and these touches are so heavy. Roas wants to go, and both the Chiefs and Johnny over the course of the week, they've shown us the illustration about MENA Rocket League, about Falcons in particular, about the just go mode because they have all the options, but then they just hit you in the face because their touches at speed are such quality, but they're losing the ball, and BDS are ready for it. They're able to get back to it. They're matching Falcons, if not outpacing them like they did in the last game, and it's not something teams can do all that often. Here's Killers, sets it up, and the tightest angle for a loss. TRK can't get there in time.
And one that he normally scores as well, especially when he gets over the ball like that, uncontested by BDS. At least to not interfere with his shot. He hit it off the top of the bar. But Falcons going back to their offense, and that one trickled up pretty far towards the net, much further than I think BDS expected. Still, they keep a clean sheet.
Got some space, trying to avoid Monkey Moon, but then you run into a Drolly. Drolly across, Exotic's in the air, Demo into goal! BDS blowing them up!
What a demo from BDS, and for Team Falcons, they were set up, they were ready for this one, but Drolly takes them out, and Exotic again the finisher.
Absolutely explosive response from BDS these last 2 games. Falcons, this is the most competition they've faced in this tournament. And BDS, they aren't just matching them out. Falcons keep getting slowed, and Roas, he had no boost, he got no power on the touch. Everything's going wrong for Falcons. Oh, that one surely be in. I mean, oh, Falcons, the little things are not working right now. How do you recover? How do you keep yourself locked in as Killers gets the next touch? And everyone holding their breath for the next touch, because this is for match point right now. And BDS, they're showing their colors, and it's looking all orange right now.
Plenty of time. You asked what do they do? Plenty of time for Team Falcons. You can't panic in a moment like this when the lights are brightest. BDS, especially Monkey Moon, he's been here quite a bit. But it's only a 1-goal lead, and Falcons, they know they're going to get another opportunity. They have to convert when it arises. Killers, great fake down, trying to go through 2. He does. Awkward bounce off the post and in, and somehow Killers made that one work.
I think that 50 looked really awkward as it bounced off the ground. Look at Killers come down, and that bounce into Killers. Monkey Moon thinking that's going to go low. That's a tough read as it bounces between 2 cars. You know, when the noses meet at the same time, that's a little easier to read. That's a little easier to drive into. But the fact that it was a ping pong right back into Killers underneath, and it bounced down, it caught Monkey Moon out as he drove forward. And that just threw some electricity back into the crowd. You hear the chants going for him now. And Falcons are back in it.
They'll need one more, at least, to convert this game 5. BDS, though, it feels like they've been getting better and better in this series, but Falcons have regained some control. A lot of solo plays coming out from Team Falcons, which means a lot of boost.
And maybe discomfort as well. Because when they're feeling good, I mean, they're one of the best teams in the world when it comes to their synergy. But it just has not been something they've been able to go to. BDS have shut them down in the lanes. Monkey Moon diving back. Uh-oh, a missed touch from Falcons. Exotic runs away with a free goal.
What happened to Falcons? The mechanics, the speed, all the great things that we say about them, and this one just splits the gap. They couldn't even get a hand on it.
Wow. Well, this has been, I mean, honestly, pressure Like BDS early in the series, remember game 2, the weird bump into their own goal, a weird mistake where 2 players weren't covering the net, and now Falcons, the same thing's happening to them. The pressure is getting to both of these teams as it comes back. But BDS, they've so much experience feeling this pressure. Trolley, maybe not so much. He's a little new when it comes to this pressure, but Monkey Moon and Exotic, they are no strangers to it. They know how to recover in those situations, and Falcons are facing so much of it right now for BDS. They are getting pushed to the brink.
Great challenge from Monkey Moon just to keep this one alive and to keep Team Falcons at bay. Look at the time, 10 seconds left. Some quality challenges come up from Team Falcons, but they've lost 4 or 5 seconds, and with 5 to go, they have to move down the field. It's Rawas, challenged by Monkey Moon. Drawley looking to kill this one down, but they left the node open, but Killers couldn't get over it. Team BDS go all the way, and they put Falcons on match point.
One more time for Team BDS, and they will come away the Esports World Cup champions against the hometown favorites. Falcons are calling the timeout now. They need the extra time. Sit down, figure it out, because so far there ain't no electricity. That should have been in. There's like 3 touches. That should have been in. None of it's been in.
That's crazy from Killers, because it goes through all 3 of BDS there. The fake down, the beat over the top of one, and the bounce over the top of the other. For Team Falcons, you take this timeout, as you mentioned, and you got to get the crowd back into this one. You got to be raising your hands.
I want to hear from the smart guy. Achieves, what are you taking of this series? I need to hear what's going on.
So it's a pretty tough one out there for Falcons at the moment. BDS doing an excellent job. The answer for the Falcons fastball right now is you have to bring the support early. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one. So here's the attack from Falcons. All right, they get everybody jumping at the net. Fantastic. Killers goes back over his head, Drawley into the side, and now they go out to the corner. Now here's where you have to consider how to attack this, because we all know Falcons want to take this ball up the wall, right? So Monkey Moon's going to head over, take this off. Now what they're doing is they're bringing this support out of the midfield early to cover this space, because they know that the Falcons are going to see this challenge coming and they want to get out in front of it early. So it's a really nice job. Watch Drawley come out of the midfield here. He's already arrived before Rawas can make that next 50. They drive back through. Now they've got the man advantage, and Exotic is in front to take the lead. Huge plays from BDS. So much aggression and time out of the midfield. It's fantastic from them. Back to you guys.
You know, Achieves is a really smart guy. Great breakdown, Achieves. Thank you very much. And you know, we saw that on a couple more plays too, where they show the challenge one way, but the real threat is actually behind the first man. And that is how you get through a team that likes to play at max speed. You try to trip them up, you show them the barrier, and then you hit them with the hammer.
I think that was a great breakdown from Achieves, because it shows that BDS is forcing Team Falcons into the path with the most resistance, right? They're trying to take away the easy plays, and what a great insight from Achieves there as we jump into Game 6.
Now Falcons, how do you get around it? You gotta make sure you have your eyes on everybody on the pitch from BDS. On Neo Tokyo.
There they are.
BDS have sent many a team home on this stadium. The crowd don't want none of that. They want Champions Field. Falcons surely do as well. But BDS have had control of this series since Game 4, and they have not wrenched control of it. And big credit goes to Exotic, who has been behind a lot of the fire behind this BDS attack. As Monkey Moon drops it down, back over to Exotic, being the X factor for the team. I'll have to let that one go. But there's Falcon's heavy touch. Exotic easily touched to get it back down underneath.
Good setup from Team BDS. Unfortunately, Exotic gets demoed, but Monkey Moon winning a couple of challenges. He's slicing and dicing, cutting him up, but the last man in Killers makes the save.
Monkey Moon clearly went to the whetstone during the tactical pause. The blade's looking quite sharp, but Falcons able to parry the blow and keep the duel going. TRK with a nice touch. Now how do you get this one downfield? No pinch off the ceiling. You'll have to sacrifice yourself for a basic air dribble and try to force this ball in front of the box. They keep going out to the side. Nice pass over to Monkey Moon. and BDS break out off of that. Falcons able to get one more. Roas has the board. Roas, no, the double not on target. TRK has to stretch. And the little things again, Corelli, the half chances that Falcons so often score, they're getting none of it.
Yeah, that's a big time play that you got to put through if you're Team Falcons, but they are controlling the possession to the point where Team BDS just have weak clears out now. Exotic's been invited in, the backboard's found, Monkey Moon's there, it's on target. It'll trickle in for Monkey Moon, and Team BDS walk downfield and steal Team Falcons lunch money.
Well, Falcons try to go fast, but Monkey Moon's all about that slow roll, baby. BDS looking for the money in the grand finals on match point, and with 3 minutes left, they are in position to be your eSport World Cup champions. Drolley taking that one up. Here, he just lets it go. Couldn't keep control of it. Exotic with a pot shot, and all the Falcons went. They can feel the stress just from the triple commit.
Falcons have got to find form, and they've got to do it fast. BDS have been locking them down in that midfield, and they've forced them to come out with the solo plays, but they find each other in the box, and TRK puts it home.
No more solo, all about that synergy. Roas coming across, holds that flip for a perfect pass out to TRK. Drolley in stride, but you see the window. It was tight to get it out to TRK. They make it work. Falcons are in it.
And so is the crowd, Jorby, which might be the most crucial part. BDS, though, are unrelenting as Monkey Moon, ever present in Rocket League LAN finals throughout the years, looking to add another notch to his belt. But Team Falcons might have something to say of it here in Neo Tokyo.
No, Monkey Moon, the most successful player of the open era. So often, so many times. Exactly that. Has been able to push the ball in, but Falcons have the defense. They're able to keep them out. BDS keep getting these high challenges downfield. Backboard's open. He missed the ball. Drolley had no boost. Couldn't recorrect his path. And now BDS have to wait. Monkey Moon, actually, he's just going to go for the ball. Roas underneath.
And Falcons, they have to settle in and settle down. They're getting stretched on their goal line. And a lot of players with no boost. It results in plays like these where they're just popping into the corner. Look at Exotic, full boost, and the opportunity to keep possession. Monkey Moon picks this one up, and Falcons trying to stay above water as they do break out for just a moment. But BDS, they've done such a great job of shutting down such a high-powered offense. Another shot from Drolley denied.
Roas getting downfield. Exotic avoids TRK's attempted bump. Killer's forced back onto the wall. Drolley next up, pushing him forward again. Up high, Roas loses the ball, but it falls right back down into him. No, Exotic doesn't get the touch, thought he might have, but Roas finds a way through. TRK breaks out, and now Falcons are flying, but BDS trying to ground them right back as they're flying back to the backboard, and gets a nice touch out, but Drolley got more boost. Drolley's got the touch, and the 50 back to Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon up, but he's beaten by TRK, and Falcons keep getting to the touches. It's looking tenuous, but they're making it work. They're surviving, trying to force Game 7. Dropper saved.
Those are the opportunities for Team Falcons. It's a half chance, and it's weak, but they have the pressure, and they have the opportunity. Is it Killers?
Well, they're starting to prime up Corelli. They just need to pull the ripcord, start the engine, and Falcons are right back to it. But BDS, they will not let it happen. They're stalling them out. Exotic steals away the corner boost. Roas still has some. Monkey Moon can't get the touch. Killers has a chance, holds the ball, got the 50 off the board, but no quick rebound for Falcons. They didn't have the boost. They weren't in position, and there's 10 seconds left on this clock. We might be going to overtime.
Maybe the last chance for BDS. 8 seconds now. This one trickling out. Monkey Moon, can he put this one away? It's pinched out by Team Falcons. Opportunity is there for Team Falcons if they can move downfield, and Drolley, I don't know if you want to give it back to Killers with the boost he has. Attacking from all angles is Team Falcons. Overtime in Game 6.
I think this is the 5th overtime for BDS in between the semis and the grand finals, and now they're on golden goal, tournament goal. Killers wants Game 7, but Exotic has stood in the way. They have not been able to break through him, and he forces another 50 out. Monkey Moon with the shot! Oh my God! Monkey Moon right into space! Your Esports Cup World Champions, my God!
Monkey Moon calls game by himself. Team BDS, they might have started slow, but they finish on top.
In the semifinals, how did it end? A Monkey Moon top shelf banger. How does it end here? A Monkey Moon top shelf banger, all set up by your teammate Exotic. The fist bumps, and you can see it on TRK's face. You can see it on everyone's face on Falcons. They just could not get the engine going, getting it going consistently. And Corelli, game 2, they had scored like 5 goals. They were running, they were rolling. BDS, they were reeling. And then the timeout happens. BDS, I don't even think they called a timeout. They just won the next game. Wow. This guy right here.
Incredible.
One of the greatest to ever touch the game. How does he keep getting here?
How does he keep doing it? BDS, 4 majors to their name, a world championship as well, multiple finals appearances. And here at the Esports World Cup, they do it one more time.
BDS time and again, make it difficult. But here it is, your Esports World Cup champions, Team BDS.
Well, there we have it. Fancy. We've got our grand final winners here at the Esports World Cup 2024. Cassio, me and you are pretty good friends at this point now, so talk to me. Your very first LAN final victory as a coach. Sum up that experience for me, for everybody watching.
It's been great so far. At the beginning of the tournament, we had a bit of trouble to make it going. We found the great way to make it happen, so it's just been a pleasure.
You guys certainly put up an exceptional fight, but I want to open up the floor to you. RLCS Worlds is coming up. What do you have to say to all of the teams that are watching you boys right now before you head into RLCS?
For Worlds, if we play our game, nobody will beat us.
Ooh, okay, I like it, I like it.
I mean, absolutely. After that performance against Falcons, he can definitely say that. But at the same time, Monkey Moon, I do want to ask you, what do you want to say to everyone that's been supporting you up to this point?
I just want to say thank you to everyone. Yeah, I love you guys. And we'll be back for Worlds, and I hope against Falcons.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, Gidea Arena, one more time for your Esports World Cup featuring Rocket League champions, Team BDS. And now, guys, you get to cement your history at the Esports World Cup Totem as the first ever Esports World Cup Rocket League winners. So please, take the trophy and let's head to the Totem to finalize this moment.
Your Esports World Cup champions, Team BDS, taking down the Falcons, the hometown heroes, but it was wonderful to see again the audience cheering them on as well. What a performance in Monkey Moon, James.
Yep.
To slot that one away to finish it off.
Corelli called it. He said, Monkey Moon calls game. That's exactly what happened. Monkey Moon, one of the greatest players to touch Rocket League. Corelli was right with that one as well. Huge performance from him, but it took everyone. Exotic had some incredible plays like that double tap from a tight angle. Drawley, magnificent all tournament long. And BDS is just one of those teams. As long as Monkey Moon is on it, no matter how bad the previous results,
yeah, you
cannot count them out.
You earn your flowers here if you're BDS. I mean, No joke. I thought they had maybe like 25% shot of winning this thing, just because that's how well I thought Falcons was playing. And wow, what a performance to go out there. It was a battle, to be sure. Easily could have gone 7.
And there it is. Coach Cassio putting the frame in there for Team BDS, the Rocket League champions, immortalized in the totem here in Riyadh for your Esports World Cup. Monkey Moon now showing off photo op time.
Oh, and yeah, this is where they get to pick who they want to put at the base of their
This
trophy.
is the juicy spot.
What do you pick?
I mean, do we have some intel on who they're going to be selecting down there?
I didn't get anything.
Man,
we thought maybe other French teams.
Oh, take all the French teams. Okay. I like it.
Falcons for sure certainly has to be.
You can hear them discussing it. You can see
it. It is a discussion. I mean,
oh, here they go.
Who do we get?
What do we see?
What do they got?
Let's see. I can't. My eyesight's not that good.
There we go.
Falcons.
Okay, Falcons made it in.
We had the Falcons for one.
Okay,
Space Station Gaming.
Oh, okay. Maybe all the playoffs. Maybe all the playoff matches.
Oh, hold on. Will we get it? Here we go.
Last Gen.G.
Gen.G. All right.
All right.
Their bracket run.
I would love to hear the reasoning for those 3.
Maybe we'll ask them later at some point. They don't have your set, so we can't talk to them right now. But
I feel like they probably just would go playoffs.
I think it's just the bracket they had to run through to get there.
No spite. Real sportsmen, those of you guys.
We beat these teams. They are ours.
Wow. What a moment for BDS. And for Monkey Moon, I think there's been a lot of chatter out there that really has been questioning if he's still at the level he was before, if he still is among the best. And I think this answers that question. Monkey Moon coming out with Exotic and Drawley, Coach Cassio getting total world victory here in Riyadh.
What a show. And not an easy way to do it. I mean, Falcons, they kept throwing that fastball, but they said, fine, we send a decoy first man. And they absolutely came up with a winning game plan to take down a certain tournament favorite, and a well-deserved victory for him.
And for Drawley, this is big as well. To come to an international land and to get a victory. We saw Exotic do it with K-Corp. We saw Monkey Moon do it with BDS, and now Drawley with BDS gets to add this to his resume. A phenomenal moment for a phenomenal player.
Cassio as well. I mean, it's been a while. He joins as coach, and team kind of starts to take a bit of a dip, and everyone goes, well, I don't know if that's the right idea. Yeah, well, you can't fault it now.
Love to see it. All the fallen teams behind them. And they stand victorious in front of the totem. What a wonderful moment for them. Again, especially leading forward, just proof, James, as you were saying, that this squad still can hang. They still have it in them. Especially against such a team like the Falcons that everyone had winning this entire tournament. They proved them all wrong.
And I mean, there was some honorable moments on defense from Killers. He had a couple saves where he was speeding along the backboard to get there. But overall, I think, to me, what I saw out there, Chiefs, feel free to have a different opinion. But I just felt like this was one of those moments where the experience for Team BDS of winning it all before really helped them. And the fact that Team Falcons had been there and come up short again, it seemed to affect them out there. There were multiple opportunities where, in all of the other series before this, would have been an easy goal for Falcons. Yeah. They would have knocked that through. And then we saw them multiple times have a chance, weren't able to complete it.
I think I'm definitely with you. I think they were okay with losing game 1, but then, you start to miss a chance on target. We saw at the end of, I think it was game 3, they had a chance to put one away and they just miss it wide. And at that point, then they started to look a little bit questioning. You saw the game plan start to shift, felt a little more passive, not quite that same killer instinct. And I think I'm definitely with you. There is certainly a component of the mental game that I would argue came and affected Falcons here, but is that enough? Who can say? Either way, BDS, I think you're right. The experience pays off big for them, and they got the job done.
Well, I'm kind of concerned actually for the Falcons now, because this is twice in a grand finals where they faltered as the favorites 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, they made it to the London final twice, and now here in Riyadh, coming up short.
Yeah, I'm worried about them going forward. It feels like a mental block that is hopefully something they can get rid of in the future. I mean, BDS is very happy that still exists, but for the Falcons, it certainly is. I think even for us as fans of Rocket League in general, it sucks to see a team get so close so many times.
Hey,
and
we
still
saw
fall
it
short.
a bunch with many teams. You know, we saw, oh, it's NRG's time. It's NRG's time. It's NRG. It's okay. We've seen it all. We know it can come full circle for anybody if they wound up finally getting their finals win. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. But what a show for BDS. Falcons, it's okay. It happens. You played a fantastic tournament. You deserved a strong finish. Ever wanted to see you go the whole distance? Hey, there's always next year.
And take a look at their journey too. I mean, again, this was long through the slog of 16 teams at the beginning. Both these teams earned their place in the grand finals quite handily as well. But then Falcons just falling a little bit short. You know, for Falcons, I think they had quite a hard run.
Well, I mean,
Fury and G2 on the way up there.
And also, just for context, G2, when they played Team BDS, they let in a single goal in that whipping that they gave Team BDS.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you can't forget that. Team Falcons, that very same G2 team, they crushed them 4-1. That was they only dropped that one game up until the grand finals. And that's why I think it was such a mental thing in that finals, because you match Team BDS up to Team Falcons, player for player, coming into this series. Team Falcons were all so prestige. I mean, Daniel said they played perfect in his interview. He's like, they just played perfect. And they were. That's what it seemed like. And I think at the grand final, it was far from perfection. And so Team Falcons, though, you know, they're going to have, sometimes you have to be forged by fire. And these results of getting so close, eventually I really feel like they
make diamonds, baby.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just realizing now, too, NA did great here. We have 2 NA teams represented on the trophy.
We made it.
Leave. I don't want to hear it because
does that count as victory?
We made it.
We're on the trophy.
Like all 4 NA, it was all NA teams, and then just Team Vitality, and Vitality still won.
Vitality's not on the trophy.
I understand that. But
Gen.G,
I'm glad, but Europe still won the whole thing, so it kind of
justifies.
It rains on the parade a little bit.
Okay, so I do want to get to some more awards here that were, well, just to get to here. First one up is the Sony Player Bounty. Now, all the games had a different bounty for theirs. Ours was most demolitions. This is not one we hand out. It's just earned. Roas walks away with the most demolitions. It was actually a very close call in that finals between multiple players. I believe Killers and Monkey Moon were also in the running for this bounty.
What was the final number, Leaf? Surely you've got that.
I will find out if production tells me.
It's like,
you should have known. We would have asked.
Come on. Something insane?
It's got to be a lot.
No, we don't know right now. A lot.
Yeah,
is going to be the
if you want a bounty for it, it had to be. That's understandable.
All right, this next award, though, was something that we all decided, a player that stood out. We have to talk about our Sony MVP Player of the Tournament, and that goes to Jorius. I want to let people know this was worth $50,000, and Jorius put in the work to earn that money and this award.
I mean, it's going to be tough to argue against Jorius, even though, you know, they didn't win. This Chiefs team was one of those teams people expected to go out in the group stage, probably not even win a series. This is a team that's not even going to Worlds, all right? This is shocking that they made top 8, and, you know, they looked good doing it, too. To beat a major champion not once, but twice to make top 8, that is not a fluke, so Jorius, a huge part of that success, he was able to turn this around for Chiefs.
And you hope it gives those OC guys back home like, hey, no. Now we know we can do it now. That's what I'm hoping for as well. So give them a little bit of boost heading into RLCS, and I'm looking forward to it.
Before moving on, I kind of wanted to touch on that too, just for Hunter and Kaka. This is huge for them. It's not just like Jorius came in and carried. Those two put in absolute work to get to that.
Kaka was very good on offense. And then also, I think, you know, it's really important to point out just the age of Hunter. He's a young player. He's got a long career ahead of himself. So to have a result like this and to have this kind of confidence boost that early in your career could mean some amazing things. And we also saw some great talent like Sphinx. You know, there's some young talent from other regions now that are really starting to come up. So keep your eye on Hunter as well.
Yeah.
I think just keep an eye on every single region, to be honest. I mean, this is, no, really, I think I had to take a moment to step back and just realize where we are in this esport, that we have Chiefs in a top 8 where there's top level competition across, with Mina doing so well as well. Sam is at the top. We're really, and then look at how well Limitless was even playing on their out there too.
Yeah, they were keeping it close against G2. And also I think the other thing for OC is to have someone else other than Torsos an amazing result, because usually it's been, you know,
only that guy. So, it helps when you make like everything.
No, it really does feel though that the longer we go on, the more competitive every region is getting, and it's truly becoming a global esport.
Rising
and I love
tide
every
and
minute of it.
all the ships and all that. I don't remember the phrase.
Rising tide lifts all ships.
Lifts all ships. Thank you.
Know.
I appreciate
something like that.
Well, we just had the grand finals, but I'm not done with gameplay yet. It's time for our Kidia top plays of the day. And starting us off, what better player to do it than TRK achieves this snipe from the corner was such a surprise.
I am still in shock that I still think he mishit the ball, but no, what a smooth recovery in the corner and a beauty of a shot to the bottom left. Well-deserved spot on the top plays list.
And then we've got this one, I believe, from Atomic.
Straight down.
Yeah, the angle of the century. That's cool.
A lot.
Reminded us. This one was amazing. Beautiful angle from Atomic.
And I had to do this, guys. But one of the top plays is the rule one.
Oh, of course
What
you
better
would.
way to celebrate our esport in our video game?
You know why you picked that? I'm guessing that's the one mechanic you can do.
Hey.
Sorry, that was too easy.
But you love what I loved about this
2 minutes.
Yes,
it was a while.
So long.
It was long. This whole game, it was like 2v2 the entire time.
There were opportunities the other players could have knocked them out of it as well. And what a great finish there, too, for the Falcons. They got the win. It got answered back pretty quickly after for G2. But the fact that Killers and Daniel held that the entire time was a testament to those cool community rules that we come up. That's what we do. We're a community. We're playing this to have fun. And they showcase that here at the Esports World Cup.
Sometimes you get captured by the moment. You know, you're just in the moment. And then there's a certain point where you're like, I'm in too deep.
Yeah. We've been headlocked for 30 seconds. Are we really? No, okay, fine. We're doing this, and you gotta own it. He didn't go and help his team. Never tried to go make a save. People were dodging out of the way to make sure.
Yeah, I think that's the other funny thing is that a lot of times if people try to rule one in my game, I bump them up.
Oh yeah,
I'll go for the demo.
That's fair.
I'll just go for the demo because I'm like, we're playing a game here.
Yeah, dude, I'm trying to win. I need your help.
The fact that everyone out there was like, all right, I'll take it around.
Anyways, we're nearing the end here. We want to hear from you. I asked you guys yesterday. I want to ask you again. Feedback. Let us know everything you loved and everything you hated, but be nice about it at least. But let us know. We want to know how to make the show better across all of the different games, not just Rocket League here. So please scan the QR code and go tell us what you'd like to see. Again, I mentioned some touch-sensitive dance floor stuff here. Maybe is what I'd like to see, or
the piano.
Maybe some more obstacles to go around here.
Obstacles.
Piano. Oh
shoes.
yeah.
Some soap shoes and some rails. You ever have that?
What?
You never had those soap shoes?
No, not a clue.
You could, they were like these little things on the bottom of your shoes so you could grind like bike racks and stuff.
Okay.
I must be old. That was really popular in my day.
Not that much older than me, but I mean, I believe it's awesome.
It was great. You know, the bike racks were the perfect thing. So.
Well, we've come to the end. You can see, I don't know if it's live, but there's things happening for the rest of the night. We'll have our closing ceremony later on here, but I want to get some final thoughts from you guys on the tournament as a whole, what we've witnessed for Rocket League and just EWC.
Oh, it's amazing to see all these regions come together celebrating Rocket League here in Riyadh. I had a lot of fun. Even the event was fun itself, but even off camera, getting to hang out, play games with people. I just had so much fun. It was a blast.
Yeah, wonderful experience getting to come out here and meet a region that I've never got to really experience, and this has been a great time for me out here, and thank you all, and hope you all enjoyed it.
Right, and again, I'm just going to reiterate everything they said. It's been fun being able to wander around. I've been talking, I can see them over the PUBG guys. There's so many games going on, and to have everyone join in and celebrate just esports and video games in general has been a blast. But we are at the end now. The party does not end, even though the gameplay is over. We do have the closing ceremonies later on, and we'll be sending you over to EWC Central right after this. They're going to be doing a recap of the entire tournament. They've got guests like Tyler One, the Sidemen. It's going to be fun, so please stick around. But for us, for Rocket League and the games, we are done. Thank you for joining us here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, and we'll see you next time.
to